In 2014, exactly a decade ago, the government, especially the Ministry of Defense, declared a new policy of Make in India in defense. It meant a major change of mindset for not only the users, that is the armed forces, but also for the fledgling Indian defense industry. A decade since then, a number of Indian players have not only upped their game in manufacturing defense platforms, equipment, and the needs for the three armed forces, but have also started exporting to different regions, trying to make India a defense powerhouse in decades to come. How has that journey been is the new series called On The Shopfloor, in which we are going to profile at least half a dozen Indian defense companies who are major players in supplying or at least manufacturing and then supplying to the Indian armed forces and to the world. So it's Make in India for the world. Let's begin this journey with Solar Industries, perhaps India's first private manufacturing unit for ammunition to be used by the armed forces. I am in Nagpur at the Solar Industries facility, which is a pioneer private defense industry manufacturing not just industrial explosives but also ammunition for the Indian armed forces after the government of India changed its policy. And I am with its chairman, Mr. Satyanarayan Nuwal, who in a way has travelled a long way from where he started as a trader in explosives business. Satyanarayan Nuwal ji, thank you very much for hosting us with your journey. आपने कितने साल पहले वो शुरू किया था? That we want to know that.
Actually, I started my career in the age of 17 years.
Right.
I passed only the 10th class, but somehow I could not study further.
Okay.
Because my father, he was willing to go to with my Gurudev at Mathura ashram in the 1968.
Right.
So I stayed there 1 year. Then after coming there to Rajasthan, Bhilwara,
where you belong to?
I belong to Bhilwara.
Right.
So I started my some other business, but finally I started my explosive business career from about 1968.
How did you start that explosives business?
Actually, when I came to Chandrapur in Maharashtra,
right.
So that time I come to know that one old fellow, Mr. Abdul Sattar Allah Bhai, he was not doing, he was having the magazine.
Right.
But he was not doing business.
Magazine is like a store?
Magazine like the storage of explosive, which required the approval of the license and department of explosives.
Right. So he had that license?
Yeah, he had the license.
Okay.
So then I approached to him, just Chachaji, you are not doing this type of business. So it is better कि भाई मैं अपना बिजनेस शुरू करना चाहता हूँ तो आप मुझे किराए से मैगजीन बिकॉज आई एम नॉट डेट इन पोजीशन टू परचेज द मैगजीन but
आप
just
किराए पे दे दीजिए।
किराए पे दे दीजिए।
अच्छा, ओके।
तो ये वाज एग्री,
अच्छा।
अच्छा बेटा 1,000 रुपये महीने के हिसाब से मेरे को दे देना।
जी।
तो उनसे बात करके तो चला गया, बट
हाँ।
इनफैक्ट उस समय 1,000 रुपये भी मेरे पास नहीं
अरे
था।
बाप रे।
हाँ। So again
हाँ।
I meet him
हाँ, हाँ।
after 2 days
Right.
and I requested him कि चाचा जी मैं तो भीलवाड़ा में रहता हूँ,
जी।
यहाँ अभी आया हूँ, तो मुझे अभी वहाँ से पैसा बुलाने में इसमें टाइम लगेगा, तो मुझे 1 महीना दीजिए।
हाँ, हाँ।
तो फिर उन्होंने बोला बेटा कोई दिक्कत नहीं,
हाँ, हाँ।
मेरे को 3 महीने का एक साथ दे दिया करो।
अरे वाह, क्या बात है।
हाँ, क्वार्टरली मेरे को
हाँ।
3 महीने का दे दिया करो।
हाँ।
तो इट वाज वेरी, मतलब दैट
लकी ब्रेक एक था
लकी
आपका।
ब्रेक
जी।
ऑफ दैट फेलो, ही वाज वेरी काइंड एनफ टू मी।
करेक्ट।
सो एक्सप्लोजिव का मैंने अपना करियर
जी।
वहीं से स्टार्ट किया।
और फिर ये कहाँ सप्लाई करते थे?
एक्चुअली इन आवर कंट्री about 80 to 90% explosive supply to coal India.
Coal
Because
mines.
It is the biggest coal mine.
Right.
Otherwise, non-coal and private sector, it may be about 20%.
Oh, I see.
हाँ.
I see.
So somehow, but I started in trading.
Trading.
Not because Coal India was purchased only from their company or registered the dealer.
Okay.
So I started in trading.
And that time that
infrastructure.
explosive used to be manufactured by ICI, is it?
At that time, 3 company was there.
Okay.
One ICI, and second was the IDL Explosives Limited,
Okay.
and third was this IBP.
Okay.
So only 3 companies
Right.
are there, and basically only the ICI was there.
Right.
So after this, this IDL, some person they leave from ICI, they start IDL.
Right.
IBP.
Okay.
Like.
So then you supplied all this to mines in Chhattisgarh. I mean, that time there was no Chhattisgarh. It was Madhya Pradesh. Infrastructure.
Yeah, infrastructure.
Okay.
Well sinking. Mostly the well sinking.
Right.
In Maharashtra and all over the country.
I see.
To deep the well.
I see.
So it's required.
I see.
Or otherwise this canal or whatever this tunnels is.
तो वैसे
very
शुरू
much
किया।
required.
तो आपकी एक हमने कहानी सुनी थी कि ऐसे भी ऐसे दिन थे आपके कि आप वन वे जाते थे रायपुर वगैरह, टैक्सी में लेके एक्सप्लोजिव्स, और आते हुए टिकट के पैसे नहीं होते थे रेलवे के। ऐसे भी दिन देखे आपने?
ऐसा तो जब ये स्टार्ट हुआ था बिजनेस
जी,
उसके पहले तो कुछ टाइम ऐसा था
हाँ,
कि बोलने की वो उत्साह है,
हाँ,
लेकिन 2 टाइम खाने का भी वो नहीं था।
हाँ, हाँ,
तो आई थिंक अबाउट 1 year आई स्लेप्ट इट रेलवे प्लेटफॉर्म।
Oh really? Oh, that's I mean such a struggle that you have done, but you've come such a long way.
Yeah.
तो वहाँ से फिर आपने क्या शुरू किया?
After that start my career for this rented magazine.
Right.
But very fast in about 84, we had created the good image and our customer network was very good.
Okay.
So उस समय में ICI company,
हाँ,
they had the monopoly.
I see.
But somehow they could understand one regional sales manager. He decided to become the consignment agent.
I see.
So it was the very big opportunity for me. So in 1984, he appointed me as a consignment agent. So then I started, it is the turning point of my
So your
life.
career started going up.
Turning point of my life.
Right.
But before he appointed a consignment agent, there was small that we have to build the magazine.
Right.
So somehow we built up the magazine. We have that our this financial
Position was better.
We made the magazine, 2 magazines.
Right.
But there was the condition before appoint this consignment agent, we have to give the 1 lakh rupees the bank guarantee.
I see. Okay.
So it was very difficult to me. But somehow one sales manager, he previously that Mr. Taleshra, he transferred to here.
Right.
He belongs to Udaipur.
Okay.
So I requested him. So he told me that Satyanji, there is no problem. You just give me the bank guarantee after 1 month.
Okay.
So just
Again, one
again
more
it was
luck and good relations you had with people.
yeah. So after this become the consignment agent, I think within the 15 year we become the largest explosive trader in the country.
Oh.
And
So-
many company they have given the this consignment ship or authorized dealer to us. This Ideal, Noble Explochem, even Premier Explosives
I see,
Limited.
I see.
They have made us the ये
तो ये टर्निंग पॉइंट आपका ये 15 साल का जर्नी था ये वाला
करीब करीब
99 तक ये चलता रहा।
नहीं वैसे ये 96 तक ये चला था।
अच्छा।
तो उसके बीच में 90 पर 99 तक हम वी बिकम द लार्जेस्ट।
Largest, हाँ।
डेट टाइम somehow I feel that this business will be no longer
No longer as good as profitable.
as good as a agent.
As an agent. Okay.
So I decided to put up a small unit for manufacturing
In Nagpur here?
at Nagpur.
Okay.
So I had one magazine. Then after some time, I construct the one magazine at Solar Industries.
Right.
So then I started this explosive manufacturing unit in 96 at Solar Industries.
I see.
In small scale unit. Because small scale unit and we could not get the license,
Okay.
industrial license. So but under this SSI, there is no required to industrial license. Kabhi maximum 50 labor and 1 crore of the investment.
Right.
So I started the solar
In 1996.
1996.
Okay.
And after then, because we have limitation of the manpower and investment,
Right.
but in solar industries we manufacture only the explosive.
Right.
But same time if we require the detonator. So both of restrictions were there. The main limit and capital investment, 1 lakh capital investment. So I started in 98 this economic explosive to start with this manufacture of detonator.
So you actually had a synergy of
Yeah.
explosives and detonator.
Detonator.
तो ये जब आपने शुरू किया मतलब आपको ये लगा आपका फ्यूचर मतलब जो एक विजन था वो बहुत बड़ी थी क्योंकि आपने सोचा कि कंसाइनमेंट एजेंट ज़्यादा दिन नहीं रहेगा। हाँ
2 या 3 कंपनी थी
जी।
उसके बाद में करीब करीब 20 कंपनी आ गई।
हाँ।
उसके बाद में द प्रीमियर एक्सप्लोजिव्स this Ideal, so many came. They come. So then I thought because they have restrict so many things to us. So somehow I could assess कि भाई ये ज़्यादा
इसमें फ्यूचर नहीं है ज़्यादा।
फ्यूचर नहीं है
जी।
तो I have taken the very big risk because ICI already told him or told us कि भाई आप या तो हमारा बिजनेस कीजिए नहीं तो मैन्युफैक्चरिंग में जाना है तो आप वो कीजिए।
अच्छा।
तो somehow they but Ideal explosive
जी।
they are open.
Okay, for both.
आपका भाई ठीक
आप दोनों करो।
अपना कीजिए तो हमको कोई दिक्कत नहीं है।
हाँ।
तो then somehow in about 2005 या 2006 we become the one of the largest explosive manufacturer.
अच्छा।
Yeah.
तो कैपेसिटी कितनी हो गई थी तब तक?
We have started the 1000 kg or 1 ton, but that time about 2008 we have about 2 lakh ton.
Wow, from 1000 tons to 2 lakh ton in just less than 10 years. तो ये जो दो चीज़ें इसमें मुझे समझ में आती है कि आपने रिस्क लेना बहुत वाजिब समझा। पहले भी आपने एक रिस्क ली, मैगजीन भाड़े पे लिया या रेंट पे लिया, फिर उसके बाद मैन्युफैक्चरिंग में आ गए। तो ये कैसे आता है आपके मन में कि इसका रिस्क लेनी चाहिए?
पता नहीं somehow अब इसको गॉड गिफ्ट समझिए या थर्ड सेंस समझिए,
जी।
बट गॉड इज़ वेरी काइंड टू मी, सो आई कुड अंडरस्टैंड, बिकॉज मेरे को पता था कि मेरी अपनी फाइनेंशियली टेक्निकली, बिकॉज मैं तो पढ़ा लिखा भी नहीं हूँ, 10वीं
नहीं,
पास
उससे क्या
करके-
फर्क पड़ता है,
हाँ,
आपने दिखा दिया है।
लेकिन और रिसोर्सेज भी,
जी।
फाइनेंशियल रिसोर्सेज भी नहीं थे, बट मैंने देखा कि आदमी जब एक बार डिसाइड कर ले,
जी।
और इफ इज द डिटरमाइन एंड इज द फोकस ऑन हिज जॉब, आई थिंक ऊपर वाला उसको कहीं ना कहीं
आशीर्वाद दे ही देता
ही है
है।
वो।
तो अभी आपकी कंपनी के वर्थ कितनी है?
अभी 60,000 करोड़
60,000 करोड़ मार्केट कैपिटलाइजेशन
मार्केट
है।
कैपिटल है।
और आपकी खुद की वर्थ कितनी है?
हमारी वर्थ देखिए, जो हम ब्रदर में
जी,
और मिला के,
family, हाँ।
वी आर हैविंग द 74%
ऑफ दैट 60,000
टोटल ऑफ
करोड़।
60,000
जी,
का
70%।
74% वी आर हैविंग।
वंडरफुल।
हाँ।
सो यहाँ हम थोड़ा सा एक विश्राम लेंगे, ब्रेक लेंगे इस प्रोग्राम में। मैं अभी ये जानना चाहता हूँ कि आपने फिर टेक्निकल मैन पावर कैसे सिलेक्ट की, और कैसे आपने सोचा कि ये लोग आपके काम आएंगे और ऐसे लोग आप रिक्रूट करेंगे? तो हम बात कर रहे थे कि आपने आपकी एक शायद भीतर से ही एक एबिलिटी है कि टैलेंट को स्पॉट करना और उनको हायर करना या उनको रिक्रूट करना। तो आपने कैसे लोगों को चुना, और फिर कैसे कैसे टेक्निकल आदमी कैसे लिए?
काफ़ी ये मुश्किल था, क्योंकि पर्टिकुलर पहले की स्टेज में,
जी।
क्योंकि कोई आदमी इतनी छोटी इंडस्ट्रीज़ को ज्वाइन नहीं करना चाहता। It was very, and because this is a totally technical
Exactly.
so industry, लेकिन somehow धीरे धीरे लोगों को लगा कि भाई ये इंडस्ट्रीज़ का फ्यूचर अच्छा है, ग्रोथ है, हमारा रिलेशन और उनका बाकी का भी जो इमेज थी मार्केट में। हमारी सबसे बड़ी बात है कि इंडस्ट्रीज़ का साइज़ भले ही बड़ा नहीं हो, लेकिन मार्केट इमेज जो है शुरू से ही इंडिविजुअल और कंपनी की, हमने उसको
रेपुटेशन बहुत अच्छा रहा
पूरा
आपका।
बना, मतलब उसमें पूरी कोशिश की कि भाई हमारे यहाँ पर ये नहीं हो,
जो अभी भी बरकरार है, मैं ये बोल सकता हूँ। बिल्कुल बिल्कुल बरकरार है। और मैं यही इसलिए कह रहा हूँ कि आपका जो मैंने अप्रोच देखा कि आप राइट टैलेंट को पिक करते हैं, उनको रिक्रूट करते हैं और उनको फिर सौंप देते हैं कि आप इसके ऊपर काम करो। तो ये धीरे धीरे आपने बढ़ते गया। तो फिर आप जैसे अभी ये इतनी बड़ी आपने यहाँ पे कितना बड़ा ये आपका सेटअप है?
इकोनॉमिक एक्सप्लोजिव डिफेंस एंड दैट इंडस्ट्रियल एक्सप्लोजिव मिला के इट इज अबाउट 2,000 करोड़।
ओके, 2,000 एकर्स, राइट। ओके,
and this is economic solar industries,
right,
it is the 700 acres.
700 acres,
so
okay.
about more than
2,700 acres, and it has taken you almost now 15 years to set up all this.
सब 98
के बाद हुआ, तो नियरली 25 साल हो गए, 26 साल हो गए ऐसे। तो इसमें आपके जो वर्कर्स हैं, ये सब लोकल ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा आपने रिक्रूट किया?
सबसे ज़्यादा 90% लोकल है
जी।
हाँ, हमने कोशिश की कि ज़्यादातर आसपास के गाँव के आदमी रखें, ताकि यहाँ प्रॉस्पेरिटी हो जी। आसपास के गाँव में रखने में रिस्क भी है, बट हमने कहा जो रिस्क होगा देखेंगे, एंड यू विल बी सरप्राइज दैट हमारे यहाँ पर दोनों फैक्ट्री मिला के 30% लेडीज है।
ये तो बहुत बड़ी बात है।
ये फर्स्ट टाइम इन दिस इंडस्ट्री
जी
कि भाई 30%। लेकिन हमने देखा कि जो आसपास की लेडीज उस समय आज के 7-8 साल पहले, 10 साल पहले आती थी, और आज जो है उनके पूरे घर की इकोनॉमी और पूरा का पूरा उनका जो कॉन्फिडेंस है वो पूरा चेंज हो गया।
जो आपने मतलब जो सरकार अभी कर रही है वुमेन एम्पावरमेंट, वो आपने बहुत पहले शुरू कर दिया था कि अगर आप औरतों को पैसा उनके हाथ में दो तो घर
तो पूरा
बसता है।
और हमारे पूरे सेवा सब वहाँ पर हमने कहा ये पूरे का पूरा
कर देंगे। तो आपने इस पूरे इलाके में एक प्रॉस्पेरिटी बना दी और सबको एक इनकम अपना बढ़ाने का एक मौका दिया।
पहले यहाँ के आदमी से पुलिस परेशान थी कि कुछ काम नहीं करते, तो ज़्यादातर रोज़ 2-4 केस होते थे जी। लेकिन अब उनका बोलना कि लास्ट 10 साल में हमारे पास भी एक भी केस
नहीं आती है, तो ये बहुत बड़ी उपलब्धि है आपकी, मैं तो कहूँगा। और ये जैसे आपका मैंने देखा टेक्निकल स्टैंडर्ड के अलावा सेफ्टी स्टैंडर्ड भी, और नए नए मशीनरी लाना या बाहर से लोग, आपके ये फॉरेनर्स भी आपके पास आए हैं, जैसे मैंने देखा है, सुना।
हमने सबसे पहले जब हाई एनर्जी मटेरियल का जो प्लांट लगाया था
जी।
HMX और इसके कंपोजिशन, तो हमने कोशिश की कि भाई यहाँ से टेक्नोलॉजी DRDO से लेने के लिए। उनका चंडीगढ़ में TBRL में हार्डली 1.5 टन का कैपेसिटी थी, बट आफ्टर द 2 ईयर, आफ्टर मतलब सो मेनी कॉरेस्पॉन्डेंस, फाइनली दे regret कि भाई दिस इज द स्ट्रेटेजिक मटेरियल, सो वी कैन नॉट प्रोवाइड यू टेक्नोलॉजी TOT।
ओके।
लेकिन हमने फिर स्वीडन से जो बोफोर्स में थे कंपनी है, तो वहाँ से 2 हमने साइंटिस्ट, वन वाज द डायरेक्टर टेक्निकल, वन वाज द डायरेक्टर R&D देयर। हाँ, so they resign officially from there,
okay,
and they joined to us.
So
and
they had confidence in you.
मतलब we are could able to मतलब establish the plant which is the largest in the world.
The explosives plant.
नहीं,
HMX plant. HMX, high energy material.
हाई एनर्जी मटेरियल।
Right.
अपने कंट्री में मतलब अपना कंट्री 100% डिपेंडेंट था
बिल्कुल
स्वीडन और रशिया पे।
करेक्ट।
आज जो है हम स्वीडन, US, इजराइल और यूरोपियन कंट्रीज को पूरा एक्सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं।
देखिए, पूरा आपने उलट कर दिया, उल्टा कर दिया जो होता था। फिर आप RDX भी करते हैं?
RDX, TNT, जितना जितना इंडस्ट्रियल, और मैं समझता हूँ कि डिफेंस के अंदर मैक्सिमम जितने भी प्रोडक्ट हैं वो हम बनाते हैं।
जी। तो आर यू वन ऑफ द लार्जेस्ट इन द वर्ल्ड और द लार्जेस्ट इन द वर्ल्ड? आप सबसे बड़े हैं दुनिया में?
नहीं, प्लांट हमारा द लार्जेस्ट इन द वर्ल्ड, बट बिफोर 1 month वी जस्ट कैलकुलेटेड द मार्केट कैप, सो वी आर द वन ऑफ द लार्जेस्ट company in the world.
In the world. So that is also
this explosive, not for ammunition.
Not for ammunition, but explosives.
Yeah,
of course, your main business is explosives. We'll come to that. Before we go to the defense part of it, आपके परिवार के बारे में थोड़ा सा बताइए। आपके साथ अभी कौन कौन काम करता है और आपकी क्या आगे की प्लानिंग है इसके बारे में?
ट्रेडिंग में थे
जी,
तब मनीष तो छोटा, मेरे एक बेटा और एक बेटी है
जी।
उस समय में हम 2 ब्रदर थे। कैलाश तो शुरू से ही ट्रेडिंग में करीब 80-81 तक वो साथ में है जी। अभी भी साथ में है, बट वो
अपना
कोई इच्छा
नहीं
है कि भाई वो कुछ ज्यादा काम करने की नहीं है।
ओके।
लेकिन उसके बाद में जो बेटा है मनीष, जब वो 12th में था तभी से उसने यहाँ पर अपना काम शुरू कर दिया। और 12th में जब था तो फाउंडेशन का कोर्स CA का दिया था। तो जब उसने ग्रेजुएशन किया तब तक ग्रेजुएशन के साथ में उसने अपना CA भी कंप्लीट कर लिया।
अरे वाह।
तो ही वाज वेरी मतलब टैलेंट, वेरी शार्प, बट
and also he is now looking after most of the business now. And then आपके grandchildren भी हैं?
Grandchildren recently last week he completed his education in South Carolina and he came back and now he will join our business.
देखिए, so the third generation will come into this business. That's wonderful to know, and I think that is required because this is a big growing company and there are a lot of things going to happen in defense, which we will talk about. We'll probably go to your defense plant. But thank you very much for this great journey, and I think it's very inspirational जर्नी आपकी जो है। आपने इतना जो अचीव किया है लाइफ में, बहुत अच्छा लगता है ये सुन के कि आप कहाँ से आए और कहाँ तक पहुँचे। ये लोगों को बताना ज़रूरी था और इसीलिए मैं आपसे बात करने के लिए आया हूँ। और आपको हम बस गुड लक ही कह सकते हैं इसके बारे में।
बस नहीं, बाकी तो ऊपर वाले की
जी।
तो कुछ चीज़ें ऐसी होती है जो ऊपर वाले के हाथ में है जी। क्योंकि मेरा इसमें पूरा विश्वास है कि जितने भी यश अपयश जो भी चीज़ें हैं ये ऊपर वाले के हाथ में ही है। क्योंकि सफलता ये बहुत आदमी काम करते हैं, शायद मेरे से भी 10 गुना करते होंगे, लेकिन सक्सेस अनसक्सेस क्रेडिट ये सब चीज़ें ये सब ऊपर वाले ने अपने हाथ में रखी हुई
नहीं,
है।
आप बड़े हम्बल हैं, बट अगली जर्नी, अगले पार्ट में हम अपने डिफेंस बिजनेस के बारे में बात करते हैं। आप कैसे आए, क्यों आप इसमें आए, और आप आगे क्या करना चाहते हैं, इसके बारे में बात करेंगे।
ठीक है।
फॉर द मोमेंट वी आर टेकिंग अ ब्रेक, बट इन द नेक्स्ट पार्ट वी विल टॉक टू मिस्टर नुवाल अबाउट his plans on defense and what has he done so far, and what are his plans for the Indian defense industry, especially for the Indian Armed Forces. आपने इंडस्ट्रियल एक्सप्लोजिव्स में इतनी प्रगति की, यू बिकेम सो बिग, बट देन व्हाट मेड यू कम इनटू डिफेंस की? डिफेंस के लिए आपने क्या सोचा और किस सोच से आप डिफेंस सेक्टर में उतरे हैं?
ये था कि जैसा कि मैंने आपको पहले बताया था कि बहुत ही स्मॉल बिगनिंग से हमने शुरू किया था
जी।
लेकिन जब देखा कि 2008-9 के बाद में वी बिकम द लार्जेस्ट प्रोड्यूसर
जी।
एंड लार्जेस्ट एक्सपोर्टर ऑफ द कंट्री, और उस समय में करीब करीब सभी ये एक वेल नोन था कि अपना देश अभी भी उस समय तक भी 70% इम्पोर्ट के ऊपर डिपेंड है, जबकि मैंने ये महसूस किया कि यहाँ पर एक्सपर्टाइज की, टैलेंट की कोई कमी नहीं है, लेकिन समहाउ जो भी वाट एवर सरकमस्टांसेस रहा होगा
या पॉलिसी रही होंगी,
जो एक पॉलिटिकल सोच या डिसीजन थी, तो ये मन में ऐसा लगा कि नहीं, ये हमको डिफेंस में जाना चाहिए। बहुत सौ ने बोला भी कि भाई डिफेंस में इतना इजी नहीं है, क्योंकि डिफेंस में चाहे ऑर्डिनेंस फैक्ट्री हो चाहे आर्मी हो, उसमें बिजनेस ले पाना आप बना लेंगे, लेकिन बिजनेस कर पाना बहुत मुश्किल है। आप जैसे आदमी को इसमें नहीं जाना
और कोई गलत नहीं कहा लोगों ने।
तो लेकिन समहाउ
जी।
कि भाई यदि हमारा प्रोडक्ट क्वालिटी वाइज स्ट्रॉन्ग है, यदि हमारी प्राइस ग्लोबली कम्पिटिटिव है, तो आज नहीं तो कल, कल नहीं तो परसों कोई ना कोई किसी न किसी को सोचेगा कि भाई ये अपने देश में होना चाहिए जी। तो यही सोच,
और ये कब शुरू किया आपने?
ये हमने किया था 2010 में।
ओ, तब तो बिल्कुल ही पॉलिसी ऐसी नहीं थी।
2010 में आप आश्चर्य करेंगे कि उस समय में कंप्लीट एमुनेशन बनाने का गवर्नमेंट के अंदर कोई नॉर्म्स या कोई अप्रूवल्स या इस टाइप का कोई प्लानिंग ही नहीं था
प्राइवेट सेक्टर के लिए।
प्राइवेट सेक्टर के लिए
जी।
इट वाज टोटली इन डीपीएसयू और ऑर्डिनेंस फैक्ट्री और
इम्पोर्ट्स। करेक्ट करेक्ट।
लेकिन हमने कहा जो है सो है, अब जितना रिस्क होगा लेंगे, लेकिन वो कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता, क्योंकि जब कि भाई हमारा जब देश आज़ाद हुआ तो उन्होंने थोड़ी ऐसा सोचा होगा कि भाई वो कोई बहुत बड़े नेता बनेंगे या बहुत को, उन्होंने तो अपनी कुर्बानी एक आने वाली पीढ़ी के लिए दी। तो हमने कहा ठीक है, कोई दिक्कत नहीं, और वी आर हैविंग रिसोर्सेज आल्सो कि इन केस सपोज वर्स्ट टू वर्स्ट बिजनेस नहीं मिल पाता या मेंटेन नहीं कर पाते हैं, जो होगा सो देखेंगे।
दैट्स सी अगेन योर एबिलिटी टू टेक कैलकुलेटेड रिस्क, जो आप सोच समझ के रिस्क लेते हो, ये फिर से आपने दिखा दिया 2010 में। और फिर अभी उसके बाद अभी देखिए आप अभी आ गए, तो हम पिनाका के सामने खड़े हैं, तो आप अभी इसको ऐसे ये मैन्युफैक्चर करते हैं?
पिनाका के जितने अभी आज की तारीख में 4 वेरिएंट है। एक तो पिनाका 1 जी, पिनाका एनांस, एडीएम एंड पिनाका गाइडेड।
एरिया एडीएम इज एरिया डिनायल म्यूनिशन जी।
एंड पिनाका जो मेक 1 है वो बहुत लंबे समय से करीब 86 से ही ऑर्डिनेंस फैक्ट्री बना रही थी जी। हमने उनको बोला था कि भाई उसकी लाइफ 10 साल है, बिल्कुल, उसकी रेंज 37 किलोमीटर है जी। इसका इनॉग्रेशन क्रिस्टोफर साहब ने किया था, जो DGDRDO थे उस समय। बोला कि भाई आप कम से कम जब इसकी लाइफ 10 साल से 15 साल हो सकती है और इसकी रेंज 37 से 45 हो सकती है, तो आपको ये करना चाहिए। लेकिन क्योंकि यूजर नहीं चाहता था कि भाई हम इस वेरिएंट में जाना, तो इन्होंने DRDO ने काफ़ी कोशिश की, लेकिन 1 साल के बाद में उनके फाइनेंस डिपार्टमेंट ने बोला कि भाई जब यूजर नहीं बोल रहा है तो हम पैसा क्यों लगाना।
अच्छा।
तो देन
हाँ।
आई रिक्वेस्टेड टू क्रिस्टोफर साहब
हाँ।
कि वाट एवर एक्सपेंडिचर इज गोइंग ऑन, वी आर रेडी टू स्पेंड आवर ओन।
सो डेवलपमेंट में आपने अपना पैसा लगाया?
पूरा पूरा।
अच्छा।
इसी कंडीशन पे तो उन्होंने बोला करीब करीब इसमें मिनिमम 40 से 50 करोड़ रुपया का खर्चा है। हमने कहा कोई दिक्कत नहीं।
ओके।
हाँ, हमने वो राइटिंग में एग्रीमेंट किया। राइटिंग में उन्होंने बोला कि भाई आपको 100 150 160 रॉकेट बनाने पड़ेंगे। हमने कहा कोई दिक्कत नहीं।
ओके।
जो भी खर्चा होगा हम करेंगे, लेकिन ये देश के लिए अच्छा है तो ये होना चाहिए।
ओके।
तो फाइनली
तो ये कब की बात है? 2016 की बात है?
ये 2000 नहीं, ये 2000 ये क्रिस्टोफर
2015 या 16 की बात होगी?
2017-18।
17-18। अच्छा, ओके। वहाँ 15-16 में वो थे वहाँ पे। उसके बाद आपने ये करना शुरू किया। तो अभी तक आपने अपने कितने पैसे खर्च किए इस पे?
इस पे करीब हमने पिनाका एनास में करीब 45 करोड़, अबाउट 45-46 करोड़ रुपया
डेवलपमेंट के लिए। और अब
DRDO की टेक्नोलॉजी थी
जी,
पर उसका टोटल जो एक्सपेंडिचर वी हैव टू बेयर।
करेक्ट।
हाँ,
एग्जैक्टली। नहीं तो ये करने के बाद अभी आपके
आज ये सक्सेस हो गया।
बिल्कुल।
ट्रायल वैलिडेशन सब कुछ हो गया, टेंडर हो गया। अभी CNC टेंडर भी ओपन हो गया
जी।
अभी CNC वगैरह
चल रही है। इसका एक्सपोर्ट का कितना पोटेंशियल है?
एक्सपोर्ट का ह्यूज पोटेंशियल है, क्योंकि इस प्राइस में और ये जो इसके फीचर्स हैं, मुझे नहीं लगता कि बहुत सारी कंट्री के पास में ये प्रोडक्ट अवेलेबल होगा। तो मुझे लगता है कि ये फ्रेंडली कंट्री जितने भी हैं, आई थिंक they will be very interested in this thing, but once it is inducted in the our army,
yes,
then they get the more confidence,
right? Obviously, वो तो है, but I think you have also done something revolutionary in a way that आपने वो मल्टी मोड हैंड ग्रेनेड का डेवलपमेंट किया और आर्मी को सप्लाई भी किया आपने। कितने सप्लाई किया आपने?
हमने 10 लाख उनको हमको ऑर्डर मिला था
जी।
एक्चुअली इसको ऑर्डिनेंस फैक्ट्री करीब 86 से कर रही थी, ऑर्डिनेंस फैक्ट्री एंड DRDO TBRL, बट समहाउ वो जो उनका एक आर्मी का एक अपना जो स्पेसिफिक रिक्वायरमेंट था फ्यूज का 4 सेकेंड प्लस माइनस 0.5 सेकेंड,
ओके,
वो उनसे बन नहीं पा रहा था। तो जब TBRL से डॉक्टर मंजीत सिंह जी थे उस समय, तो उन्होंने हमसे कांटेक्ट किया। हमने कहा भाई हम कोशिश करते हैं। तो बोले कि आप बना लेंगे, लेकिन जरूरी नहीं कि हम आपको ही बिजनेस देंगे।
अच्छा।
हमने कहा कोई दिक्कत
इस कंडीशन पे हमने बनाया?
इस कंडीशन में।
ओके।
तो हमने कहा हमको कोई दिक्कत नहीं, बिजनेस कोई भी करे, क्योंकि ऑर्डिनेंस फैक्ट्री उस समय में अभी तक भी जो नॉर्म्स है, यदि ऑर्डिनेंस फैक्ट्री यदि अप्रूव नहीं करती है या वो डिनाई नहीं करती है, तो प्राइवेट सेक्टर में एमुनिशन आप नहीं बना सकते। तो इसीलिए उन्होंने बोला था। तो हमने कहा हमको कोई दिक्कत नहीं, ऑर्डिनेंस फैक्ट्री को हम दे देंगे।
अच्छा,
कोई दिक्कत नहीं है।
उस कंडीशन पे आपने शुरू किया?
हमने कहा हमको कोई कुल मिला के देश में होना चाहिए।
बिल्कुल। तो फिर आपने अभी तक कितने 10 लाख
हमको 10 लाख ऑलरेडी ऑर्डिनेंस फैक्ट्री के पास भी ऑर्डर था, 10 लाख हमको दिया था। तो 2 साल में सप्लाई करना था, लेकिन हमने 2 साल से पहले ही पूरा 10 लाख सप्लाई कर दिया। और सबसे बड़ी बात यह है कि जो आर्मी का अपना जो एक रिलायबिलिटी जो
फैक्टर होता है,
फैक्टर है जी, वो 95% था। और उसके अंदर भी कुछ रिलैक्सेशन थे जी। लेकिन जो हमने 10 लाख सप्लाई किया, वो एवरेज अबाउट 99% उसकी रिलायबिलिटीज।
That's wonderful। और मेरे ख्याल से 50-60 से ऊपर रिलायबिलिटी नहीं होती थी पहले।
हाँ, पहले जो ऑर्डिनेंस फैक्ट्री का था, बोलते हैं कि भाई मैक्सिमम 50 से 60% था।
करेक्ट।
और अपने आर्मी उसको चलाने के लिए डरती थी।
तो ये बहुत बड़ी बात है कि आपने आर्मी को ये सप्लाई किया।
रावत साहब बता रहे थे कि इसका किस्सा सुना रहे थे
जी,
कि भाई सामने 8 टेररिस्ट थे जी, और हमारे पास में 6 ये M36 थे। तो हमने वो 6 में से 5 फेंके, फिर छठा फेंका, 5 चले नहीं, एक चल गया तो कम से कम वो सब भग गए।
भाग
नहीं तो हमारी ये पोजीशन है कि शायद मैं आज
यहाँ नहीं होता। आप सीडीएस जनरल रावत, बिपिन रावत की बात कर रहे
जनरल बिपिन रावत
हैं, यहाँ आ चुके हैं
वो
वो।
आए, उन्होंने किस्सा सुना है
जी जी,
कि भाई हमारी ये इसका ये हकीकत
ये है। तो कितना बड़ा आपने कॉन्फिडेंस दिया है अभी आर्मी को। अगर ये रिलायबिलिटी इतनी है जैसे आप कह रहे हैं 99%, तो ये बहुत बड़ा कॉन्फिडेंस आता है ट्रूप्स के अंदर ये करने में।
हमको भी अभी लेकिन हमने टाइम से पहले सप्लाई कर दिया फरवरी 2023 में
जी।
लेकिन उसके बाद से अभी तक क्योंकि कोई ऑर्डर नहीं है तो इतने वर्कफोर्स, इतनी फैसिलिटी टोटली एल्डर,
बट फिर भी
जबकि ऑर्डिनेंस फैक्ट्री ने अभी तक मुझे पता चला कि भाई अभी 2 साल या अभी तक भी 2 साल के बाद भी हार्डली दे कुड सप्लाई द मैक्सिमम 2 लाख, 1.5 लाख और 2 लाख।
माय गॉड, तो मतलब 1/5 भी नहीं हुआ है पूरा कंप्लीट, अभी नहीं हुआ।
लेकिन अभी हम कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि भाई आर्मी कम से कम क्योंकि हमने इतना सब कुछ
सेटअप लगाया,
इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर लगाया
जी,
इतना मेन पावर है, तो कम से कम ये काम हो करके
जी। क्या हम वो फैसिलिटी देख सकते हैं?
हाँ बिल्कुल,
मल्टी मोड वाली। चलिए फिर वहाँ चलते हैं इसके बाद बिना। और फिर आपके अलग अलग और दूसरे जो प्रोडक्ट्स हैं जो आपके गैलरी में हमने देखे, उसके भी बारे में बात करेंगे। 30 mm में आप शायद कर रहे हैं एमिनेशन, उसके बारे में। तो ऐसा वहाँ से चलते हैं। तो ये क्या मल्टी मोड हैंड ग्रेनेड वाला?
हाँ, ये मल्टी मोड हेड ग्रेनेड का पूरा जो प्रोडक्शन है वो पूरा का पूरा ये हमारे इस बिल्डिंग के अंदर है।
तो जो आपने 10 लाख जो सप्लाई किए,
जो 10 लाख सप्लाई किए थे वो इसे यहीं पर।
तो देखें इसको।
हाँ बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, आप आइए। हाँ
अच्छा, ये पूरा ऑटोमेटेड है?
ये पूरा का पूरा ऑटोमेटेड है और बाकी की इसकी चेकिंग वगैरह ये पूरा का पूरा आप इसको
ये पूरा फुली ऑटोमेटिक सिस्टम है सर, एक्सरे का। इसमें जो भी कंपोनेंट या जो भी ग्रेनेड एमिनेशन जो भी बनता है उसका अंदर का पूरा एक्सरे होता है। जो कंपोनेंट उसमें है वो सारे इसमें शो होते हैं। और इसमें सर आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस लगाया गया है। ये ऑटोमेटिकली डिटेक्ट करके बताता है कि कंपोनेंट वेदर द ऑल द कंपोनेंट्स आर इनसाइड और नॉट,
एंड वेदर दे आर इन द एडिक्वेट क्वांटिटी और नॉट।
यस सर।
So this is the
मल्टी मोड हैंड ग्रेनेड सर।
Okay.
यस सर।
Okay.
मल्टी मोड मीन्स दिस इज
मल्टी मोड में देयर आर 2
डिफेंसिव एंड ऑफेंसिव।
So defensive means what?
डिफेंसिव मतलब अगर हम हमारे पास शेल्टर है, छुपने की जगह है, तो हम क्या करेंगे, उसको आक्रामक तरीके से थ्रो करेंगे। तो उसमें क्या है, एक्स्ट्रा छर्रे दिए हुए हैं इसमें, जिसमें हम छुप सकते हैं और सीधा एनिमी को ज़्यादा हार्म होगा। और एक है सर ऑफेंसिव मोड, जिसमें हम और एनिमी दोनों ओपन
सामने सामने
में, तो हम वो थ्रो करके
आमने
कम इफेक्ट में उसको ज़्यादा इफेक्ट होगा, हम भी सेफ रहेंगे।
अच्छा, तो ये जो आप जो कह रहे थे 5 या 6 सेकंड डिले वाला,
4 सेकंड
वाला डिले वाला, ये इसमें है?
ये इसके अंदर
ट्रायल और टेस्टेड है सर।
हाँ
4 सेकंड एग्जैक्टली 4 सेकंड में इसका टाइम आता है। तो
इसका वो दिखने में भी अच्छा लग रहा है।
हाँ मतलब हैंडी है
वो करने के लिए।
हाँ,
तो और ये उसकी वो सेफ्टी पिन वगैरह सब वो उसमें
100 ये इसमें सर एक साथ 5 सेफ्टी दी है।
अच्छा,
ये इकलौता ऐसा हैंड ग्रेनेड है वर्ल्ड का जिसमें 5 सेफ्टी दी है।
ओह, अच्छा,
ये 2 मोड के लिए है सर।
ओह,
ये डिफेंसिव लगाने के बाद में, नहीं तो ये ऑफेंसिव।
सिंपल ऐसे फायर करेंगे,
इसको निकाल के इसको फायर कर।
यस,
आई सी।
इजी टू हैंडल है। अगर देख रहे हैं कि हमारे पास शेल्टर है तो हम इसको लगाएंगे और ज़्यादा
ओके
इफेक्टिव है।
वंडरफुल।
यस
सो यहाँ पे पूरा वो जो 10 लाख यहाँ
पूरा का पूरा यही।
और ये एक्सरे,
ये एक्सरे पूरा का पूरा, ये हर पीस को भी ईच एंड एवरी पीस वी हैव चेक्ड हियर बाय एक्सरे।
आई सी।
हाँ,
ओके, सो दैट मींस
ये सारा दिख रहा है सर प्रोफाइल आपको। जितना 10 लाख ग्रेनेड हमने इंडियन
इसके
आर्मी को
through?
दिया है,
हाँ।
वो सारे 10 लाख ग्रेनेड एक एक पीस यहाँ पर चेक हुआ है।
ओके, सो मतलब क्वालिटी कंट्रोल इज
क्वालिटी कंट्रोल, ट्रेसेबिलिटी बोलिए आप, कोई भी ग्रेनेड उठा के बोलेंगे इसका क्या है, क्या पैरामीटर है, अंदर हम दिखा सकते हैं।
इट्स इन कंप्यूटर ऑलरेडी आपके पास रखा हुआ है।
यस,
ये रखा हुआ।
ये 15 साल तक हमारा
रिकॉर्ड है,
सेल्फ लाइफ है और रिकॉर्ड है।
तो ये फिर आपने ये वाली टेक्नोलॉजी कहाँ से ली?
ये हमने अपने से
अपने
डेवलप की है ये। हाँ,
ओके,
ताकि क्योंकि कितना भी हो यदि प्रोडक्ट यदि डिफेक्टिव है तो डेफिनेटली हमारे लिए भी और यूज़र के लिए भी दोनों के लिए ठीक नहीं है। तो कितना क्वालिटी वाइज कितना स्ट्रॉन्ग हो सकता है, क्योंकि हमारी जो क्वालिटी डेट इज़ द सेफ्टी एंड दिस थिंग ऑफ द आर्मी
एंड द सोल्जर्स। हाँ बिल्कुल, सैनिकों के लिए तो बहुत वो
हाँ।
मायने रखता है।
जी सर।
वंडरफुल सर,
हाँ।
बहुत अच्छा लगा। क्वालिटी इतनी, मतलब आप क्वालिटी और सेफ्टी का जितना ध्यान रखते हैं उससे पता चलता है कि कितना ये है। तो ये आपकी व्यूइंग गैलरी है
ये गेम गैलरी है।
जी।
और वो कभी समटाइम्स many VIPs if they have no time, so just we can
We
show our
show
product.
them all the products together. ये क्या है?
This is the 125 kg air bomb.
Okay.
So now government is promoting R&D in private industry.
Okay.
We are already inside that.
Already.
This is the first R&D outcome. This project have been given to us under Make 2.
Okay.
Make 2 means where the private industry will
Yes.
invest from
Their own pocket, yes.
After the successful completion of the development, production order is assured.
Okay.
This particular 125 kg bomb is in Mark 81 configuration. Mark 81 configuration is a NATO standard.
I see.
This bomb can go to a Russian aircraft also and NATO aircraft also.
Okay.
So this bomb is in two versions. One is which is produces a blast. Another is it produces fragmentation.
Both, I see.
So two versions both have been designed. It has undergone all performance testing at TBR at Chandigarh.
Okay.
And all qualification testing, partially here, partially at RCI, and partially at Pune.
Right.
When there were only two tests, that it needs to adapt it to the two aircraft.
Yeah, for the carriage, undercarriage.
Then a safe separation, and then when it has to be dropped, it should go pit drop on there. Say. So with Sukhoi, it has successfully undergone last week.
Okay.
And with Mirage 2000, that bomb was not available at KST at Bangalore.
Right.
Next week, that trials are up. Air bomb is one vertical where EL is investing a huge amount of money. This is a 125 kg. This is our own bomb.
Correct.
Then 250 kg, 500 kg are the TOT from ARD, DRDO, ARD.
Right.
Then now there is a requirement of a 1000 kg bomb also.
Oh, I see.
So user has asked since is because the air chief was here. So they have seen our capability. You know, they have asked us whether we can develop 1000 kg bomb also. Okay. Why not? Air bomb is one vertical.
Right.
We are going to invest.
ऐसे तो ये अभी ये तो आपका और एक प्रोडक्ट है।
प्रोपल्शन सिस्टम,
हाँ।
जैसे इसमें ये पिनाका रॉकेट में प्रोपल्शन सिस्टम
Right.
लगा हुआ है।
हाँ।
तो प्रोपल्शन सिस्टम बहुत सारी चीज़ों में लगता है। ये एक RTRS है,
Right.
रेल ट्रैक रॉकेट सेलेक्ट फिजिक्स, TBR है,
Okay.
जहाँ पे आप विदाउट एक्चुअली गोइंग फॉर ए फ्लाइट यू कैन सिमुलेट द सेम फ्लाइट कंडीशन ऑन टू द ग्राउंड
Okay.
एंड देन रिकवर।
I see.
ठीक है, तो उसके लिए वो वेलोसिटी देने के लिए
अच्छा, अच्छा।
मतलब वो मोर देन मैक 1 सुपरसोनिक स्पीड वहाँ दी जा सकती है।
Mach
तो
1.2
उसके लिए ये रॉकेट मोटर
Okay.
ये डेवलप किया,
I see.
तो वहाँ ये यूज होता है।
हाँ हाँ। इसका नहीं है। So what is this now?
This is like we have a lot of unmanned aerial systems which are coming for attacking us. So this is we have several methods to neutralize the UAVs.
Right.
There are some soft kill methods like jamming the navigation, but mostly the attack drones they come autonomously.
Yes.
Or before attacking they cut all the communication so that nobody can jam.
Correct.
So the hard kill option is the option which has been used successfully.
Right.
So we have made a micro missile which works the whole thing as a weapon system. We have the radars
Right.
which will detect which direction its target is coming. Then we have an electro-optic tracking system which will pinpoint visually also, because we have two sensors.
Right.
The radar tells there is an object.
Correct.
Imaging tells what is that object. And then
So that correct identification is
correct
required.
identification is required. Then there is an artificial intelligence working on it.
Right.
That it's really a drone, or I am detecting commercial aircraft, or I am detecting something else.
Okay.
So that complete command control intelligence center we are completely building into
I
it.
see. Okay.
That takes a decision autonomously and fires a missile. There are 64 missiles,
Okay.
micro missiles on the same launcher. It takes a decision
Right.
when to launch on which target to launch. There can be up to 15 targets in air simultaneously.
Okay.
It identifies each target, gives that cue to the missile.
Right.
Missile does its own computation for trajectory generation. It launches vertically and takes a turn towards the target.
And homes on too.
Homes onto it.
Okay.
And it also carries a small explosive, so that if it's nearby also
It can fragment, blast and fragment.
and that will also destroy.
Wonderful. I don't think there's any such thing available anywhere.
System available in the world of
Right.
this class. We have in Hyderabad office, we have built all the design centers,
Excellent.
all the facilities, simulation system, all hardware, lab simulation, everything is in place.
Okay.
So everything is in-house and completely developed in-house.
Wonderful.
Avionics, software.
वंडरफुल. ये आपकी खासियत है, मैं आपको कॉन्ग्रेचुलेट करना चाहता हूँ कि आप R&D में कितना पैसा डाल रहे हैं. ये प्राइवेट सेक्टर में बहुत कम लोग डालते हैं.
R&D में देखिए, जहाँ तक R&D का सवाल है, we don't have any limitation. Whatever required, we never think about this. Whatever investment is going on.
Right. That is wonderful. I mean, that is. I think they will be happy to have that support.
The support is phenomenal. Lot of freedom, and that's how the systems come up.
Exactly. Innovation also can come up from there. Like that. So wonderful.
As regard this R&D, definitely we don't have any particular fund, but whatever the system or whatever the product you have to develop, we don't
We'll
have
give
any
it.
limit.
Then. तो इसके लिए मैं आपको कॉन्ग्रेचुलेट करना चाहता हूँ और थैंक यू, आपने इतना सब कुछ दिखाया एंड आई थिंक इंडिया इज लकी दैट यू आर हियर एंड यू हैव द विजन टू डू समथिंग. सो थैंक यू वेरी मच फॉर होस्टिंग अस एंड गिविंग अस दिस अपॉर्चुनिटी टू गो थ्रू एंड होपफुली यू विल बिकम बिगर देन व्हाट यू आर ऑलरेडी. थैंक यू.
Thank you so much.
Namaskar. Namaskar. Thank you. So for the next episode of On the Shop Floor series, I'll be traveling to Hyderabad to meet and interact with founders of Zen Technologies, Kishore and Ashok Atluri. I'm at Zen Technologies, a Hyderabad-based military training solutions provider, as well as a company that has now got into counter-drone solutions for not just the Indian military, but also militaries across the world. And with me are the Atluri brothers, Kishore and Ashok. Kishore is the president of the company and Ashok, of course, is the chairman and managing director. And both of them are co-founders of this company, which has completed 30 years in June 2023. So let me begin by asking, when you founded this company, what was the vision with which this company was formed?
The vision was that we want to, one thing is about self-sufficiency. How do we become self-sufficient was the thing, you know. We used to import forever. And the second point was that, you know, the training in those days, the training was only done in the ranges. So how do we replace the range training, because the ranges were disappearing? How do we do the training in virtual environment and the training with increased efficiency? So number one, self-sufficiency. Number two, the vision that the training is a key part of the thing. So these two were our objectives, that, you know, we want to be really self-sufficient in the field of military training.
But how did you home on to this particular aspect? Did you do something before this? Had you had any other business before this, or how did you home on to this idea?
Yeah, we were in IT, doing networks and software development and stuff like that. And later there was a problem, which we repaired a imported system by the Indian Army, which the company went bust outside, and this was not irreparable. So the task was given as a small task, and we overcame that thing. We repaired the whole thing, and then young days, guns and other things are very exciting and all, and we saw that we can actually give a lot of value in training by enhancing the efficiency, skill, as well as lowering the cost. That was the prime motive, and then of course we had a vision that one day we'll become at least a world leader in this particular training solutions.
You started this in way back in 1993, right? And that time the Indian military was a closed entity, if I can call it, MOD, Ministry of Defense. What about the police forces, or how did you get a breakthrough, or even the first order, if you can recount that, either one of you?
So, we actually were frustrated because everybody believed that this is a good product, but we never got the order. So the challenge was that, how do we do it? And every time we were taking the weapon and coming back, it used to cost us, tens of thousands of rupees, 20, 30. And in those days, that was a huge. So, finally, Kishore came up with a brilliant idea that, let us just give it to the National Police Academy, where all the police people keep coming in. Which is in Hyderabad.
Yes.
So we went and installed it there, and they would. Our biggest problem was, the challenge was, they would ask, do you have a reference site where people are using it, where you have sold and using it? Actually, technically, that would they were. But we started telling police guys, yes, we have one installed in National Police Academy, and fortunately, Delhi police took the cue and they said, if NPA has bought, why shouldn't we buy it? And they bought Delhi police.
Okay, so the first order was from Delhi police.
Delhi police.
I see.
Delhi Armed Police.
We
supplied that. It is in the north of Delhi.
Right.
That was the first order.
Okay.
And then when we installed that National Police Academy, the Delhi Armed Commissioner over there at that time, he inquired, how is the system, is it beneficial and all. And National Police Academy gave a very positive report.
Right.
Based on which they placed an order on
Okay.
us. And then we kept on improving the system. And then we had a PATSER fund and all, then where we made our a system which was on par with the foreign systems, which they were planning to buy at that particular time.
Right. So also you have two brothers. It's a family concern now, or an entity. It's become a public company over the years, publicly listed on Bombay Stock Exchange. But what are the synergies that you bring in? What are the skills that you have, and which works as a synergy together?
On a very broad level, I take care of the finance and the operations, and Kishore takes care of the marketing and the sales effort.
And the development, who does that?
R&D, Kishore all involved.
So I envisage a product.
Okay.
What should be given after
Right.
talking to different people, traveling abroad and all. Then Mr. Ravi is also there, who is the director R&D.
Right.
So together we come out with the actual plan of
Right.
developing this one and how it will be useful for the forces and all.
Right.
Then we take input from a lot of people, and once we really believe and we have got a good rationale behind of it about the market size and the development capability and the skill we have,
Right.
then we go on with developing these products.
So from the firing simulators, or for the small arms firing simulator and others, you have graduated to various other simulators. Like we are standing here around the driving simulators.
Yeah.
Explain what these are.
So these are the driving simulators, which will have a full 6-DOF motion platform and around, I think, 120 degrees of screen.
Okay.
And it will train the people in basic skills as well as advanced skills like convoy driving, hill terrain driving. All those things the army would-be drivers can practice on this one.
I see.
So these are for that. So they wanted realism in their controls and everything.
Right.
So these are the cabins which we take it from the OEM.
Okay.
And the OEM cabins are fitted on top of the...
So these are real cabins which would be on a normal truck also.
Yes,
Yeah,
exactly.
right.
Exactly. And all the controls which are there, those controls generally in simulation, what happens, it is not moving.
Right.
In the real vehicle, it's actually moving. So
Actually.
I have to convert all the controls and all to mimic the vehicle dynamics,
Right.
which are mathematically modeled.
Okay.
And then they are given to the motion cues through the motion platform.
Right.
And the visuals and vision cues, you get it through the various projection systems and other things.
Okay. So you also simulate, if I remember seeing it at one of the DEF Expos, simulate different seasons.
Yeah.
So rainy season, snow, hill driving, all
Yeah.
that. So how do you do that?
So we have nowadays you have engines, okay, and we use one of the engines over there where it gives you a 3D projection of a particular scenario.
Right.
So these are geotypical or geospecific scenarios.
Okay.
And we also build all the buildings, the vegetations, and all those things, and then the environmental conditions. What you said. Suppose I would like to create the wind effects,
Right.
and how the effects of the wind is on the equipment.
Sure.
That is also felt through the mathematical modeling and all, and the people they have to take corrective measures on that.
But let me sort of move from there to the marketing aspect of it. Now, of course, Zen is, and tell us, like, what is the market size? I mean, not market size, your company's size, financial position, market capitalization wise.
So market cap, we are about 6,500 crores.
Okay.
So, it keeps fluctuating plus or minus 500
Right.
crores. And in terms of turnover, this year we are expecting between 450 to 500 crores.
Okay.
And next year we will expecting it almost double of this. So, and the profitability is reasonably good because our exports are very, very rewarding, the export market that we have. So, yeah, this is the total thing. Yeah.
So, no, why I asked you that was that comparing it to other companies worldwide or even in the South Asian region or Indian subcontinent, how are you placed, Zen Technologies?
So in simulation, when you look at the foreign markets, the simulation to regular training is 80 to 20. In our case, it is 5 to 95%.
That is 5% is simulation.
Simulation and 95%. You're not even 5%. I'm exaggerating a bit there.
Right.
So so the market cap and the turnover of those companies are very, very high.
Right.
Even though again, in terms of quality, the product that Zen offers is way superior to what the foreigners are offering.
Sure.
But foreign companies are offering. But now when this switch is happening now with the new framework that they have issued, that mandating the use of simulators.
Right.
We think it will slowly go towards 8%, maybe next 3 to 5 years. And we have seen even a chief of army saying it has just started.
Yes.
And even though we got a 1,000 crore order, we know it just started. So tens of thousands of crores of demand is still there. I think when we move, we will become larger than them. They are a couple of $1 billion. Some are as big as $5 billion. So I think we should be overtaking them sometime.
Right. So in India, there is really no similar company in that sense of training solutions. Really.
Yeah, so again, the point is somehow not many companies in India have self-funded their research,
Right.
their R&D. They waited to be funded by DRDO. They waited for funding from some source.
Right.
But putting in your own money when the payoff period is many years away is something not many companies have dared to do. Fortunately, we had that ability to take risk. Somebody says, had we done something else, probably would have been much bigger company. But the reality is, fortunate. We feel very proud that we invested in the indigenizing the cutting edge technologies. As you know, now we have more than 160 patents that we have applied, and last year we granted 15 patents. We are all cutting edge technologies. So we are really an IP kind of a company.
So yeah, so that I think the IP thing is clearly, but obviously it's a passion. Otherwise, you don't normally do it because Indian company are always signaled out by a lot of government officials that they don't put in enough money into R&D, and therefore DRDO has to be there, government has to do it. What makes your company different in the sense of the IDDM product that you normally do, and what is the kind of support you get from the military on this?
No, see, very recently, after Mr. Modi's government has come in, there have been a dramatic change.
Okay.
And a push to Atmanirbharta,
Right.
and the Make in India and all. Especially you would know when Mr. Manohar Parrikar
Yes.
was also inclined to this particular concept.
Right.
And he created this Buy Indian IDDM, indigenously designed, developed and manufactured.
Correct.
As a first and default category for buying this.
Procurement.
Procurement and all.
Right.
In spite of that, and if you see the DAP, single vendor is allowed.
Right.
We put in so much of research into this one. We are generally, based on the requirements, we are usually result in single vendor.
Right.
But in spite of that, there is a inherent resistance. How can only one be there?
Right.
But if at all you remember, one of the conversation, even Mr. Manohar Parrikar said there is only one customer,
Right.
and you want 3 people.
Yeah.
So he was quite aware of the
Yes,
problems
he
which
himself
were
was
happening
very
and all.
aware, yeah.
So that is one challenge also we are facing,
you have.
that no, we want to develop, and when we are very good, you are definitely one.
Right.
And then we will have to fight the
Okay.
other things and all. So this is where we are now currently.
But I think now the equation between private companies and military end users has also changed dramatically. If I see it from my perspective, that there's a lot of more interaction, a lot more discussions. They tell you what products they need. I suppose ADB has made a difference.
The sea of change.
Yeah.
So when we had entered, it was very difficult to interact with the army personnel.
Right.
Now they are more open. They tell their problems to the private industry,
Right.
what we need to develop and all. And that too, they are the policy itself encourages the Indian products to be taken and all.
Right.
And another great part was the push on the exports.
Okay.
Previously, whenever we used to go out,
Right.
being a private company, we didn't have much of a support from the embassies and the attaches and all.
Right.
Now that has changed dramatically. Now they want us to promote the exports and all.
I think they have really cracked, they have understood the code. Now the army officers also, they know that, if we buy, number one, they know that, in any field in a country, there cannot be more than one player. When worldwide there are 3 or 4 players, how can India have 3?
Right.
So that thing they are coming over, some very old-minded mind have that, but typically no. And second thing is they know that if we actually have one which is meeting these requirements and we buy from them, they will be able to export.
Sure.
And export is complete foreign revenue for us.
Correct.
So they are in the view that, we not only are we creating a great champion within India, we will make it a global champion. So that support is coming, and as this thought process is going on, the MEA and the military, the government is actually pushing, please do exports. So this is almost kind of a virtual cycle which is spiraling into making India as a real manufacturing and R&D hub for in defense.
Yeah, which is what I think the Prime Minister had said, that make in India for the world is something that you are focused on. So how's the export market?
So, so again, initial years we used to be, we were never really entertained by the embassies and all that for export.
Right.
promotion.
No, but even otherwise, when
Yeah.
now you're based, I mean, you're constantly traveling to the Middle East, to Africa.
So there is, first of all, there is acceptance of India as a defense vendor.
Right.
So that's a sea change again. And the second thing is there is a lot of demand, and they are willing to engage with Indian vendors, and we think that the two areas, again, when we look at the macro situation, either in Armenia or in Ukraine, Russia, or in Middle East, we see all these conflicts are, moving around 2 factors.
Right.
One is the counter-drone situation, and the second is the lack of preparedness.
Okay.
I may say I have Iron Dome, I have this, but for 6 hours, people come in hand gliders and take over the country or part of the country.
Right.
So we know that this is lack of preparedness.
Right.
And and the counter drone system, these two, we are in the sweet spot that both these are being demanded by the customer, especially foreign.
Yeah, foreign customers. But I see it something interesting. What is this? Because I can see the driving simulators, but what is this actually? If you can go around.
So this is under this one. I would suggest that we'll actually show you the
thing.
but
this is
I just wanted to basically,
briefly,
just to give a thing.
This is a containerized range.
Okay.
In India, there's a severe shortage of ranges.
Okay.
So what we have done is the smart thing.
Right.
So we have created a 40-foot container. Now suppose somebody wants to fire a 100-meter target. So we have got a target which is projected onto a particular screen.
At the end of the
of the tunnel.
Okay.
Okay, and once they are projected, they are sized in such a way that whenever you see from the open sides, you feel that this target is at 100 meters.
Okay.
Okay. Now we have sensors all around.
Right.
So as you fire on that one, there is a firing point equipment besides the firer,
Right.
who can actually see where exactly he has hit.
Sure.
Whereas in the conventional one, people go and fire like 5 bullets, and then they go run 100 meters or 200 meters.
Yeah, they have to go and see it there. Yeah.
Then they measure it, then they note it down, then they come back.
Right.
So there is no immediate feedback
to
correct. Here every bullet I can correct, I know where it has exactly hit and all.
That's right.
And that too because everything is but through the sensors and all, when we calculated, it is in 1/5 of the time. A company of size of 100, 120 can complete their complete annual range course within 1 day, which usually takes 5 days.
Oh,
That's
wow.
the kind of saving you have. In
Yes,
this.
and also a lot of analysis goes on. In
Exactly.
this.
All the analysis, what mistakes he's committing, all those things are also captured. And this can be put in anything. Like if you see the airport in Delhi, those people would have traveled 140 kilometers every day.
Right.
So that they are doing in their basement now. So like that, a lot of people are showing great interest in this.
So you have supplied a lot of them.
Yeah,
to-
we have supplied many of these systems, not only 511GR, and many of the people, everybody is practicing on this only,
Okay.
which is recorded,
Yeah.
and they know the analysis and how much training to be given and all.
Right.
So huge saving, and inside your own units you can have these things and all.
Yeah.
And a similar thing we also have where we have combined a complete simulator with this one, so you can have tactical situations.
Okay.
So infantry school, army has already tried and tested out,
Okay.
and they wanted to buy, but there was some other problem which got stalled. No?
But this is transportable.
So this is transportable.
Okay.
It is comfortably transportable. That we have got patents for the BCT collecting the bullets and all at the end.
Even for the whole system, we have.
Okay.
The whole system.
Right. So this actually changes the whole dynamic of training in a way for the army. And now that the old style firing ranges are becoming tougher and tougher to operate, and state governments are pushing back.
Yeah. So another point is this: sir, हमारे पास range जाने का time कहाँ है?
Exactly.
So now we are getting the range to them.
Exactly. So you're actually taking the system itself to their own location.
Yeah, own location.
Like that. So you have a driving simulator or several driving simulators, but these are only driving for vehicles.
Yeah.
You also have something similar for others.
Yeah, we have covered the A vehicles, the tanks,
Right.
the BMPs.
Uh-huh.
Okay, we got both the crew gunnery as well as the driving training.
Right.
So, if at all you can classify, we have got three parts to this one. We have got the virtual simulators,
Right.
where I completely create an environment of the equipment.
Right.
Really, that means you require the haptics and other things, and all the feel of that one
Yeah,
should be
okay.
exactly the same.
Right.
Then I have the visuals where I create the environment where people feel that as if they are actually in a battle kind of a conditions and all.
Okay.
And the technical training, like know how well they, whenever a target comes, and how do they communicate among themselves.
Right.
So now what we have done is we have connected all the virtual simulators in a network.
Okay.
So you can have a tactical battle of say a combat team.
Okay.
Okay, and they have everybody, they can be at the same place in a network or they can be dispersed geographically. So they will see that terrain as if everybody is in the same terrain.
Right.
And we have got AI characters where they will fire back at them.
Okay.
You can fire back, then the complete analysis is done based on the kind of plan they had, mission plan. So mission plan to execution to after action review, everything can be done in the virtual simulators.
Okay.
Now we also after that, we have something called a live simulation. In the live simulation, you use your original equipment,
Right.
you use your blank rounds wherever
Right.
possible, and then you go and conduct a battle, force on force training
Right.
in the real terrain.
Oh, I see.
Okay, so suppose you got some field firing ranges.
Right.
Over there you got lot of training equipment. So there can be a squadron of tank along with a combat team
Sure.
trying to do a battle scenario with the original equipment in the same terrain.
Right.
So now when they fire, okay, a laser pulse goes, it's sensed over there, and it is all fitted with GPS and radio transmission of their communications, everything. In an exercise control center, they can actually see the progress of complete battle, and they can do the analysis of that one. There also is the same concept. You prepare for a battle, you do the mission plan, then go and execute it and do the after action review and continue that cycle.
Okay. So it gets feedback loop is complete.
Complete, always.
Okay. So, so that tells me that obviously export market is a huge opportunity. You've been traveling to Africa and other places and even maybe the US. What is the response? I mean, are there similar equipment which is based on simulators? Are they using it like this? Is there a demand in these countries?
So, I think there's a huge demand in Africa, Middle East and other countries. And what we discovered recently was that Kishore had gone to US and there was a live demonstration. And
Live demonstration from here?
From US, we were doing a live beaming up from the
From
demo
here?
center.
Okay.
So it was between 8 p.m. and 4 a.m. we were doing the demo, live demo.
It was night here.
Yeah,
It was
yeah.
night here.
So
Okay.
two things they were shocked about. One thing was that they have a list of products for the next 5 years. One of them was of the many, one of them was a containerized tank simulator.
I see.
They want to fund that and do it.
Right.
And then we were actually, Kishore was surprised. He said, listen, we have it for the past 15 years. The Indian Army is using it.
I see.
And then they saw and they were flabbergasted.
Yeah.
They said, listen, you should come and try to push a deal with us here.
Right.
So we are looking forward to the US market.
Okay.
And the second thing is, they were shocked the commitment. How is your team awake in the night? So, and that's like a walk in the park for us, So, I think this is an exciting time for Zen as an international company to going into European and American markets.
Right.
Of course, again, in terms of quality, we are superior. In the worst case, we are equal to them.
Right.
But in markets like Africa, they are not served at all. So that's a very Africa, Middle East, CIS are the countries that we see very high exploding growth rate happening.
Right, absolutely. We'll take a break at this point. I think we are. What else are you going to show us after this? Because you've talked about the containerized simulator being there or the firing range being there. You also have the other two, I suppose, things that we have. The other simulators, the firing simulators also there.
Yeah.
You can show us all that, right?
Yeah, so we will do a demonstration of the products that we have, the range of products that we have, some of the products.
Right.
Because the whole range is very huge.
Okay.
So we'll show you some of the products, and you will get a feel about, what our solutions are about.
Exactly.
And, some of the products that are still under production here,
I need to take a break here, but don't go anywhere. I am in conversation with the Atluri brothers, who own and run Zen Technologies, one of the futuristic and a currently technologically far superior training provider to not just the Indian military but militaries across the world. So don't go anywhere. Kishore Atluri is going to show me how to training simulator works, and that's where we are going to go up there.
So this is one of the ALS driving simulator over here.
Right.
So we have got a 6-DOF motion platform.
Okay.
So when you're driving a vehicle, if you're going on a road,
Yeah.
okay, so road might be curvy, bumpy, it can be in a place in a rural area.
Right.
So the vehicle behaves in a different way. The motion cues what you get,
Okay.
they are different. So I'm trying to simulate the motion of the vehicle perceives
Right.
based on the scenario what he is going.
Okay.
So that a person gets, suppose he is going on a bump, he
Right.
knows that how much of bump he will get when he does and what kind of a speed he should go at.
Right.
So this is over here.
I see.
Then we got an instructor console. Here in this one, you get whatever controls is there. It's a replica of the controls over there.
So this is the scenarios being shown here.
This is a scenario.
Okay.
He is going in a rural area and all.
Right.
It is a realistic scenario with the trees, vegetations, and here this is the rear view mirror
Okay.
of that
Of
one.
this one.
Yeah.
Okay.
So here we have got projector where we create a 120-degree field of view.
Right.
So he can see wherever he is going over there. And all.
Okay.
And then if at all you want to go up,
Yeah.
you can also see.
Why don't you? Both of
Yeah.
us will go up there.
Yeah, here you can see the controls of all the complete vehicle and all.
Right.
And he gets the same feeling while he's driving and all. So the motion platform, the views.
So he also is actually the motion platform is giving him the vehicular
Yeah.
movement.
Absolutely, absolutely.
So he has a brake and he has a thing.
All the things, ABC and all. So now I'm creating an environmental condition like rain, snow, thunderstorms, and all those things can be created.
Okay, great. Thanks. And you said you have something similar for tanks also.
Yeah. So I'll just show
I see.
you
Okay.
of that.
Right.
So here is a firearms training simulator. Would you like to?
We'll do this later. Let's finish the tank and BMP.
Yeah. So here is a T90 tank driving simulator.
Okay.
Okay, so the army published a tender way back in 2012-13,
Right.
and they wanted a complete system with full motion tank driving simulator.
Okay.
So here we have replicated the internals of the complete tank.
This is a driving
Cabin.
area, cabin.
This is a driver
of
cabin.
the-
Yeah, the driver can just get into that one.
Right.
On the top is their periscope through which they see.
Yeah.
So we have the visuals projected behind it, so he can see that particular terrain over there.
Right.
So as he moves, you can see the motions of this one.
Okay.
Now, the infrastructure is a major problem. They can buy the simulator.
Sure.
But how do they build the infrastructure to house the simulator?
Correct.
So we suggested that how about keeping this whole thing in a container?
Right.
Now this is a self-contained 17 odd feet container,
Right.
which goes and fits directly onto a ALS.
Which is
Ashok
the
Leyland
Ashok
Stallion,
Leyland
which is
Stallion.
a standard
Right.
stock with them.
Yes.
Fits on that one. They can take it wherever they want, and they can continue the training on that.
Okay.
Okay, and they are so happy with this training. Okay, they always keep quoting. A lot of officers also I meet,
Right.
especially from our customer service, they're extremely happy and all.
Right.
And that's the reason they keep on giving the annual maintenance contract of this to us only.
Naturally.
So,
But it's got a lot of technology here in the sense it's air conditioned first of all.
Yes.
Basically, you got everything self-contained. You have a control unit, right? Is that's the control unit.
So this is the instructor station.
Uh-huh.
Again, if you see, here you got all the controls mapped.
Right.
Whatever action he takes and
Okay.
however the control takes, I can capture that one.
Right.
This is the terrain in a desert kind of a terrain,
Right.
semi-desert kind
Naturally,
of a terrain. On
yeah.
the top one is the view the driver is seeing.
Getting, yes.
Here is for the instructor to change the thing. This is the scenario builder.
Okay.
We can build a training scenario
Sure.
and load it over there.
Right.
Then of course I got these graphic computers and other things over here. It's totally air conditioned.
Right.
So you can just close the door.
And like you
it's
said, you
totally-
can transport it from one place to the
they,
other.
they do that.
Anyway.
In fact, nowadays, whenever they're going for the actual driving also,
Uh-huh.
so they first do it on this one
Right.
and then they go on to the actual training.
Right.
Towards this is the gunnery simulator.
This is the firing,
Firing
unit
one.
of the tank.
These two we connected and all the three crew,
Okay.
the commander, gunner and the driver,
Right.
they become one entity and these like that, I can connect multiple of things so
Right.
the whole squadron can be trained.
The question here is that how do you collect the requirements? I mean,
Yeah.
obviously you have some lot of ex-servicemen, veterans coming and giving you the thing. So is that the strength of the company to have a lot of ex-servicemen working with you?
So I would definitely say one thing is that we have failed and succeeded also in developing products.
Yeah.
So I would say that our guys are completely oblivious to failure. So if they give you a task, they don't know whether it is possible or not theoretically, but practically they achieve any damn
I
thing.
see.
The second thing is that the ustads who are there actually, they
Right.
have very good understanding about the training,
Sure.
the method and all that.
Right.
And we have seen that these guys are kind of, sir, जैसे झटका है recoil, sir झटका कम नहीं है, ज़्यादा नहीं है इसमें और थोड़ा बढ़ाइए इसे. Whereas the sophisticated or higher
Engineers, yeah.
officer will say, boss, because of this, not so much of impact, or some visual is not, sir, ठीक तरह नहीं दिख रहा है. This guy will come and tell, technical guy will tell to a higher level police officer, sorry, army officer, sir, because the polygons are restricted to 1 million polygons per second, it is not possible. So the ustad says, listen, this doesn't look like that.
Yeah.
And these guys have to go and rework the polygons and whatever and produce something they like.
Okay.
So we have seen that this combination of people who are dedicated trainers, like the ustads,
Yeah.
very class, and our team who are really passionate about
Software,
making products that the
developers and
government.
otherwise, huh.
So that combination has worked very well for us.
Right.
Yeah.
So, like I can see easily that you have divided your responsibilities.
Yeah.
Kishore looks after the technology, and your other partner is also part of the R&D. I mean, this company has grown so much. What are the next steps that you're looking at from the learnings that you've already had? Not just increasing business, but any new products that you're looking at. We haven't spoken much about counter drones.
Yeah.
You've just got into it, if I remember.
Yeah. We got an order also from the Air Force, which we have delivered 25 numbers, and based on that one, they're working. They're given additional 25 systems order.
Okay.
It was not a repeat order. They changed the specifications, so we
Right.
qualified in that. Then Army also has given a few more orders.
Right.
So that is again from the ground up. The software, the hardware design,
Right.
and the qualification. Everything is in-house.
Right.
So we have developed everything from the ground up and all. So I got a RF detector which will detect any communication
Right.
by the telemetry and other things and all. And we also have a GNSS jammer.
Right.
So and then the radar. In case it becomes autonomous and all, my radar can pick up. And there's a command control center where people can see other things. And we also have some little bit of AI in that.
Right.
The system keeps learning
Okay.
as it keeps operating over there.
Oh, I see. So that is a new next step that you've taken.
So a counter drone system is something that has started working in 2018, and we were launched. It was a 5-year program, but fortunately, government pushed us to do it in 3 years, and we were able to do it. But the other areas of operation is, we at present are looking at, getting into naval and air force side also if we get good opportunity.
Oh, so far it was not a major focus.
Yeah, that was not a focus at all. So we were mostly focused on land forces only, similar military training, and then we are looking at for the export market in a big way. What all can we do in the export market?
Yes.
And in terms of products, again, we are tying up with OEMs and all that for the future platforms that are required. That we are going in a big way in that.
Right. So we have done the gunnery, we have done the driving for tanks, BMP. What is that?
That is a zoo.
Okay.
23 simulator.
This is a very old gun that they used to have.
This is a Russian origin
Aircraft.
gun.
Yeah.
Usually with the army AD.
Right.
So we have replicated the complete gun.
Okay.
Okay, and you've got a curved screen.
And how do you manage to do that? Because that's a question a lot of people will have.
Yeah, so we had some support from the user.
Right.
So he said that they wanted this particular gun and all for training. And then we went there, took the measurements. We also got a lot of inputs. What are the rate of fire, how it fires,
Right.
And what are the drills, especially on the technical aspect, a gunner and his crew has to do. All those things we captured, and then we have built this whole system.
So now they can actually simulate an anti-aircraft operation.
Yeah. So you can have the aircraft flying over there, and these people targeting, and the
Can we
future.
have that demo here?
Yeah. So now you have seen how difficult
Yes.
is it to fire at the aircraft.
Correct.
With this
I know,
one.
because with that kind of coordination
Extremely
is required.
difficult.
Yeah.
So just imagine how many bullets one has to fire.
Right.
So here we can become
Continue
very close.
to do the
Yes.
training, and there is no bullet wastage.
Exactly.
The cost is also minimized.
Yeah, minimized.
Cost is completely minimized. So this is also got inducted?
No,
also
not yet. So we have yet to go for that trial. So we
Right.
have got a similar thing for the L70.
Okay.
So that has been trial evaluated, and we are waiting. It was under Make 2.
Right.
Okay. Which
So
is
that's the Sumoto thing that
yeah. You give it and all. There's a Make 2 procedure.
Right.
So where many people can come.
Okay.
So we got qualified in that one, and very soon the results should be out.
So now there's also the range of things that you have for arms.
Yeah.
Simulators.
So yeah, I got a 81 mm motor.
Right. But before that, you were supposed to show me the firing range, containerized firing range.
Come. Let's go. So here is the firing range.
So here or here?
Yeah. Anyway.
Anyway.
You can just go.
Okay.
So this is, I got two configuration of this one. So this is a 40-foot containerized.
Right.
2 firers. You got one over here and one adjacent. 2 firers can simultaneously fire on that one. So if you see the target over there.
Yeah.
So that is a 100-meter target.
Right.
So how much the target will appear in actual 100 meters, the same thing is being depicted.
Okay.
It's a standard figure 11 or figure 12 target over there.
Okay.
Now you can go and fire with this weapon.
Okay.
Bullets are trapped behind through
Right.
our patented bullet containment trap.
Right.
And this is a self-contained. It has got these doors are soundproof, so sound would not go outside for the firer.
Right.
He has to wear the ear mufflers and all. On the top, we have got a device which will clean the air, the lead and all other things.
Okay.
So we have
I
got.
see.
So there are also standards for that.
Right.
So we have already kept. You got a camera over here. Whatever he's doing, the instructor sits outside. He can see what actions he's doing.
So the instructor can actually watch this fellow firing here.
Exactly.
Okay.
Okay, and this has all the 3 positions. In army, they've got a lying down, standing, and prone position. So all the 3 positions can be taken care.
So okay. No, but so you can fire every arm, small arm also here.
Very small arm. So we have got a tubular primarily for very basic firers.
Right.
Okay, they are not fired any time. So the bullet can stray away anywhere.
Right.
So this tubular thing
Is a protection.
is a protection.
Okay.
Okay. So now once you have achieved certain proficiency, then you can go to another one we have
Right.
where this tube is not there. It is the open thing. We project the whole simulator, tactical scenarios and video scenarios. They can practice on that one.
I see. So you said this is a standing position, then there is a lying position.
Yeah.
also.
So I can pull this one. You can climb on this one and do a lying down position.
Okay. So that's
Yeah.
patented by you.
Then these are all patent, and I can now I can do a
Sitting down.
kneeling position.
Right.
This is a bigger one. You see that there is no.
Tubular range.
No tube guy. Okay.
So it's a walk-in range.
You can just duck and walk in.
Right.
So this is not on. You can fire real, and you can also can be used as a simulator.
Right.
So suppose you don't want to fire
Uh,
the real weapons and all.
right.
Okay. So you can use the simulator
Okay.
and keep on firing as many bullets as you want.
Okay.
So you got the baffles over there.
These.
These are the baffles in case it goes up
Correct.
and all.
Yeah.
And all the walls they're fitted with AR-500
Okay.
hardened MS steel.
Right.
So if the bullet doesn't escape anywhere.
And it doesn't also ricochet.
Yeah.
Oh.
So you can see
Yeah.
at that distance,
the people are
moving
walking.
and
They're
walking
doing
and
the
all.
patrolling.
Yeah. So then the scenario
Yes.
is a little longest. It goes and some bomb blasts.
Yeah, I
and then
get
this way.
it. Huh.
But if at all I fire now, immediately those people will react in a different way.
They'll take shelter. They'll
Yeah,
take cover.
they're running off.
They'll take cover.
Yeah. So when you
Yes.
fire this, you also get a recoil, very realistic recoil and all.
Okay. Again, this is put on the ALS and taken.
Yeah. No. This is a 40-foot container.
40-foot container.
Yeah. So,
that's why you're calling it Zen container tubular.
That is tubular. This is
Tubular.
an indoor containerized
Indoor
shooting
containerized
range.
shooting. And this can be put anywhere. I mean, you just put it on the ground somewhere.
Yeah, anywhere. You can just
Anywhere.
put it in any container, any truck that can carry a 40-foot container can carry this, and they can do, if they have ammunition, they can do live firing in this.
Okay.
If they don't have, they can do simulated firing. So
Okay.
both are there.
Both are there.
Yeah.
And so you doing some
Yeah.
scenarios
So
here
these
also.
are the target. These are for the outdoor ranges.
Right.
So you can see the tank target over there.
That one, yeah.
We have supplied like 300 or 400 of these targets to in Egypt.
Okay.
Egypt, you got Al Hammam range,
Right.
where they have populated that one at various places. Okay, and these the tanks and the rocket people, they come and fire, do a live fire.
Right.
And as you do the live fire and all, you can capture this one,
I see.
record it. So they have a control center which is around 12 kilometers wide. So we are covered 12 by 7 kilometers with a radio coverage.
Okay.
So everybody can operate this
That's
from
right.
that distance from the command
simultaneously
control center.
and control have a thing.
So one of the thing about these targets is the moment, typically what happens in the range is you go to the range. So this is a live range equipment actually.
Okay.
So some people after being they still want to go to the range in practice, which is fair enough.
Right.
So maybe for the last 10% or 20%.
Correct.
So we do the firing there, and there when you fire there. So there is something called as a firing point equipment. Typically they fire 10 bullets and they walk to the target to see.
Sure.
But what happens is if there are 3 holes, they don't know which bullet has created this. So therefore the firing point equipment that is just beside the firer immediately shows where he is missing it, and he makes the immediate correction.
He can do the
So it's just
adjustment
muscle
or the
memory
correction.
after that. Yeah. So it's very fantastic system.
And what has been the feedback from
I
you?
mean, this works like almost like bulletproof completely, and people are actually buying more. That is our proof that it is working.
Yeah, of course.
So they keep buying.
No, sir, like you keep going to, I just heard from the Army War College, you went and spoke to the Army, the officers there.
Yeah, about
so, did they have a full idea? Because the entire Army may not know all this. But what was their reaction or what was their feedback?
They were very super excited.
Right.
Okay. And I think the people which I spoke to, they are on a way up in the army hierarchy and all.
Yes.
And they were very pertinent and sharp questions how to go about and stuff like that and all. So very interesting. So the new generation is very tech savvy.
Right.
Okay, they want to modernize those kind of things and all.
Sure.
In army, any change is very difficult to get in.
Of course.
Okay, it's a very inherent part of that system.
Right.
But now the new officers who are coming, they are extremely modern. They are very tech savvy. They want to explore new things and all. So that's coming up.
I think there is a change from top to bottom, everything,
Right.
including the chief was saying, we have to do this.
Yeah, he said that
And
in our conclave,
Conclave,
Bharat Shakti
Bharat Shakti
conclave,
conclave, yeah.
where he said that we are doing more and more emphasis on simulation
It
training.
has just started, so
Just
it's going to
started,
be a
yeah.
huge thing.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah.
So, and this is a whole range of
Various
these products.
simulators.
Yeah,
Various
so
simulators.
this is our UAV mission simulator.
Okay.
For the mission simulator in a UAV, for the things like Heron, Searcher Mark II,
Right.
what we have currently.
Okay.
Or then what we have done is all the payload, we have mathematical model like the SAR, synthetic aperture radar, MPRI, and the comment, L&T,
Right.
the internal pilot, whatever he does, and you have a control unit over here, so which can be. This is the control unit.
Okay.
This is the control unit what you have built, and the requirement in the RFP was I should be able to use this control unit with the actual one.
I see.
Instead of that,
Okay, so the actual UAV which is being used.
yeah, the real one, they should be able to fly with this.
Oh.
So we lived up to the challenge, we did that,
I
and
see.
the other part was they should be able to get that control unit connected to this system
Right.
and fly in the same way as if they are flying the original one.
Wow.
So basically to ascertain that my flight dynamics are very, very accurate.
Right.
So we got a lot of help from Army, Air Force, Navy and all, but somehow we could not sell the system for whatever be the reason. But yes, this has lived up to the whatever expectations they
things
wanted.
were. I'll have slowly. No, but now let me ask this, because
Yeah.
that's a pertinent question I think people will have. Where do you get this talent, engineering talent or innovative talent? Is it all Indian talent? Are you collaborating with any foreign companies or anything?
Yeah, 100% Indian.
Indians only. And again, what we have is, what we see is that, even not only the A class like the IITs, but even, B category kind of colleges, the talent is very good. But for every industry or every company, the training methodology has to be ingrown in the company. So these guys come, and what we do is the training process, we run them through the training process, and no matter what, if reasonable quality input if we give, these guys become very, very good, techies by the end of it. Yeah.
Okay. So that induction program is also very strong.
Very strong, very strong.
Again, like when you have done your, you are an engineer guy.
Computer science.
Computer science, and so all this is computer based, all that. How have you kept up to date about new developments that happen? What is your approach?
I love technology parts.
Okay, yeah, that's the key, I think.
So I keep visiting to a lot of universities like Hyderabad Central University from where I graduated.
Right.
I'm in touch with them. So not only now in the academics, if at all a paper or an idea is published today, that will see the light of day probably after 10 years or 15 years.
Right.
Okay. Similarly, when I go to US and other places and all, there are a lot of exhibitions, conferences, so you get a lot of, and now of course you got the web and all, you got fantastic podcasts, what are the way, the direction the technology is taking and all. So I try and tend to keep out of my own personal interest to be update on the various fronts.
Right.
Like nowadays, you got in the tactical engagement simulator, there are a lot of changes going to come in the future. You got the quantum computing which is coming up now. So you got like the drone technology is and the counter drone technology is changing in dramatic ways. So we are all working towards that. Yes. No, AR, VR, AI. These are the technologies
These are
which
the
will
new
be
ones.
coming in big way.
Okay, so what is this now?
So this is the 81mm motor simulator.
Okay.
So we have created a replica 81mm motor.
This is a 81mm motor.
Yeah. So you see that screen. Okay. So here, because we don't have enough space, usually you got the whole crew getting trained.
Okay.
You got the motor detail over here.
Right.
You got the forward observer officer. Then you got the motor position controller.
Right.
All the three people are directly trained in one system.
Okay.
So you can have that screen and other things at a different room.
Okay.
You can have this in a different room. The MPC can be in various other places and all. So they all coordinate.
Can we have a
I'll show you a demonstration.
Yeah.
Ek demo kariye.
Total target, goal from you, 466614, height 200 meter, post का camo 0 degree. Bottom target, goal from you, 466614, height 200 meter, gun left. Bearing 35 degree, elevation 62 degree. मध्य धीरे थम रेंजिंग के लिए एक एच राउंड फायर, रेंजिंग के लिए एक एच राउंड फायर, एक एच राउंड बॉम्ब फायर।
So now you have seen it will go there
Right.
and you'll get an indication.
Okay.
And if at all there is, so it is actually simulating the complete flight of that round.
Action, left 100, drop 50. Action, left 100, drop 50.
Okay, so it's gone astray, but
Yes.
now they are doing the correction.
Yeah.
Okay.
Up! एक एच राउंड फायर, वन एच राउंड फायर, वन एच राउंड फायर।
Ah.
So now it has hit the target.
It is hit the target.
So now the whole process, if at all they want to train this,
Right.
you know the kind of effort that
Yes.
they have to go to the actual range.
Absolutely,
It is
yeah.
not possible.
Correct.
Generally, in most
and
of
what
the
is the
units-
normal range in a
For
real
5
life
kilometers
scenario?
is-
5 How
5
will they
kilo-
go there?
Yeah, first of all, 5 kilometers range,
Yes.
and you have a safety area for another 5
Another 5
kilometers. So it becomes a little difficult.
Difficult,
Here
yeah.
they can keep on doing, and
Right.
maybe 10-20% they can do the actual firing.
Right.
You save the ammunition, you
Correct.
can do the correction, you can do
Absolutely.
the efficiency enhancement,
Sure.
skill development. All those things can happen over here.
Ah.
So similarly, we have the AGS. It is an automatic grenade launcher.
Okay.
Okay, this is also a very effective weapon and all.
Uh-huh.
And we don't get the rangers to train this. So
Right.
this is also a fantastic system for a simulator. From the simulator, people can practice on this one and
Okay.
all. Something similar to
That
what you
also,
have.
something similar.
It can go over the hill and those
Right.
kind of things.
Right.
So then we, of course, we have an advanced weapon simulator. A larger version I'll be showing you
Okay.
over there.
Somewhere there. Okay.
This is a medium machine gun simulator.
Medium machine gun thing. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then we have the anti-tank guided missile simulator. This was our first product.
I see.
So you remember when it became the DPP or the Army
2016.
2006.
Oh, the first one. Okay.
The first one when they
Right.
made, they opened it for the private industry. Even at that time, there was the
Correct.
purchase preference for PSUs and other
Yes,
things.
of course.
So we won this
Uh-huh.
against a foreign company. They, I think Bell had tied up with some Polish company or someone else and all.
Uh-huh.
And then we won this, and they were technically disqualified.
I see.
So after they tried on this one,
Uh-huh.
they saw that in fact, when we actually asked the users. There was one of the case where they given 40 missiles, they were supposed to fire on the target. 2 hit on the target.
Oh, I see.
They practiced on this one, and they after that 38 hits were there on
Oh,
the
wow.
target. From 2 to 38, what dramatic
Correct. Yeah,
difference.
absolutely. Failure rate has dramatically gone down.
Yeah, so after that they bought 100 of these.
Okay.
So a lot of, and there is a scale item, I think they'll be buying more of
How does that work?
So it is an actual replica
Uh-huh.
of a anti-tank guided missile, the
Okay.
Conquer's one.
Okay.
They also call it the Flame.
Right.
Okay, it is a faggot launcher
Okay.
adapted to Milan equipment.
Right.
So you have the sighting system.
Uh-huh.
These are the azimuth and elevation controls.
Uh-huh.
And these controls, while looking at that,
Uh-huh.
has to be very precisely controlled.
So it has to align with both have to align.
So in the second generation, what happens? The crossfire, you have to keep it on the target.
Okay.
Okay,
Right.
so the missile would go in a very haphazard way.
Yeah,
So the training is you don't bother about the missile. Keep it on the target. It will automatically correct itself
Right,
and come
right,
back.
right.
So that is the third generation is fire and forget.
Fire
you
and
know.
forget. Yeah.
So this is one of the good systems. We also have for the Milan.
Okay, but they stand and do the thing.
No.
Simulation.
They lie down.
They lie
so
down.
it is only for demonstration we kept it at this height
Acha,
because
okay.
whenever people come,
Right.
because very
You
difficult
can't
to lie
obviously,
down, lie down. and
correct,
all.
correct.
So that's the reason we kept
I see. But it just goes straight into a thing. I
Yeah,
mean,
so no, you have to
that
guide
kind
it.
of- right.
So you keep even if it's a moving target, while you're keeping the crossfire on that one, the missile automatically steers towards that.
I see. Okay.
This product is being made by BDL.
Uh-huh. Okay. So, but Ashok, when you travel, don't people ask you that why an Indian company is now coming into the market, which is probably dominated by the West, Americans and Europeans?
Yeah, actually, number one, we started in 93.
Right.
And when we started participating, it was unknown that Indian company would
Exactly.
be doing this. It was always
That's why the
foreign
question.
companies.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
so now, for almost 20 years, there was no preference for as such an Indian company.
Right.
Because everybody would pretend to be Indian company, and you could easily pretend.
Sure.
So, but by because of the superiority of Zen products, all the simulator manufacturers, whether it is Saab, whether it is Cubic Defense System, whether it is Thales, they all came, competed against us and withdrew from the market.
In the simulation market.
In the simulation market. When we had no preference and we were, competing against them on same terms. So, they went away from this because India is the largest market, one of the largest market, and everybody wanted to be here.
Correct.
But they withdrew because they saw that there is a competitor and they have superior products to them. Now, when we are taking their, of course, with a prayer on their lips, that these guys don't come to our markets.
Okay.
Now we are eventually going to their markets, and we are very hopeful that there will be big breakthroughs in the
So,
time
like
ahead.
you mentioned right at the beginning, I think you mentioned that US is looking for the tank simulator, the driving simulators, and all the containerized one.
No, US that way is a very mature market. Okay, so their requirements, the acquisition process, the support to their own industries, how to support small business units, it's very well established over there.
Right.
So in fact, India should learn from them.
Okay.
How to promote local industry for that one.
No, so before we go to that firing range, Ashok, just want to ask both of you, what was the turning point in the company's journey so far? The big turning point, if you remember.
I think the big turning point was, almost 21 years later, 2015, when Parikar came.
Okay.
And, we have been talking about this IDDM and Make 2 forever.
Okay.
And, almost 10, 12 years before Mr. Parikar, I used to go and say, and, in the industry, we had not only, R&D was not really a favored thing to do. They would always want to tie up with a large company and, sell it to them.
Yeah.
So when I went, and within the industry also, they would say, we used to say R&D के ऊपर focus करें, वो सर पहले चलना सीख फिर बाद में उड़ने की बात करेंगे.
Some people
But
said that to
fortunately,
you.
when Mr. Parikar came and when we proposed that, sir, this is what IDDM is all about, because the maximum value captured in IP is in R&D. Because he himself was a small businessman with the technical background. He caught it like this. Only one question he asked me was, how will you determine the price? And then he himself realized that in the RFI, people will be giving budgeted quote, that becomes the benchmark.
Right.
So that was a fantastic thing. And, and then Make 2, where we said, listen, we are incapable of making reports and submitting you to under Make 1, like Make 1, but we can complete the product, but a sure orders should be there.
And demonstrate to you.
Yeah, so they said the 100% risk is mine. If the system works, you buy from us. So it was, and strangely, this is the same thing I read in Elon Musk's book, where, this Boeing and Lockheed Martin had 50,000 employees and they were not doing anything. No rockets were flying.
Right.
And the same thing, he was with 500 people, SpaceX was able to deliver rockets that fly. Again, the same thing, he said, if my rocket fly, you buy it. In the case of Boeing and Lockheed Martin, it was cost plus model.
Right.
So everybody had no incentive to close.
Small is smart, if I can derive from there.
Yeah, I would say, small, but again, there are small traders also, but
Right.
that, if you have that R&D mentality and you are commercially little focused, because I know the body, a lot of bodies of business people who are littered in the defense field, who are very technically savvy, but will go after, not strategically, but go after every technical problem.
Right.
So I would say a combination of technical and financial acumen would be required. Yeah.
But anything memorable you remember that, you were almost on the verge of getting sort of frustrated about something, and then suddenly some success story came. Something I'm sure has happened in your life.
Many. Yeah.
Many.
The fact that initially, like the tactical engagement simulator,
Right.
we developed so hard and all, and it was retracted.
Okay.
Similarly, for IWTS, which was there in 2011-12, it came. It was retracted.
Okay.
There were tanks where tank simulators we participated. Half was closed and half was given. So initially, when the DPP was there and all,
Right.
a drop of the hat record, anybody could close it.
And there was no accountability.
There
that
is no
time.
accountability.
I would actually, recommend that the criteria for, a officer promotion should be how many purchases has he done, if in that field in particular
Right.
thing, and how many retraction has he done.
Okay.
I mean, the retraction is such a devastating thing for the industry.
Yes, of course.
I mean, and so now it is very, very difficult to do it. But
Right.
then those times, people would just to play safe because there was no penalty. The businesses go to hell, the businessman goes to hell.
Right.
But there was no penalty for, cancelling a tender.
Correct.
So that, if that is almost set right, but still now, even now we have some couple of retractions. But that has improved dramatically. I mean.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay. No, so one thing before we sort of get into this.
Yeah.
I remember my earliest memory of you, Ashok, is here in Hyderabad in ISB,
Yeah.
where there was a CDM organized, College of Defense Management organized, I think, seminar or a conference, where you were so passionate about Indian products, IPs and all that there was another friend, Vivek Lal, who was then, I think, not with Boeing, but I think Reliance Defense of Mukesh Ambani. And I remember two contrasting viewpoints on this. So you've come a long way from there, from 2011 or 12, I think. So there. So this is what is another product that you have.
So this is one of the products which we are exporting.
Right.
So, and I can connect literally any of the small arms or company supported weapons also into this one and all.
Okay.
So this is a replica of a AK-47.
Okay.
Okay, and the one of the demand was they wanted a untethered for the recoil.
Okay.
So we created a magazine which is filled with high pressure air, which will give you the recoil and stuff like that. Then you can have 10 or 12 people simultaneously firing on that particular screen.
Okay.
So you've got different scenarios. Can you switch off these lights?
Okay. So it shows. Wow.
So now this is a range exercise.
Correct.
Okay. You got a 50-meter range. You fire at that one.
Right.
It'll give you the grouping.
Correct.
It'll give you what mistakes you are
so,
committing.
correct.
And these weapons are fully sensorized.
Okay.
Okay. So whenever you cock, it knows your cock, whether in the right fashion and all.
Yeah.
And then it will also tell you what mistakes you are committing.
Right.
And give you corrective measures to do that one.
Okay.
Ek scenario rakho. So this is a kind of a jungle scenario that we have. So the various targets keep coming and all. And it gives you a feeling that you are moving in the target and all.
Okay. Okay. And now actually you can determine who's fired and who's...
Yeah, so give the score.
Yeah. Okay.
So this is a summary of every lane and all.
Yes.
So we had lane number 6 you were firing, and I think I was firing in lane number 3. Also how many bullets were fired, how many were injured, how many missed, and what was the different points and scorings are given over here. And the type of scenario and the economy of the bullet fired, and how many were actual hits or injured versus how many were missed. So we are done, though the classification is failed, but we have done pretty good.
Yeah, exactly. For our,
yeah,
exactly.
So you got a video scenario, play the video scenario. So in this scenario, what happens is you can actually take a camera or an iPhone, for that matter, create a scenario, and then create these scenarios.
Okay.
So that man was taking out, here.
Right.
So you can have
all kinds of scenarios.
Scenarios they can create, and the creativity of the user is the only limit.
Exactly. That's the imagination is the only limit.
That's right.
Exactly. So, very comprehensive, very detailed briefing we have taken.
Thank you.
The next question is, what next? Next generation. Are they coming into your company? Are they interested? I'm sure your children, your nephews and nieces, where are they?
So, Kishore's both children are working in this. My daughter has also joined the company. Actually, today she has joined.
I see.
officially, Yeah.
Okay.
So that way, the second generation is fully engaged. He's been engaged about 8 years now.
Okay.
Kishore's son. So he really knows the ins and outs.
Right.
So second, from the family angle, it is there, but also we have a lot of professional
Yes,
team that is actually, aspiring to take up more responsibilities.
Okay.
So it is just, I would say that, as we graduate, it will not be just only family affair, but
Yes.
we'll have some professionals to, buffer any deficiencies are there. And as it expands,
Yes.
it will get a more professional character than a family character. But, in the sense that I believe family businesses are more rewarding to shareholders than professional businesses.
No, of course.
Yeah. So,
That's true.
So I
So-
look forward to more of that.
Yeah, I'm sure. And because you're professional, you managed to get all this done yourself.
Absolutely.
It's not only thing. So this is the anti-drone system.
This is the counter drone system.
Right.
So you got 4 parts to this one.
Right.
So one is this is the RF detector.
Okay.
So 360 degrees,
Right.
from 100 megahertz up to 8 gigahertz, it can detect any kind of a communication and all.
Right.
And it will tell you both frequency and the band. While doing that, if at all I know that a particular communication of a drone is coming, I can turn, this automatically turns towards that and jams that particular frequency or the band, whatever you want.
Okay.
And then in case you get autonomous drones and all, so we have got a radar.
Okay.
Okay, this is a rotating radar. It can detect that one without any RF communication if at all it is autonomous.
Okay.
And this is the command control center where it will actually tell you what are the different drones, where they are coming from, and for you to go and take corrective actions. We can also connect this one
Okay.
to real guns.
I see.
So we are already done with the L70 gun, which we are connected, which
Right.
can actually fire and all. We had demonstrated that one. So this will be a combination of both soft kill as well as a hard kill.
Right. Oh, so that's the new product.
Yeah, new product what you have.
That's all. But I want to end at this place unless you have something else to show. Why was the Prime Minister doing this and both of you in this video in this frame?
So, actually, there was this was at DefExpo exhibition in Lucknow, 2020.
Okay.
And, he was supposed to visit just passing by 10-15 second thing.
Okay.
But when he came, he got fully engaged. And he asked a lot of intelligent questions, which people with deep knowledge asked. And we were able to actually, Kishore was able to tell him how we proved that it is working. There was a test conducted. And then, he fired on the target. The first one, you can see in this,
Yes.
that he was not really looking through the backside, foresight and
Right.
firing. So he missed it, and then I actually explained to him. So this is the
Oh,
way
there
to
you
do
are.
it. Yeah,
Okay.
I'm then explaining there.
Right.
So he understood that, and then he hit the bullseye immediately.
I see.
So he was such a attentive listener
Learner.
and a prompt learner that was really surprising. The image he has.
No,
is
but the
something
very
different.
fact that he's done this
Yeah,
itself
yeah.
is a sort of endorsement for your products and your.
Absolutely. In a strange coincidence, 18 months after his visit, we had the framework for simulators released.
Yes, exactly. So I'm sure that has played a part in it. I'm
Probably,
sure.
probably.
Yeah, that's true. So that is where we are. And I can see something happening there. What is that now?
So, Kishore.
What happens is you have seen so many simulators. We've got
Yeah.
like 40 odd simulators and
Right.
all. So what we have done is we have connected all these simulators.
Right.
Okay, into one single network. So we are connected. So you have seen the tank simulator, the ATGM simulator, the MMG, the 81mm motor,
Right.
all these.
All of this, yeah.
So now this is the central command control center. So whatever is being done in each and every simulator is recorded.
Okay.
That is one part.
Right.
Now all these things can have one common picture.
Uh-huh.
So if at all you see, this is the particular island
Right.
where these people are going to conduct. So I got only 2 tanks, for example. Okay, I can have another 3 tanks, virtual tanks, which will behave in a similar fashion as a tank. Then I can also have the adversaries, the enemy
Right.
forces, who also follow the rules of engagement.
Okay.
So they can fire at these, and once they fire, we really don't know where the fire is coming from, as in the actual battle.
Right.
That tank or those weapons get disengaged, to signifying that no, they have been hit and all.
Right.
And then finally we get, so you can have the sighting system, what each person is seeing.
Okay.
Okay, the terrain, the map,
Right.
and then finally we have the score over there.
The full picture is available to you
Yeah.
here.
Complete picture is available. and they can conduct the firing on that one.
Right.
And after they conduct the firing, the combat readiness of a particular unit or a subunit is captured from here. And you can do your wargaming practices in a very practical way.
Absolutely.
How it happens along.
So the use of technology for the training of army units is going to increase, and this is one of the aids.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. So in fact, what we are also proposing is a combat training nodes.
Right.
If at all, at least we can start with the military stations, the peaceful stations and
Right.
all, where everybody can keep preparing for this one, and people can come, a company or two companies can come and get trained on this one. We can create the whole facility and we can give it.
It's great to know that, because I think to get the feedback and get the analysis in almost real time is hardly available otherwise.
You know, it's very
Then
difficult.
it's very subjective also.
Yes.
In the normal training. Absolutely. That's right. So great. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thanks for coming.
This one, and Ashok, thank you very much. We can wish you only the best going forward. May this company grow higher and higher, bigger and bigger.
Thank you,
larger and
thank you,
larger.
thank you, Nitin.
Thank
Thank
you.
you for coming here. Thank you so much.
Pleasure. So that was the Atluri brothers. They were talking about Zen Technologies. I of course forgot to ask them why Zen, but I'm sure there were reasons for it. Maybe you can tell me why Zen.
So, you know, Zen comes from a Chinese word called Chan.
Right.
And Chan comes from a Sanskrit word called Dhyana.
Okay.
So, Dhyana is a state in which body and mind are in consonance.
Concentration,
Basically,
yeah.
some meditative kind of mode.
Right.
So, and it's also used to contrast between tradition and, you know,
Modernity.
modern things. So, we believe that, you know, the traditional training and modern training can coexist if in proper thing, and simulation is the cutting edge way to do the training. So, but, you know, and there is no contradiction between them. They can coexist.
Absolutely. Well put, and I think that sums up what exactly Zen is all about. It is one of the rising stars of Indian private defense industry, and we are going to hear more about Zen in coming years, I'm sure. But that's all I have this week on the shop floor, the new series that we are initiating. Do keep watching Bharat Shakti. That's your one-stop shop for understanding what's happening, exciting things happening in the Indian defense industry, especially in the private sector. I'm Nitin Gokhale. On the next episode of On the Shop Floor, we travel to Pune to meet Baba Kalyani. Watch out for this episode on 7th of April on bharatshakti.in. Hello and welcome. I'm Nitin Gokhale, and I'm privileged to be in the world's largest forging facility, that is Bharat Forge of the Kalyani Group. And I'm again honored to be joined by Baba Kalyani, Chairman and Managing Director of the Kalyani Group or the Bharat Forge. So thank you very much for
real pleasure.
giving us this opportunity to look at your plant. We know that this is a world-class company. It's a global company. I think one of the first MNCs in India. And I want to start with asking you, what is your spread of the business as far as the global footprints are concerned?
See, we normally have been operating largely in the automotive space, component space. So we are a big supplier of automotive components, largely critical components, what is called as the 5 Cs.
Okay.
Rotating components, rest components, chassis components, safety components,
Sir.
to all the big OEMs. So we supply to all the OEMs in Germany, like Mercedes, like Audi, like BMW. Then in Sweden to Volvo, Scania. In Italy to Fiat, Iveco, and of course in the United States to the big three.
So you name any automotive company, you're there.
We are there.
You're
we are
there.
So we have our factories in Europe. We have 6 plants in Europe.
Right.
4 in Germany, 1 in France, 1 in Sweden. We have 2 plants in the United States.
Wow.
And of course we have half a dozen plants in India.
And obviously these companies don't give you orders year after year, decades after decade, if the quality and the satisfaction that they wouldn't have in the product.
That's true. I mean, there is nothing more stringent than a top-level automotive company.
Right.
Because their tolerance to a bad product is very, very low.
I'm sure. So, and you've been doing this for decades. So, when you started off, I mean, I think more than half a century ago, as yourself and carrying on from your father's original business, what was the atmosphere at that point in time, and what is the change you have seen over the years?
See, I've been through right from 1972 till now. So I've seen from 1972 to 1991 the entire license Raj regime, as it was called. And it was extremely difficult to do anything technological, anything innovative. Because even if you wanted to import a CNC machine from somewhere, you had to go and sit in Delhi, make an application, convince somebody in DGTD, as it was called in those days.
Yes.
And that someone would not understand ABC of what you're talking about.
Right.
But he had the authority to say yes or no, whether you can import a machine or not.
True.
So I think from those days to post-liberalization under Narasimha Rao's government, with Mr. Manmohan Singh as his finance minister, I think things changed very dramatically.
Right.
That is when after that liberalization, we decided that as a company, if we want to grow, we need to be global. And we started our global thrust in the early 90s, more like 93, 94 after liberalization. We invested a lot of capital in modern equipment because it became very easy to import equipment and do things. There were no import licenses required. You just had to place an order. If you had money, you could do that. So things became very easy. What earlier used to take 5 years, now you could do it in 1 year.
Okay.
So the kind of time
the facilitation
collapsed.
was important.
Yeah, exactly. And that prompted us to say we must now become a global company supplying components to the global OEMs. And we started with that. We wanted to be amongst the top 5 companies in our field. But very soon we were found that we were very successful. We were getting a lot of orders, a lot of business. And by the end of the decade of the 90s, early 2000, we were virtually number 1 in this game.
Oh, wow. Therefore, the largest forging company, it's a reputation.
And then we decided that why not have a physical presence in other geographies?
Right.
Because that will then allow us to keep track with all the modern technologies that the OEMs are working with.
Right.
So we decided to have plants in Germany. Germany is the most technologically advanced market in this field. Of course, then in Sweden. Sweden is also very technologically advanced. And then, of course, the United States, the biggest market in the world.
Okay. Do you have some presence in Japan also?
No. We used to have a presence in China.
Oh, and what happened there?
We were there for 9 years. A lot of hard work.
Right.
But honestly, it really wasn't
worth your time?
Yeah, worth our time. So we sold the business back to the Chinese.
And what were the problems, if I may ask?
We had a majority control in that plant.
Right.
And the other, we had 52% and 48% was owned by a government-owned plant.
Right.
And in China, it's very customary those days that the chairman of the company is the trade union leader.
Oh, okay. And this was which previous decade or
This was in the 90s, from
90s.
2000, in the early 2000s.
2000s?
From
Okay.
2005 to 2006 to 2015.
I see. Okay. So 9 years you were there,
9
but
years,
you
yeah.
had that. So the chairman would be a trade union leader.
Yeah, but
Okay.
he didn't interfere much. But
Right.
the problem was it was difficult. Decision making was difficult.
I'm sure.
Getting information was difficult. It wasn't easy.
Right. So you wound up from there. But your experience in Europe has been excellent.
It was very, very good in the beginning, till I think the COVID hit.
Oh, okay.
I think post-COVID things have been quite rough in Europe.
In the sense of their economy going down or
Economy is
wages going up.
Economy going down, inflation going up, and people's willingness to work.
Oh, that is declining there.
Very, very badly declined.
Oh, that's surprising because Germany, like you said, engineering skills and
It is still, I would say, it is still on the top of the engineering skill
Right.
capability. Still makes the best products in the world, no doubt about it.
yeah.
But things are getting difficult. I think Germany is also having a lot of challenges on the political scene, internally.
Absolutely.
Multiple parties, some of them extremely right-wing,
Correct.
and right-wing parties have a very different agenda.
Sure.
So,
And it hampers decision making certainly.
yeah.
So let me come back to India and bring you to the question that I have uppermost in my mind is that you have this flourishing business in automotive industry. You're number one in the world, everything. What prompted you to come into defense? We are in a defense
we are
manufacturing.
in a defense shop, yes.
Yes. So
it was purely a passion and a thought that kind of kindled in my mind that for so many years we've been importing so much of defense products, and
Right.
mainly in relation to guns.
Yeah.
And it all started with, we didn't want to make guns, we were trying to make barrels.
these barrels,
Because there was a large demand for barrels for T-72 tanks. The barrels
The
were
Russians wanted it.
No,
Oh,
in India.
in India,
The barrels were bursting.
Right.
The quality was bad, and they had shortage of barrels.
Right.
So we wanted to make a barrel.
Okay.
So I tried for 4 or 5 years to make barrels. I made a few barrels, but it never got anywhere for some reason.
Okay.
They always found a way to kind
Scuttle
of scuttle it and get me out of this business.
Right.
And I got, it kind of really upset me, and some passionate spark inside me said, why the hell can't we make a gun?
Okay. Right.
And that's how we started. We started in 2011, 12.
Right.
2012 was a defense expo in Delhi where we first exhibited our first gun that we made called
Right.
Bharat 52. And then, of course, with Honorable Prime Minister's whole Make in India initiative.
Come
in
2014 and it started.
December 14.
Yes.
And then Mr. Parrikar's entire reform process
True.
that happened in defense. I mean, he set up committees, we changed the defense procurement procedure.
Absolutely.
He did a lot of things to bring the whole private sector
Sure.
into play. And, it's very exciting those years. Because those are the years we could develop products, we could talk to the MOD very freely.
Which became a norm, which
Yeah.
was not the norm earlier.
Exactly.
So, but making the gun is not easy, obviously. So, what did it take for you to do R&D or even bringing in some kind of knowledge from
See,
outside?
we've been doing R&D for last 11 years
Right.
in this, and we must have spent.
Is this one of those proofs of that R&D?
Yeah. This is actually ATAG. So this gun was designed by DRDO,
Right.
and we had a part to play in this along with Tata's.
Yes. Your development partners.
Yeah,
for this.
development partner.
Right.
But there's a lot of work that we had to do ourselves.
Correct.
For this.
Yeah.
For example, the entire gun control computer system, the entire digital system for this gun was developed by us.
Right.
So ours is different and Tata's is different,
Okay.
but both are digital. So this is the first digital gun which is almost software driven.
Oh, that's the difference
That's
between the
difference.
earlier.
So you can change anything you want just by changing software.
Even your targets, your
everything.
range,
Yeah,
everything can
everything.
be changed.
And it has got AI. You know, the turning circle of the gun was reduced by using a very novel AI technique
Okay.
of putting two LVDTs and
Those-
connecting them to a triangle
Right.
to the towing vehicle.
Okay. Oh, that's innovation.
And we build our own algorithms
Uh-huh.
to do that.
Right.
So it's a combination of AI, digital, everything is digital.
Right.
We can control this gun with every millisecond.
Oh, this is lovely. So, I mean, your strength in forging
Yeah.
and making barrels
Yeah.
is now combined with the R&D that was
We set
done.
up a big design organization.
Right.
We are almost like 150 odd people,
Okay.
mainly M.Tech, PhDs, and working on even developing materials for the barrel
Right.
was a Herculean task
I'm sure.
because its performance has to be very, very, high level.
And also, the tolerance level for these
Yeah.
guns have to be for 30, 40 years
Exactly.
going
They
forward.
have to be very strong.
Yeah.
But we have developed 9 platforms. This is not
Right.
the only one.
Yeah, that's not, ATAX is
So
not only one.
This is the ultralight howitzer.
Right. This is
This is like the M777,
correct.
but in steel and at 1/3 the price.
See, that is the advantage of making it in-house or making it in India.
So
And,
this way we have multiple different platforms.
Right.
That's another ultralight, but that's I think with 52
Yes. Caliber.
caliber.
Right.
Then of course we have our mounted gun systems.
Which is, yeah.
We have 39 caliber, which we are exporting now.
Right.
It's our own design,
Correct.
completely designed by us,
Yes.
including the truck.
Right.
And we have a 45 caliber on that.
Which is again another product which you've
our
done,
own design.
your own design. So, this whole myth or misconception that has been created that the private sector does not do R&D.
Oh, we did massive R&D.
I mean, isn't this the proof?
We must have spent about 700-800 crores.
In just doing the R&D. So,
See, every gun you make, it costs you about 15-20 crores.
right.
And you make 3-4 of them just for trials.
Right.
And you're not selling it to anybody.
Correct. Nobody has bought it so far.
So
Yeah.
it's got, you're already 100 crores
Correct.
down.
Exactly. No, but because of your passion, you could actually, get that done because that hesitation is always there.
I think passion, but if we were aided tremendously by the policy changes of the government.
Right. Okay.
What the Prime Minister did in Make in India, and then later on Atmanirbhar Bharat,
Right.
banning imports.
Correct.
That has been the biggest push to make this happen. And of course, latest is export policy.
Yeah, so we'll talk about that in a bit. I just wanted to take you to another aspect of your journey is the emphasis on excellence. Now, how do you ensure that in a country where it's not always, the emphasis is not meant to be, but how did you manage that in
First
that
of all, I
atmosphere?
think we have an excellent team. Most of the key members of our team were pulled out from our existing plants.
Okay,
So the guy who heads this artillery,
right.
he used to work in our forging division.
Okay. And now he's the head
Now
of...
he's the head of our artillery division.
Okay.
So, he knows as much as about designing guns. He's got a group that is able to do ballistics,
Right.
the gun control computer systems, the electronic systems, the diagnostic systems. We can almost design any type of gun right now. We have all the knowledge that is required.
So over these 7-8 years, you managed to
Last
do that.
12 years.
12 years, yeah.
So he is the top, but there is a large group below him.
I'm sure.
Are those guys inside?
Yes, yeah. I'll just hint him first.
Maybe we can just walk.
Yeah,
we
we'll
can
just walk
there.
Yeah,
that's all.
sure. Okay. So, the whole...
And the other thing we do,
Yeah.
if you have noticed,
Yeah.
we use very modern technology for building guns. Everything is digital.
Okay.
So when you use digital, the question of making mistakes reduces quite dramatically.
Minimized, I would say.
We use, wherever we can eliminate the man in terms of trying to do something, fiddling around, we have taken care of that.
Right.
So all instructions are given digitally on a screen.
Right.
They have to follow the SOP to follow,
Correct.
step-by-step process, and they follow that.
Yeah, so it's that, the old style ruggedness combined with
If
the
you
digital.
went to a old style factory,
Right.
you would see an assembly line with about 500 people
And the noise.
and the noise. You will not see that here.
Right.
Actually, we are machining barrels there.
Okay, those are, I see.
That's the machining line for barrels.
Right.
This is the kind of machine barrels.
Okay.
Of course, this is our second line. We have
Yes.
another line
I'm sure.
to machine barrels.
So, but your own knowledge of engineering, I mean, you are a expert in that, right? When you did the forging business, you were leading and growing it. That also would have helped in the sense, otherwise, it's not easy to think about all this.
This is about 7,000 components.
This one?
Guns.
Right. Okay, guns. Yeah.
And each component has to be designed,
Yes.
manufactured. Of course, we don't make all of it. We have
Right.
a lot of MSME partners.
Correct.
We have a lot of industrial partners.
Sure.
Like the engine of the gun is made by Cummins.
Right.
Yeah,
Yes, right
yeah,
here.
yeah.
Yeah.
So, like that, the hydraulics is made by a company in Belgaum.
Right. Belgaum is known as a capital of hydraulics in some
exactly,
senses.
exactly. And they do a good job.
Yeah. So,
And we work with these companies on a long-term basis. We don't keep switching
right.
here and there.
No, so the advantage of being in Pune, in Maharashtra is also there, I suppose,
Yeah,
because of the grown ecosystem. Oh, you got a
So this
large
is
team, big team.
Artillery Engineering Center. This is
Okay.
part of it. So they do a lot of design engineering work,
Right,
and they're right next to the product.
right,
So
exactly.
that kind of helps.
So it's sort of, they can go to and fro when they
Exactly,
want.
exactly.
That is how. But wonderful. I mean, so many people working on design. And there must be lots of learnings from, the kind of trials that have happened.
See, it's a complex process.
Yes.
We make a barrel.
Right.
The barrel has to, before we even make the gun,
Yeah.
the barrel has to go for proof testing.
Okay.
So the barrel has to go to Balaso,
Oh, I see.
and we have to fire it at P1 pressure. That means higher pressure than the actual pressure when it is going to be firing in actual,
I see.
let's say,
Oh,
war.
the gun, I mean, in the field itself,
Yeah.
where the application is there.
And all data has to be recorded. So it's
Okay.
kind of strain gauged, data recorded,
Right.
and every barrel goes through this process.
Okay. That's
And
wonderful.
then it comes back, gun is assembled, and then there is something called a factory acceptance test, FAT,
Right. Okay.
where every system of the gun is checked that it's working,
Okay.
everything is fine, and then the customer has to do his test,
Right.
and then it goes
Yes.
to CP-ITARC for firing again.
Okay.
The whole gun goes.
So the entire system then after integration would go there, I suppose, after being made.
And then we have to fire about 25-30 rounds.
Right. So these are the barrels also kept here.
Yeah.
But then, the Indian government or MOD is yet to get into the order mode or placing orders for ATAGs or otherwise. But you've already started exporting
Yes.
guns. Now,
We
which
have
are those
exported.
guns?
We exported ATACs.
You exported ATAGs?
Yeah. We have
Okay.
exported 6 guns. The other 6 will go this month.
Right.
And we have a large order for the mounted guns.
Okay.
We have to export about 72 of these guns.
And again, in the mounted guns, your truck is your own.
Everything is our own.
Everything is your own.
The engine is made by Cummins.
Right.
Transmission is made by Allison in Aurangabad.
Right.
Tires are Indian.
Yes.
The truck we make
Truck,
in,
of course, you
in
make.
a plant right behind.
Okay. And so, talking about trucks, you also M4 that you made for
Yes.
high altitude and for even for the Indian Army, that has also been inducted now in the Indian
it
Army.
is.
How was that experience of building a mobility platform?
It was different, but learnt a lot. The first few vehicles we made, they were being used at Leh and Ladakh
Right.
at
Which
cold
is-
temperatures.
Yeah.
And so there was a lot of learning to be done, but
Sure.
now we kind of become experts at it. So
And you got other specialized vehicles. I could
Yeah.
see one more vehicle there.
yeah, that's our 105 gun.
105, yeah.
But
But
soft recoil
right.
technology, which is a technology that we have,
It's
which reduces the weight of the gun from 3 tons to 900 kilograms.
really?
Yeah.
Oh. Oh, that's, I mean, it's a drastic, complete change.
So
in,
this is the vehicle is also made by us.
Okay.
And this vehicle is airdroppable. Matter of fact, next month it is going to
I think the
Agra,
paras would use
for
this.
airdropping this vehicle.
Right.
And it's got a range of 17 kilometers.
Oh,
It's got all the electronic gizmos on top of it,
correct.
like the fire control system,
Okay.
aiming,
Oh, nice.
all that.
So the special forces will actually get enhancement of their firepower.
See,
in
we are
this.
using a very old 105 field gun.
Okay. Yeah. Quite old.
You know,
yeah.
it came from the Brits, and then
That's right.
I think Indian Army DRDO kind of made it a little better.
Sure.
But it's a very awkward system. It requires a special truck to
Correct.
tow the gun.
Exactly. Yeah.
Where this thing, you can move around anywhere.
Very mobile.
It takes
yes.
less than a minute to get into action.
True. No, I think you're sort of increasing the firepower,
And
making it more
we
efficient.
took it to Arunachal Pradesh, we took it to Sikkim
Okay.
at 18,000 feet. Fired
Wonderful.
it there,
Yeah. Wonderful.
worked
No,
extremely
so-
well.
So, apart from these products that we have seen now and we have spoken about, you are also getting into other products now as far as the Indian military is concerned?
We make small arms,
Yeah.
we make ammunition.
Yeah, I
for
was going to come
exports.
to that. Yeah, exactly.
So we are exporting a very large quantity of ammunition.
Right.
Fortunately, we had a plant to make ammunition. We just kind of retooled it up.
Right.
We also make the anti-tank guided missile in Hyderabad,
Okay.
called the Spike.
Uh-huh. I see.
We make that there,
Right.
and that is we got an order to supply the anti-tank guided missiles now.
Right. Okay.
And we make a host of other things. We
Yeah,
make
I'm sure.
anti-tank mines.
You're also into naval systems, if I
Yeah, we
remember
are-
correctly. Yeah.
We are building the naval 76 millimeter gun. Now we are going to work on the 127 millimeter main gun that
Okay,
goes
yeah,
on
on the ship that
big,
they have.
big naval ships.
Right. Oh, wonderful, sir. I need to take a break, but don't go away. I'm going to be with Mr. Kalyani in their center, AI-based or AI-aided research and AI-enabled
Development center.
Development center.
Engineering Development
Engineering
Center.
Development Center, which is some distance away, because that's the future. And he is actually also passionate about how Indian military should get more digitized rather than analogous. And he is going to contribute to all that. So we'll talk about that. Don't go away.
So we are also going to do design engineering using digital and AI technologies. And we are going to get about 4 to 6 startups here in AI in specific domains where we
Right.
are interested in.
Okay.
And we're going to give them space free of cost. And
wonderful.
ability to use whatever we have here in terms of tools.
So again, trying to be ahead of the curve. That's your specialty, I think. And as I see it, so let's enter and
So
see
we have a lot
what
of
exactly.
informal space. We have formal spaces.
Right.
We have informal spaces.
Yes.
We have individual spaces. So some guy wants to do work, in a
Inside.
quiet.
Right.
He can go in that cubicle, put his laptop,
Okay.
and do things.
And so
And
these are the
these are screens that can show you. This is showing the IoT.
Yes.
Basically, digital twins of our existing plant. That's our
that's your
big
existing
press.
plan. Yes.
It's showing our operation of the big press. This
Right.
is our plant in Germany. It's live, by the way.
Okay.
There's a plant in the US. This is live.
Oh,
It's showing filter box 1 is having a problem.
that's right.
Filter box 2 is working okay. He'll show you whether the robots are working okay.
Right. Okay. So it's real time.
Oh, it's all real time. Real time
monitoring here,
information, yeah.
and then I can see something here informal that you mentioned. So why is it this designed for what?
This is actually when we get our customers or we get our own engineers or management people,
Right.
they want to see something happening or a little training
Right.
on this, we can make that happen.
Oh, wonderful. And so there's a multi-use of this
Yeah.
facility and also the screens and the facility. And you also have some lab you were mentioning.
Yeah. So we will go to, we have our AI, VR, AR lab
Okay.
where the actual design happens. So all the engineers working on a on a CAD system,
Right.
CAE system. All the data of CAD CAE gets automatically entered.
It's all here. Okay. Is it here? Okay. Right.
You need to wear one of those glasses.
Yeah. Okay. Oops. Sorry.
These are M4.
Yes, sir. So obviously you show it to customers
Yeah.
and others here. And it can have 360.
Yeah, and you can
I mean
see the
3D.
sections.
Yeah.
You can convert it into an exploded view.
Right.
You can get the bill of materials
Oh, okay.
from it.
Right.
You can make sure that there are no interferences anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
So the tolerances and fits are all okay.
Right. Oh,
you
there
can
you
get
are.
a section of it.
Correct. Mm.
You
Absolutely.
can even, if you use those that stick, you can
Yeah.
even get a feeling what happens when you sit inside it.
Okay. So it's like the skeleton is
Yeah.
being shown of
Exactly.
the vehicle. Yeah,
So
exactly.
some army guys come and say, no, I want some
The
change
seat to be
here
that
or some
side.
here
Yeah,
or there.
yeah, exactly.
All that is very easy to do,
Right. Oh, wonderful.
which otherwise would take weeks to make happen.
But if I may ask a very fundamental and maybe a stupid question, what made you do this? Because you could have continued with your normal systems.
Speed. We
Speed.
want speed.
Okay.
And we want to use digital technology. The advantage with digital technology is you can change digits
Yeah.
instantaneously.
Right.
With CAD CAM and
Yeah.
CAE, some engineer has to physically draw the line, draw
Right.
the curve,
Right.
draw these things, and it takes, although it's faster than doing it manually,
Yes.
but still takes a lot of time.
Absolutely.
Whereas here, it's virtually one-fourth the time.
Absolutely. So,
So I can have suites of, for example, seats.
right.
I can have 10 configuration of seats
Correct.
outside.
Right.
And if somebody says I want a different type of seat, I can remove this and put that one
Okay.
in 30 seconds.
Oh, okay. And then you can then
Yeah.
try it out whether this works or not.
So all the agronomical designs,
Right.
so where you're sitting there,
Yes.
are you able to touch the buttons?
Ah.
Are you able to touch the screen?
Right. Right.
All that touch and feel is possible.
Oh, so
using this.
gives you the real time experience and
exactly.
practical experience.
Exactly. So you can first do the design.
Yeah. Right.
You can do the bill of materials. That means what are the separate components that go into making this,
Absolutely.
and then the finished product, you can get a touch and feel.
Excellent. And you also mentioned that at some point, maybe 2-3 years down the line, there will be controls in your hand here where you will not require human intervention to run some plants abroad.
Yeah.
That outside when you show
That's IoT.
IoT.
That's a simple technology now.
Yes.
5 years ago, it was complex.
Okay. And now this is the future. Yeah.
That is by creating a digital twin.
Right. Okay.
So when you have a digital twin and you have access to the system there
Right.
through the internet
Sure.
or through your IP system,
Sure.
then you can control any robot, machine,
Absolutely.
anything you want.
Yeah. No, wonderful. So here you said that you are going to look at AI and get startups to come here.
Yeah.
So what are the
So
areas you're going to get
in
into?
any product,
Uh-huh.
there will be some AI technologies
Okay.
that we will use.
Right.
Also,
Okay.
it's very good for training.
Yeah, I'm sure.
For the user, if he wants to, he can make a training module.
Yeah, out of this, because if he wants his jawans or the
exactly.
operators to understand which lever works, what happens, it's wonderful. I think this is the future. And I remember you saying this in that conference on Saturday in the Southern Command, where you said that the Indian military should start thinking of converting from analogous to digital, because otherwise we'll be left behind, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
So the gun, of course, you mentioned that it's got all the
fully digital.
fully digital. Now, when you design the light tank,
It's fully digital.
you will also look at
it's
fully digital.
So if I'm using, let's say, any maintenance activity,
Right.
and I can also, if I want to see whether there is a clearance at all possible or not, whether this tool is going to go, my hand will be easily reachable, I'll be able to do all of that. So it will give you immediate haptic feedback.
Okay.
Hey, you can't move your hand here because there is a obstruction in
Or
between.
your head will collide if you are trying to.
Right,
Shows
right.
that.
So that shows all of that.
Yeah, so it gives you the forewarning and also the foresight into what you're doing. Yeah, wonderful. I think we have come a long way from all those handmade tools to this one. And So like this.
So with your head movement, you can basically move from that side of the design to this side of the design.
Right.
Without actually moving anything.
If you see, there are 4 cameras which are tracking his head actually.
Ah,
and there
okay.
are antennas on his goggle.
Right,
And it is practically tracking his head movement.
Right.
And the way he moves,
Yes.
entire things moves.
Yeah, like they do in the aircraft, helmet mounted
Yeah.
controls that they have in something similar. Yeah. Wonderful. So I must compliment you, sir, for looking at it in a futuristic way, and because one would think in a world's largest forging company, all this would be alien. So I think you've done a great.
Not very alien.
Great, yeah. This is not clearly. It's not very alien, and it shows that you are keeping up not only with the times but being ahead of the curve. So, and it shows you have a green
Real tree.
ESG kind of a feel also you want to give, and therefore. So I must thank you for your time and your
pleasure,
conversations,
Nitin.
and
Real
I can
pleasure.
wish Bharat Forge and you only greater success going ahead.
I think we have to thank all the guys at the MOD, the Honorable Raksha Mantri, the Defense Secretary, all the service chiefs.
That's right.
And they have given tremendous encouragement to us.
It's wonderful, wonderful to know that. So I'm going to end here, and of course, don't go away. We are in this conversation for the series On The Shop Floor, and I couldn't have had a greater privilege than having Mr. Baba Kalyani on this program in this episode of On The Shop Floor. I'm Nitin Gokhale. Hello and welcome. On this episode of On the Shop Floor, I am at the Hindustan Aeronautics Limited facility in Bangalore, the assembly line for LCA Tejas. And with me is the man heading HAL, CB Anant Krishnan, the chairman and managing director, who heads the resurgence of HAL, if one may call it. And we are fortunate to get his time to speak to us about HAL, its plans, and how it is going to contribute to India's quest for self-reliance. Thank you very much for giving us your time.
Thank you, sir. It's a nice opportunity for us as well, and thank you for this opportunity.
My pleasure. So let me ask you, when I look at the stock market, when I look at the order books of HAL, it seems the order book is full for the next 3 or 4 years. What is the, first of all, what are these orders? And if you can give us the breakup of what are the products that you are going to offer for the market as well as the Indian Air Force.
Yeah, before getting into the order book, probably HAL has been there in the business for the last almost 6 to 7 decades.
Sure.
And the performance has been there for all to see.
Correct.
And that is the confidence and trust which HAL has generated with our defense customers as well as with all the ministry and even with the Honorable Prime Minister.
Right.
And with Atmanirbhar Bharat and self-reliance taking a front seat, and with that being the policy initiatives of this government.
Yes.
HAL has also been one of the biggest beneficiaries because we have got a range of indigenously designed and developed products today.
Right.
And that is getting reflected in our order book position.
Correct.
So order book today, as of now, we have got the major to be executed orders. One is that, as you are aware, that 83 numbers of Mark, 1A LCA.
that's
And apart from that, we have got recently that another 34 numbers of advanced light helicopters.
Yes.
And we have also got a basic trainer aircraft of 70 numbers. and of course the engines order which is there for RD-33, which powers the MiG series of aircraft.
Right.
So that we have got 18 numbers, and another major order which is in the pipeline is your 240 numbers of AL-31FP engines, which is to power the Sukhoi aircraft.
That's right.
So broadly, these are the major orders.
So
which
actually a large spectrum.
Large spectrum of orders which needs to be executed in the next 3 to 4 year time frame.
That's right.
So we have started in the right earnest. LCA, you have seen this facility.
That's right.
In fact, when we started the program way back in 2008, when we had signed the contract,
Yes.
this particular facility was supposed to make only 8 aircrafts.
Okay.
Then with the augmentation of facilities, because we felt that 8 numbers is not going to be sufficient to take care of the requirements in future. So we wanted to do the augmentation, and we have enhanced the capacity from 8 to 16 numbers.
In a year,
In a year 16. What
Right.
I'm talking is 8 numbers in a year from to 16 numbers.
Right.
So today the Bangalore facility, this division, LCA Tejas division as well as the aircraft division, which is adjacent to this,
Right.
can take care of 16 numbers on an annual basis of LCA Mark 1A production.
Which is a huge capacity
enhancement.
Yeah.
And and with that, in addition to that, not only to depend on our own capacity, we have also developed certain private sector partnerships,
Right.
especially for the structures.
Okay.
All the 4 structures, that is the rear fuselage, front fuselage, center fuselage, as well as the wings. We have entered into partnerships, and we have entered into outsourcing arrangements with various private industry.
These are tier 1
suppliers sort of thing. So that will further strengthen the supply chain.
Right.
And even if there are going to be some difficulty in our capacities, it will be supplemented by
Sure.
them. Notwithstanding these 16 numbers, we felt there is a need for the defense forces to see that the orders are getting executed not only in time, it is also well ahead of time.
Absolutely.
So with this, in fact, we have on our own started thinking of enhancing the capacities further
I
from
see.
16 numbers to 24 numbers.
Oh, that's wonderful.
So it is with this idea in view, we have started the 3rd line in Nashik. And we have, last October, we have initiated the process, and we expect this 3rd line to become operational sometime the current calendar year. That is sometime between the last quarter of the current calendar year, that is between September to December.
Right.
And our idea is that this year itself, we wanted at least 1 more aircraft or 2 more aircrafts to be manufactured in our Nashik facility.
Oh, I see.
Nashik facility, what we are designed today, is capable of producing another 8 aircrafts.
So that means if you have 24 here, whenever
16,
it happens, 16
16
here and 8 there.
8 there.
So that's 24.
24. And we wanted it to be fully operational with the 8 numbers in Nashik from 25-26 onwards.
Oh, I see.
So this would mean 16 plus 8, 24 numbers we will be in a position to deliver starting from the financial year 25-26 onwards.
That's wonderful. So what a year later maybe?
Year later.
Yeah.
This year we are expecting 16 numbers as per delivery schedule. We are contracted delivery schedule. We have to give 16.
And these are Mark 1A.
This is Mark 1A. This is Mark 1A.
Right.
And with the 83 numbers, we expect it to get liquidated a year in advance of the contracted delivery schedule.
And when is that year early?
That will be earlier, as per the contract, it is 28-29. We wanted it to get it completed by 27-28.
Okay.
Since we have enhanced the capacity to 24 numbers.
Oh, wonderful.
So as far as LCA Mark 1A is concerned,
Yes.
and subsequently for the LCA Mark 2, by the time this gets over, Mark 2 will come into picture.
Correct.
And then we have got sufficient capacities at our disposal. So 24 numbers is something which we are targeting.
Excellent.
We will be able to achieve from next financial year 25-26. And in case if there are going to be further requirement and need to be expedited,
Sure.
our Nashik capacity can also be enhanced from 8 to another 4 numbers with some incremental investment.
So you've got that head space there,
It is there.
Yeah.
Because we do not know what is going to be the requirement of the defense customers in the
Right.
future. So we wanted to be prepared ourselves so that we keep supplying to them as per the contracted delivery
And
schedule.
it is not only the Indian Air Force, but you might have export orders.
Exactly,
going forward.
precisely. In fact, with that in mind only, we started the establishing the 3rd line. But fortunately for us, we are also likely to get another 97 numbers of LCA Mark 1A.
That's right.
So it perfectly fits into our plan of action. And I think we should be able to successfully execute that LCA Mark 1A.
That's wonderful to know. So I was going to ask you about exports a little later, but now that we have spoken about exports, several countries have expressed interest. I mean, I have also come across people saying this. In fact, I was perhaps one of the few people who was in Bahrain when LCA first flew at the Bahrain Air Show in 2016. And there is interest, as you would know. But what is the realistic assessment of the interest in LCA in the other countries?
Yeah, as you are aware, till very recently, we have been focusing only on the indigenous customers. Now, very recently, we have started focusing because of this export initiatives by the government. We also started looking the export market very seriously. Another factor which is to our advantage will be that today we have got a range of products which we can offer to the defense foreign countries, which the case earlier it was not like that, because we were more of licensed production, except for one or two products we didn't have a range. Today, since we have got a range, the many foreign countries have started showing interest, and especially on two products. One is the LCA Tejas, which is proving to be one of the best products of its categories, and the other one is on the helicopter segment. Helicopter segment is again, we have got a very varied range of helicopters, which
it's probably a large bouquet actually.
So these have generated interest in the foreign customers, foreign countries. So as of today, there have been interest which have been shown. Some 5 to 6 countries have shown some serious interest. One among them, as you know, is Argentina, where they have things are still under discussion. But as you know, the defense deals, it takes longer period to come through. So Argentina has shown interest, and Philippines, we are in the advanced stages of discussions. So we hopefully we should be able to be successful over there. And then Egypt also, we are in discussions with Egypt. Recently, Nigeria has gained momentum. So there are few more countries which have shown interest. Initially it was with Yelek, but now because Tejas has also become a product of class, so there have been a lot of interest being shown on Tejas also. I hope that now with all the initiatives being taken by HAL and establishing our offices abroad, and the initiatives that the government is taking, sooner or later we will have one breakthrough order.
That's great to know. But I think in my assessment, helicopters will have more demand than LCA Tejas. So let's talk about the helicopters a little bit. You have a large bouquet of helicopters. I think all three services, Indian Armed Forces, have placed orders, are going to place orders. So that division seems to be on a resurgence kind of a thing. So tell us more about these helicopter variants that you have.
Yeah, one of the reasons for the success stories of helicopter has been that we have been there in the business for the last 60-70 years. We have been manufacturing Cheetah Chetak since 70s. And then we have phased it out, and now Cheetah Chetak is not being done. But the experience which we have gained for the manufacture of Cheetah Chetak has stood us in good stead. And one more important reason is that the helicopter design and development was continuing even during the 80s and 90s. And that is where we have gained the expertise in the design and development, and we have our own rotary wing segment, which is a research and development center, where a range of helicopters are being designed and developed. To start with, it has been the advanced light helicopter. And advanced light helicopter, as you know, Dhruv has been one of the major success stories. Today we have supplied more than 300 plus helicopters to the Indian Defense Forces. And in fact, it has evolved from a basic helicopter version of Mark 1 to Mark 4, which is a weaponized version. So 4 variants of advanced light helicopters we are today supplying to the defense, and it is all proven helicopters. The experience again, that took a longer period for us to design and develop the Dhruv helicopters. But the experience which we have gained in Dhruv has stood us in good stead when we have started designing the other helicopters. Like for instance, LCH, Light Combat Helicopter Prachand, which was also inducted by the Honorable Haram in the last October 2022. So it is a combat helicopter which again has really been well appreciated by all the customers. And it is also, I can say, days are not far off when the foreign interest will also be shown into that, because it is a complete combat helicopter with complete range of weapons which are over there. And that is another success story of HAL, that we could design it at a very, I will not say short period, at a very reasonable period for an helicopter of that class. Then our next program was on the light utility helicopters, which currently is, the design is over, IOC has been issued. The IOC, we mean that initial operation clearance, that has been done in sometime in 21. And now with we are expected, that is expected to replace the Cheetah Chetak. So which means the numbers are going to be huge for its production. In fact, keeping that in mind, we have established a bigger capacity in Tumkuru, which has come up, which is one of the Asia's largest helicopter manufacturing facility, which has been also been inaugurated by our Honorable Prime Minister and we plan to manufacture those helicopters over there. To start with, the capacity will be around 30, and then we are planning to scale it up to 90 helicopters per annum there.
Wow.
So
that's a huge number.
Yeah. So we expect there is going to be a huge demand as far as this helicopter segment is concerned, whether it be light ALH or whether it be LCH or LUH. And now we are embarking on a newer program which is a much bigger ton category. That is that IMRH, Indian medium bowl helicopter.
And that you already got a joint facility with Safran.
So that is again for engine. IMRH we wanted to have more of public-private partnerships. That is a new model which we are trying to work out. Where we thought that the engine and earlier the engine for the other helicopters were getting imported from Safran. Under TOT we are manufacturing in Bangalore as well.
Yes.
But this time we wanted joint development of engine so that the IPR will remain within the country. So
even if it's joint, it will remain in India.
Remain in India. So that is the reason why we have entered into with Safran for the engine joint development and manufacture of engine in India. But this IMRH is again a 12-ton category helicopter, which is a multi-utility helicopter. Again, this is a class, which is expected to replace the Mi-17s, which we are operating. So this is the timelines are very challenging. So because of the timelines being challenging, we also wanted to engage with private industry so that the things move fast and it will be available
so
with thing. And we know, you know that today the sort of expertise which is getting developed in the private industry, we would like to leverage that and see that this model is evolving.
Correct. So that brings me to the private sector, and HAL has been the dominant player, I would say, near monopoly in aircraft and aero engines manufacturing, or let's say license manufacturing for a while. If the competition comes in private sector, as it is bound to, if you are going to liberalize the defense policies, how are you gearing up for that competition in terms of HR policies, in terms of technical and engineering skills?
I would really, it is that private industry is evolving, and then the aerospace industry, defense industry also is evolving.
Right.
So I don't really see them as a competition.
Okay.
Because it is an opportunity for HAL. We have been there in the industry for 6 to 7 decades.
Correct.
And we have developed certain capabilities which are unique to HAL.
Which cannot be done overnight by anybody.
So what I mean to say here is it can be over. I am not getting into that, but at least I can say now this is an opportunity to showcase the capabilities of HAL which has been built over the years.
Right.
So this uniqueness will always be there with HAL, and we feel that there is a need for private industry also to step in, because today there are certain entry barriers in the form of your investment, the gestation period and things like that. But definitely this is an industry where when we are talking about self-reliance and Atmanirbhar, definitely it has to be an ecosystem which has to be developed, where the private industry also will have a big role to play. So all this would mean that the private industry along with the public industry should coexist, and ultimately the objective of the country, that is to become self-reliant and Atmanirbhar, can definitely be achieved. And as far as HAL, we are feeling that we have our own unique strengths. So we will be able to our strengths we will be able to reveal. So in fact the private industry coming, we will be able to probably synergize their strengths along with us to see that the aerospace and defense industry in India is really becoming Atmanirbhar.
That's an excellent thought on which to take a break. I need to take a break here at this point. We will of course continue this conversation with CMD of HAL, CB Anant Krishnan. We are on the assembly, the manufacturing facility of Tejas, but we will go into the other hangar, which at least shows us the finished product. These are the machines where the modular structures are there, where some of the parts are manufactured and then put together. So we will come back after this break. Don't go away. Welcome back. I'm in conversation with Chairman and Managing Director of HAL, CB Anant Krishnan, and we are on the shop floor at the Tejas manufacturing facility, the LCA Tejas Mark 1A. This is where the LCA is going to roll out in its final shape for the Indian Air Force going forward. So we were talking about how you have that facility where we were in that hangar. Now here, what are these people doing here when we see this particular thing?
See, the structures we have, that is known as the structural assembly, where the structures are being made, that hangar, and once the structures are ready, they get assembled over here. And then this is the aircraft where the equipping is going on. The aircraft structurally it is done, and now the next stage of the aircraft build is the equipping stage, where the different systems and subsystems gets connected, looming is being done, electrical
Cables are being
installed. So the complete equipping of the aircraft is being done here, except for the engine. Engine will be for the final fit which will happen. And once it is done, then there will be a ground run which will be done, which is the next stage of the aircraft. This will go there, and then the engine ground run will be taken care. And once that ground run is done, then the painting and the other processes which will come.
And it's a wonderful way to sort of have all those skills coming together. So one question that always haunts a lot of people is, does India have enough skilled manpower, engineers, technicians, people who assemble the aircraft and all that? HAL obviously is the only aircraft manufacturing company in India. What has been your experience, and how are you going to sort of enhance your recruitment, enhance your numbers? What are the plans?
I mean, to start with, the skill sets which are available today definitely needs to be enhanced. I mean, because with the sort of projects which we are likely to get, and we need more manpower and more skilled manpower is there. But the HAL sort of a training system is also something unique. You know, there are not readily available skill sets which are available in the market where we can take and recruit. So we have got a system for the officers, for the executives, engineers. We have got a management training system where we recruit on an annual basis some 200 to 250 engineers. And we have a management training program which is spread over a period of 18 months. So we give on-the-job training. We give them a complete facet of the HAL's various activities. That is all being trained on the shop floor and as well as on the various complexes and division, so that they get a flair of a complete aerospace and defense industry. So once they get trained, they become ready for taking over the jobs in the shops. And there they are taken as engineers in first, and then we have got a career progression program which keeps growing up. So what happens is that we are very conscious of the fact that the skill, knowledge transfer happens in a very, very seamless way, so that there is nothing which is lost, which has been gained by experienced people who keep superannuating. The knowledge transfer happens on a very seamless way. So that way we are having a well-structured mechanism as of now, but we need to keep improving on that, and we are planning to take further manpower in the days to come, so that the sort of requirement is fully met. And as far as the employee workman category over there, we are having two sort of categories. One is the permanent people who are working there in HAL, and also the tenure-based people who are closer to permanent, in terms of skill set. But so that the project, when it is there, we are taking them, we will be recruiting them. And once the project is over, then depending on the needs, we will try to retain and...
So, what happens is, now that you are going to enhance capacity, you are going to enhance manufacturing. Also, I'll come to the Mark II plan and further the AMCA plan, that is government's plan for that. But what has been your experience with the Indian Air Force, your primary customer, and ADA? Unless you all work together, it's going to be difficult. So tell us more about how you interact with them, how you synergize your efforts with both the Air Force and ADA.
See, the most important aspect is that ultimately the customer should have an aircraft, which he finds it more, satisfies all his requirements. The ultimate objective is that we are, as a manufacturer and ADA as a designer, our responsibility is to provide to the customer a more capable aircraft, because they are the front end fighters, and they are the people who have to take care of the security. So with that is in mind, we all work. Definitely there has been lot of discussions which are going on between, we try to have very transparent discussions between ADA, who are the design agency, and who are the HAL, along with HAL, who are the manufacturing as well as the design partners for ADA, and along with the customers. We continue, and also the other agency being the CEMILAC, who is the certification agency. So all the four agencies, we work in synchronizations, so that the common objective of coming out with one of the best aircraft is completely achieved. So we do have certain requirements keep coming up from the Indian Air Force, but we find that their requirements are all based on the needs.
Sure.
So necessarily we will also have to find ways and means of how to
tweaking the requirements or taking the manufacturing model.
This is not something which is
static.
It is a continuing development. The program of this nature is a continuous process.
Correct.
So we need to keep continuously upgrading the aircraft.
That's right.
Even as you are aware, even the F-16s is still in place only because of upgradations.
Yeah, of course.
So that is very critical, and we along with the design agency ADA, we keep doing that.
Excellent. So before I go to Mark II or its roadmap, what is your experience with vendors? I was looking at the chart where you have some 150 or 300 different vendors bringing in different parts, which is anywhere, this is how aircraft are manufactured. And also different locations in India, which also creates job opportunities, all that. What has been your experience with your all the 3 tiers, 1, 2 and 3 vendors in India? Are they coming up to your expectations now?
Yeah, very much. You can see that HAL has been outsourcing, and we have been there in the vendor development, not now. We have been there in the last 5-6 decades. We have been doing that. In fact, we are happy today that some of the tier 1 or tier 2 suppliers who are tier 2, tier 3 suppliers who are there as part of HAL's ecosystem, today they have all been listed companies and they are doing much well. So that gives us a lot of happiness that the ecosystem which is created around HAL is developing quite well. So our vendor experience has been quite well. We are trying to develop new vendors with the sort of indigenization which we are planning now, and with the sort of self-reliance which we will have to achieve. The role of the Indian vendors and Indian supply chain, we will have to make a very robust supply chain within the country. And for which the Indian vendors are going to play a major role. We are handholding them. We are trying to develop the products which we have either been importing, so that the vendors will become fully equipped and they will become a part of the supply chain for the HAL.
Excellent. So let's come to Mark II, which was sanctioned by the government, and its Air Force has been told to go for it. Obviously, HAL is the manufacturer. What is the timeline for Mark II first flight, or whatever you want to call it?
Yeah, Mark II, ADA is the lead design agency, and HAL also has been associated with ADA to take care of certain design activities. So we have completed the preliminary design review as well as critical design review. CDR also has been completed in last December. Certain components also have been we have started manufacturing. So we expect the first prototype to roll out sometime end of next year, that is in 25, December around. This is what the plan is, and we will be able to come out with the first prototype by 25, and after that it will take another 2.5 years for the various certification processes to take place. So we expect somewhere around 28 to 29 the production should commence, and we should be able to deliver the first aircraft in 29.
Okay. And of course the Air Force is fully on board about it, because that's their in fact, one of the things that the Air Force keeps telling me is that Mark II is very crucial for the next leap, which is the Advanced Medium Combat Aircraft, AMCA. On AMCA, how will you meet that challenge? Because one of you have, this is the engine, right now which you are using?
Yeah, 404.
404. Then Mark II is likely to have, we are told, F414, which is about 98 kilonewtons is what they keep telling us, GE414. What is the plan and what is the, I would say, philosophy for AMCA coming in?
AMCA, it is still at preliminary stages. So conceptual stage rather. And ADA has been the agency, lead design agency over there. And the engine is still under discussion. It has not been finalized as yet. So Mark II, yes, GV414, we have already entered into an MOU with them, and shortly we will also be signing that manufacturing license agreement where the under 80% transfer of technology which will happen. And
that's for manufacturing.
Right. So this will take care of the Mark II requirements, LCA Mark II. Now AMCA, at this point of time, we may not be able to tell as to exact nature of the engine. Of course, it needs a more powerful engine, 110 kilonewton, as compared to this 98 kilonewton. How it will be done and who will be doing it, it is...
that of course is government's decision and going forward. But, would you agree to this, theory that if Mark II is done well here, and HAL obviously will do, because you got this expertise of Mark 1, Mark 1A and then Mark 2, will allow AMCA's development or manufacturing whenever it comes 10-15 years down the line much faster than these earlier two variants of LCA Mark 1 and 2.
Yeah, manufacturing part of it, as I have told, the
Yeah.
capacities are being built in.
Correct.
So that way we will be able to, HAL will be well equipped to take care of the
That's the
manufacturing
point,
equipment.
yes.
That will not be an issue.
Right.
But it again depends on what will be the business model which will be followed for AMCA's
That's right.
manufacturing.
Also its design.
Design and whether to what extent public-private partnership model will be
come in
evolved.
there.
That will all be decisions to be taken.
Sure.
But as far as HAL is concerned, we are always capable and we have got the capacities to do that.
That's the confidence that is required actually, because HAL I think now is in the space of actually being very self-confident about what you're doing yourself. Earlier it was about assembling and TOT manufacturing. So in that respect, LCA has given you so much of wealth of experience. How are you institutionalizing that? You mentioned that people who are superannuating will pass on to the new recruits and all that. Even otherwise, what about R&D? I mean, do you do, HAL does a lot of R&D into all this?
In fact, as you are aware, we have got two major R&D centers.
Right.
One is for the fixed wing aircraft, fighter aircrafts,
Right.
and the trainers, of course, fixed wing category. The other one is on the rotary wing segment. Rotary wing is where we have discussed some time back.
That's right.
Fixed wing and apart from that, there are R&D centers attached to every division.
Okay.
Where the program, once it gets stabilized and we get into manufacturing stage, many of the R&D is a continuous process.
Yes.
Because we keep developing, we keep adding some more functionalities,
Right.
and we keep indigenizing it. This is an evolved process which keeps going on, even if the aircraft is mature.
Sure.
So that we are having almost 13 R&D centers spread across the country. So they do the R&D activities, and we are also today giving more focus on the R&D programs.
Right.
The reason being the success which we have got in our own indigenous developed platforms has given us a lot of confidence.
Yes.
And we have also now started earmarking a separate R&D fund with 15% of profit being flowed back
that's
into that
wonderful.
R&D fund. And we wanted to take this R&D forward in a big way.
Right.
Slowly we wanted to be seen as a technology company.
Correct.
And this manufacturing part of it, there are private industries is always there.
Yes.
We will try to be an integrator. We will try to hold the IPRs for the products which are developed.
Right.
And the operationalizing part of it, we would like to see the private sector in a more bigger way.
That's a very good plan, because that's how everywhere, I mean, successful countries like US and France have done this on that model itself. We are now in front of a finished product, if I can say that.
Yeah.
Tejas. And when I think in the hangar outside, I saw one more, which is ready to fly, I suppose. So when this does this first flight or whatever, I mean, you've done this, what is the process involved, just for the viewers' interest? Once you do this flight here, the test pilots come here and they do that?
See, what happens is that these are all first the trainer aircraft.
Right.
Because you can see the
two-seater,
tandem
yeah.
seating is there.
Right.
So these trainer aircraft is what we are delivering in the current year,
Right.
because all the fighters, 32 fighters have already been delivered.
Right.
The process is, once the aircraft is ready and once the ground runs and checks have been done, then the we have our own set of test pilots. So we will get the clearance from Semilac for doing that. They will issue the RSD sort of thing.
Right.
And after that, our pilots will start flying this aircraft to test it,
Sure.
to see that all the functionalities for which it is required are all being met. Once we are done with that, and after our 3 or 4 sorties, depending on what is the snacks which is coming up, if the aircraft is ready, then we go, the customer's CRI, that the inspector will also be there, who is part of the DGA QA.
Correct.
So they will come and again certify that this aircraft is ready for flying, and will issue a signaling out certificate to the customer. The signaling out certificates indicates that the aircraft is ready for delivery. The customer's pilots can come and ferry out the aircraft.
Right.
After that, the customer's pilots come over here. They have got a board of officers to check that all the functionalities are all okay. Once that is done, the customer pilots, then they ferry out the aircrafts.
Right. So one of the things that I had heard about almost, I would say 10 years ago, when the Tejas went out for the first time to Bahrain, like I mentioned, used to be a refrain from commentators and people who were closely watching Tejas development, was that it's a good plane, but not yet a good fighter. has that changed? I know it has changed, but I want you to tell us how has that changed now?
Yeah, in fact, initially when we started with our LSP contract, it happens in any fighter programs.
So tell us the journey.
Yeah, so it started with our, IOC contract. We will say that initially 20 numbers.
That's right. Then the FOC
then
came.
the FOC came.
Yeah.
Then FOC had certain more features than added to IOC.
Right.
And with Mark 1A, we have added major systems like this radar system has been strengthened, ASR radar, that electronically multiple array radar that has been taken, and then the BVR beyond visual range missiles have also been added, and the some more weapon systems and the the advancements for better maintainability issues that has also been added. So today the aircraft is fully in a combat mode. It has got 8 hard points where it can carry the weapons and where it can deliver the weapons also. And so this Mark 1A will definitely be a much better aircraft in terms of its combat capability as compared to the earlier versions. So this we are not left. I think this is what the customer also wanted.
Correct.
And this Mark 1A would exactly fit in. And of course Mark 2 will carry, because this one day restriction in Mark 1A is the quantum of load which it can carry. Payloads
Because
it can be, size of the engine
thrust.
So this Mark 1A is around 3,000 tons, 3 tons rather. It can carry, but
The
whereas
payload.
it can be 3 tons.
Right.
Whereas Mark 1A, Mark 1A, it can carry 3.5, and Mark 2 can carry up to 6,000 kg payload.
That's right.
So otherwise, the aircraft as such, we have
all the
weapon
avionics,
systems.
all the
Avionics has been upgraded. Your radar system has been upgraded. Your missile system has been better. Missile system has been given, and then EW suit and your electronic warfare suit, and the jammers and things like that has all been upgraded. So I feel that this will be a complete aircraft when it comes to combat capabilities.
Great. So last one final question, but it's a personal thing. Your journey in HAL. You've been in HAL for how long, and how has been your journey in HAL?
Yeah, in fact, I would say this has been my excellent journey in HAL. I have joined, in fact, in 2004. Earlier, I was there with both private industry as well as now I am there in public sector.
Right.
So my mix of experience in the private has also helped me over here.
I'm sure.
But in HAL, I can say that this is an organization where I feel really that I have the privilege of serving this organization, because the work which is being done, the technical brain which is available here, and the capabilities which exist, and the sort of opportunities which is given to any person. Not necessarily it has to be at that hierarchical level.
Right.
It can be across the board. Even an entry engineer, if he has got the capability, he is being given the opportunity. So this organization is such a professional organization. Only thing is that the sort of capabilities which it has got, it was not being known to the public till now. Now things have started, people have started looking at HAL. So that would mean that HAL's capabilities which was there elsewhere available earlier, now it has become in public domain.
That's good to know, and I think one of the key elements in this has been Prime Minister Modi and Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh's support and encouragement to HAL. Was the Prime Minister here?
Exactly, this place he was, the Honorable Prime Minister, after flowing the sortie in LCA Tejas, he had he wanted to see the LCA division as well.
Right.
And in fact, he was here, he spent some almost 15 to 20 minutes time over here. He had gone through all the, whatever the elements are build which was happening.
Right.
So he has gone through with this inquisitiveness, he has asked so much of questions on this. So he was quite impressed with the facilities and with the sort of aircraft which HAL is making, and that has been one of the biggest motivations for HAL. The Honorable Prime Minister and the Honorable Raksha Mantri of the country supporting HAL, along with our Defense Secretary and the Ministry officials. Today the climate is so conducive that we are fully motivated and we wanted to do better and better always.
And what was his message to HAL employees and to HAL at large?
He was just, he had words of appreciation from him. He has been telling that you have all been doing such good work, continue to do that. And the interest which he has shown itself is an indication that he is quite impressed with the HAL, and that has been the biggest motivation for him.
I'm sure. And HAL has bright future, as we've already discussed. So I wish you all the best and your team.
Thank you.
And thank you for this opportunity. We were looking to come and sort of look at how Tejas is developing and what Tejas is being manufactured. So thanks for this opportunity and thank you for taking us around in this facility.
No, I should also thank you for having taken time off and come and visited our facilities and also taken interest to develop a story around HAL. That is something which is very critical, which will always be a motivating factor for me.
It's our pleasure and thank you for this opportunity again. So that was CB Anand Krishnan, HAL's Chairman and Managing Director, showing us around in the Tejas manufacturing facility, Tejas LCA Mark 1A. We will keep bringing such stories to you from the shop floor of different Indian companies, given that Bharat Shakti's tagline is self-reliance in defense, and we will continue to try and focus and bring you such success stories. Hope to see you in the next episode soon. For the time being, it's goodbye. In the next episode of On the Shop Floor, we travel to Pune, or a place near Pune called Talegaon, and we visit and interview the head of L&T Defense, Arun Ramchandani, on the shop floor. Don't miss watching it. Hello and welcome. In this episode of On the Shop Floor, I am at L&T Defense facility in Talegaon near Pune, and with me is the head of L&T Defense, Arun Ramchandani, experienced hand and an old hand at L&T, an old hand in defense systems. Arun, thank you very much for your
Welcome,
time.
Nitin. Welcome to our Talegaon campus. Pleasure to have you here.
Thank you very much. I want to learn what L&T does, but before that, let me ask you, how did you get into defense, or how did you get into this engineering field?
Okay, so I would say that I got into defense by accident.
Okay.
And if we can credit it to somebody, it should be Dr. Kalam.
Okay.
It so happened that, when I joined L&T as a GET, that is a graduate engineer trainee,
right,
way back in 1984, right out of IIT Delhi.
Okay.
And I joined the R&D department of L&T at Powai.
Okay.
And we were doing all kinds of machinery development. So in those days we used to build cement plants and cement equipment, and there were guys like me and JD Patil who would design this kind of new machinery.
Okay.
And then around that time the IGMDP program started.
Yeah, Integrated Missile Development Program.
And Dr. Kalam felt that we've been doing a lot of work in DRDO, but unless we integrate industry, this program will take a long time. So he reached out to companies like L&T, Tata, and said that, look, we are doing this program and we would like industry to participate. And so they came to us in the R&D and said that, okay, they want to build some ground systems.
Right.
Ground systems for the Nag missile.
Okay.
Ground systems for the Trishul missile. And of course we were very excited. We loved designing machinery, and that's how we got into designing some of the launchers. So what you see here is a Pinaka launcher, which I am one of the early designers of this.
Okay.
Okay, and we started the design in the late 80s. Today, of course, it's an inducted weapon system and we export it.
Sure. And you would have improved upon it quite a lot.
Yeah. So, the interesting thing is that when you build equipment like this, and this is high precision equipment, we are firing the Pinaka rockets, and they travel 40 odd kilometers.
Correct.
And think about it, that if you are just slightly off, when you fire 40 kilometers, just how off the rocket would be. So this had to be very precise. It had to be very rigid, so that when you fire, it just won't go off target. And it was a challenge in engineering, which we enjoyed doing, and of course it's...
So you have a motion platform also in this?
So we have a motion platform, a kind of a turret which moves in the azimuth plane and
Right.
the elevation plane.
Wow.
And
So it's a combination of those two
yeah,
things.
those two things, and a lot of electronics, lot of what we call servo controls,
Right.
critical mechanical design, and that's how we built it. And working with DRDO, that was the journey till 2000.
Right.
From, I would say, the end of the 80s till 2000, about 2 decades of just working
Just
with
working with them and and developing with them.
and developing with them.
Right.
And it was only in 2001 when defense became a licensed sector
Sure.
that we decided that, look, you know, we need to take all the industrial licenses for defense and look at how we can grow this into a bigger business segment, and that's how, you know, defense became a segment in itself.
So you're a witness to the early development.
Yeah,
into
we are like
all
a
this.
startup.
You're part of
You know,
in defense for L&T.
We are a startup within a large conglomerate.
Right.
And you know, we were somewhere lying in the R&D, and people didn't trouble us much. They didn't ask us, what is your PBIT?
There were no commercials involved there.
How much revenue are you going to do for some time? And then slowly we got into the thing of making a business out of it. And,
Right.
you know, growing it beyond the R&D into commercial.
But your discipline in IIT Delhi was what?
Mechanical engineering.
No wonder. Therefore, that result is seen here in that sense.
Yeah.
So, Dr. Kalam has inspired so many people.
Exactly.
You're one more
And,
of them
you
that
know,
I am coming across.
At a young age, we got a chance to meet with people like him.
Right.
We got a chance to work with labs like DRDL,
Right.
RCI. I worked with Dr. Saraswat quite closely.
I see.
And so it's been a very exciting journey.
I can see that.
Both as an engineer and now converting this into a business.
True.
Where
So,
we use L&T's engineering capabilities to build products for the nation.
Right, and I think many of them you've got into different verticals, which we'll talk about.
Yeah.
But L&T's journey, like what you're mentioning as a defense vertical, can be traced back to about 2001, as you said.
2001, where we were, you know, allowed to directly sell to the MOD. And
Exactly. So, even if you take that as a start point, you've already done more than 20 years.
Yes, yes.
So, what has been the experience in these 20 years?
So it's been a thrilling ride, and I would say in some ways a roller coaster as well.
Okay.
But broadly, we started from a core R&D base. Like I
Right.
told you, 20 years was just focused on DRDO and R&D and maybe doing some stuff for the Navy.
Yeah.
And from then on, we've built a number of at least 250 products, you know, have been built for the armed forces. About 35 of them are in serial production today, which have come out of, you know, R&D efforts and stuff like that. And of course, then we looked to scale up. We looked at the K9 Vajra, which came subsequently.
Sure.
We got into warship construction. We've been associated with submarine building. We've, you know, looked at precision equipment at Coimbatore, including aerospace equipment.
Okay.
You know, again, the aerospace business has its roots with Dr. Kalam. His first SLV rocket, the motor casings were made at Powai.
Oh, okay.
And actually that's how he realized that L&T has the capability.
Oh, okay.
And, you know, when he moved to DRDO, he kind of got companies like us into the program.
Interesting nuggets and interesting vision that man had.
Yeah, absolutely.
So where you actually now when you look back, it wouldn't have been easy for him to get private sector involved in what the government was doing essentially.
No, it was a very different world, different environment.
Right.
Today it's very different. We are a large part of what India produces for its defense equipment.
Right.
You know, the share of the domestic industry has been growing.
Correct.
And we see it growing even further. The focus on self-reliance. And I think we are well poised for taking advantage of that because we've actually built our business on an R&D base.
Absolutely. Like you said, and you are one of those pioneers. But now what is this that you have built?
So this is the MR-SAM launcher for the Indian Air Force.
Yeah, one can see that written there. Yeah.
Yeah. So this is the main launcher system. It's on a trailer, and again you can see the kind of, it uses precision drives. We've got a mast here for the communication.
Sure.
And this is equipment which has been built much after I stopped designing.
You got into the business of
the next generation.
Okay.
Are doing it well and probably doing it better.
Yeah.
And you see, interestingly, it looks pretty simple, but it's very rugged equipment. What you see here are 2 actuators or 2 screws.
Okay.
And think about it, they have to be synchronized because if they move slightly out of sync, the whole system will jam.
Sure.
So that's the kind of expertise that our guys have in designing these type of synchronized systems.
And it's mobile, right?
It's mobile. This is mobile equipment.
Can be transported from one place to the
Absolutely.
other. You also have something similar for the army?
We have.
Okay, that's there. Okay.
Right there we see that for the army.
Right. And I can see in this last 2 equipments you have women engineers working here. I mean, there's this lady and then there are those crews here.
So, Nitin, we really believe in diversity in our organization.
Right.
So, we've got a lot of these young people. Many of them are engineers from the local colleges around here.
Right.
We have about 15% of our defense workforce is women.
Wow.
And
that's a high number.
And it's not like women sitting in the offices, but like you can see, these are young boys and girls who are working on the field, operating equipment, integrating equipment, testing equipment.
Sure. So this facility itself, if I understand correctly, is facility for integration and testing also?
Yeah, so we call this an AIT facility.
Okay.
Okay. What you see around here are AIT shops.
Right.
Okay.
That is the assembly,
integration and testing.
Testing. Okay.
Okay. So we work with an ecosystem of suppliers.
Right.
And each of these equipment will have hundreds of suppliers who work with us.
Right.
Most of them MSMEs. And while they build all that equipment over there, it comes here for assembly, integration, testing.
Right.
Of course, we build some of the electronic modules, which is
behind
the shop
this.
behind.
I see. Okay.
And so we build the electronic units here. We get the hardware built in the ecosystem around.
Right.
Some of them in our own factories at Coimbatore or at Hazira, and all of that comes in here. It gets assembled. Assembly is just putting things together. Integration is another thing where mechanical systems talk to hydraulic systems
and electronic systems.
to electronic systems and all of that.
Yeah.
So that's the integration piece. And then there's testing. We have a lot of special purpose test facilities here.
Okay.
Unfortunately, because of whatever our secrecy requirements, I can't show you all of those.
Doesn't matter. Yeah, but we are on the campus.
Yeah. So in the broad sense, it's about assembly, integration, testing. Each of these is a critical piece, and we have skill sets for all of these.
Right.
We use a lot of local talent. We train them up, and we believe that this kind of modern equipment, which is a mix of technology and manufacturing skills, can be done by the local engineers. They can be trained to do this.
Very good.
And they,
I think
many of them become good designers.
Sure.
Many of them.
You're spreading the tentacles, if I can use that word, into tier 2, tier 3 cities and engineering facilities or engineering institutions.
So when we started, before 2000, we did all this in one of the small shops in Powai.
Okay.
So they used to find us a nuisance because they were doing production and we would come and do our prototyping.
Right.
And
and they would say, why are these fellows not doing anything?
Yeah, they're just occupying our shops. Where prototypes take ages to move out.
Sure.
And now it's a different world. All these equipment, they move out in 18 months, 12 months.
Okay.
Some of them from design to delivery. The timelines are typically 18 months.
Okay.
When we did it, in back then, it sometimes took us 4 years, 5 years to take it from design
to at least a prototype.
Complete testing.
Right.
But all of that is evolved. Then we realized that we needed dedicated facilities. And today in our defense, we have 6 facilities which are dedicated for
defense.
defense
So
activities.
this is also started about
2008 we started.
So it's nearly 15-16 years ago.
Yeah.
Right.
And then, one shop came up. We started delivering pinakas. We got our first order, so the first regiment of pinakas we
I
delivered.
have gone from here.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we sold something, earned some money, plowed it back, made it into a facility.
So this is that army thing that you were
This
talking
is
about.
the Army
The
MR
MR-SAM.
launcher. So you can see the difference between Army and Air Force.
Yeah.
This is like meant for off-road applications.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's little more.
It's more compact, more mobile.
Exactly. More mobile and more compact.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I think again same principle applies.
Principles apply.
Yeah.
But you can just see the kind of engineering, the kind of finishing.
Right.
The product is of international standards.
Sure. So talking about international standards, there is an emphasis on exports, for instance, from the Indian defense companies. Government wants it like that. We will talk about that, but before that, how much of R&D component happens in L&T, and how much emphasis you give on R&D? You spoke about your own experience, but now that you've got all these products, do you go further in tweaking them, in further enhancing their capability?
So, Nitin, as you know, the government has laid a lot of emphasis on IDDM,
right,
which is Indian Design, Developed, Manufactured.
Correct.
And we thought that it is right for us to keep a focus on that. Obviously, the equipment is going to evolve.
Right.
And, we will have to design and develop newer and newer equipment.
Absolutely.
So the focus on R&D is always there. And we spend a good part of our earnings on the R&D.
Okay.
And so that's the kind of thrust that we have, constantly increasing the technical manpower, increasing the R&D manpower. And that close association with DRDO has brought into our R&D engineers that culture of, scientific temper and wanting to develop products.
Yeah, absolutely.
So it's a big thrust. R&D is a big thrust.
Correct.
Of course, today we build warships and we build battle tanks and we do all of that, and that requires production of a different scale. So there is a lot of manufacturing R&D which also goes on to enable us to produce more efficiently, to produce to international standards. So that's one aspect of it, and the other is developing new products.
Right.
And that is tomorrow we are going to look at directed energy systems.
Okay.
We are going to look at unmanned systems, and that's the kind of work which is going on in the R&D.
You're keeping up with times. Really,
we have to keep up with times.
Yeah. So you spoke about different verticals. So this is of course land systems that you just were showing us around, but you also do a lot of work in the naval systems, some of which I know you can't talk about, but whatever you can talk about as far as naval systems are concerned, tell us.
Okay, so on the platform business we have a strong land vertical and we have a naval vertical.
Right.
Let me talk about the naval vertical. So of course there's ships and submarines.
Sure.
And we have a shipyard at Kattupalli. The shipyard sprawls over about 900 acres. Of course, not all of it is shipyard.
Sure.
There are other fabrication yards, etc. But we have a dedicated shipyard which we set up around 2012-13 and invested over 2,000 crores in making a very contemporary shipyard. A lot of the shipbuilding happens inside shop floors.
Right.
And we use a lot of Industry 4.0 techniques to build our ships.
Oh,
so
that's interesting.
It's very advanced techniques. So that's one part, that is the shipbuilding and submarine building.
Right.
We build a lot of naval equipment and weapon systems.
Okay.
So for example, and they are inside the shops, but we're not stepping in.
Obviously, yeah.
But we do anti-submarine warfare, rocket launchers, we do torpedo launchers.
Okay.
So a lot of launch equipment, for the naval. we do a lot of engineering systems. So you'll be surprised to know that we are the biggest suppliers of stabilizers for warships in the country.
Oh,
We
okay.
are, in fact, almost all the warships have our stabilizers on board. We make the ship steering gear, so the autopilots, the steering gear, we do all of that. We do ship-based radars. Okay, and now as you see here, these are land-based radars.
These are land-based,
But
yes.
we do ship-based radars.
Okay.
We do stabilized platforms on ships. So for radars, for weapon systems.
Right.
So there's a plethora of stuff that we do for the Navy, from equipment to electrical systems, fire control systems, and then the shipbuilding and platform building.
Which you already have that case. But what about doing work with Indian Air Force? Of course, I mean that was there. That's the MRL, the MRSAM launcher. But what about radars? What about?
So you see this equipment here.
Yeah.
These are the search and track radars for the close-in weapon system.
Right.
That hopefully very soon we will be building for the Air Force.
Okay.
We've completed trials against a lot of international competition. We had indigenously built systems. So these systems are coupled with a gun, 40mm gun, and they provide close-in air defense against incoming drones.
So it's not just anti-aircraft, but it's also incoming drones.
Incoming drones as well. So supersonic, subsonic aircraft. But this is low-range, last-ditch defense.
Okay.
So you have search radars.
Right.
You have tracking radars.
Okay.
Which are then able to track and triangulate the
the
target
exact position,
and then feed it to the gun system. You have electro-optics on the gun, and that's able to.
So it's a hard kill gun.
It's a hard kill
Okay.
system. It's based on a 40mm gun.
Okay.
Which we've taken the old L70, but given it a completely new look.
Right.
With automatic, round feeding. We can select different. You can have programmable ammunition on it.
Oh.
So you program every round as it fires,
right?
So that it has the burst at the right time, near the target.
Okay.
So it's very interesting.
Oh, very interesting. What you showed in this campus is lovely. I'm sure you've also done talking about the land systems again. Tell me a little more about K9 Vajra. How did it come about to into L&T and then from there to the Indian Army?
So it's a very interesting story.
Yeah, exactly.
And after the Bofors gun, the Indian artillery was always looking to the next generation guns and the self-propelled howitzers, and this has been an ongoing requirement from the early 2000s.
Sure.
But somehow it never happened. They did try putting a Denel turret on
a tank or a BMP.
On the Arjun. And, there are a lot of those things were thought about. A lot of RFPs had been floated, but somehow they didn't get the right bidders and all of that.
Right.
And then around 2011, we had this RFP for the self-propelled howitzers, and at that time, of course, we didn't have the complete technology for doing the ordnance of the gun. So, and that was a buy global case.
Sure.
So, there was no question of developing a gun in that.
You could bring something and then give it out.
Since those were the days of buy global.
Buy global, yes.
So, we talked to the Samsung team from Korea at that time. The K9 gun was, quite well known as a good self-propelled howitzer. So we talked to them and they said, look, we can't participate in this RFP because this RFP says that we will use Indian in-service ammunition.
Oh,
okay. And the artillery ammunition at that time, which was in use, actually came from the South African origin. Denel.
Okay.
And the artillery rounds have something called nubs on them.
Okay.
To give them stability as they spin. And so the NATO ammunition is a smooth ammunition. It doesn't have these nubs.
Okay.
So the Samsung guys said, look, we have a problem integrating this ammunition with our gun. It requires a lot of R&D.
Okay.
We've done a couple of trials with our R&D, and it looks like it's not such a simple job. It's not a trivial job.
Right.
And it's too risky for us to participate in this program.
Okay.
Because just supposing this R&D doesn't work out, and how our acquisition works, it's all NC.
Right.
And so those guys are worried about spending a lot of money doing trials, and then it doesn't work. So we said, look, here's the thing. If you're willing to allow us to lead the program, then we will do this bit of R&D for you. We will take the risk.
Okay.
And of course, you have a product, so we'll adapt the product to meet the Indian requirements.
Right.
And when you put new ammunition, you have to develop the ballistic computers for that and all that. And that means working out the ballistics of that on the gun, programming it into the ballistic control computer and all of that stuff.
Right. Okay.
So that stuff we took over, and Samsung said, okay, if you guys are willing to front end it, the risk is yours.
Yes. So the NC risk is L&T's.
Yeah. So that's how we got into it.
Okay.
And we built this Vajra. That first prototype was built on this campus.
Okay.
To adapt it for all the requirements.
Right.
Along with ARD, we took it to the field. We fired about 500 rounds, worked out the ballistics.
Okay.
Plugged it into the ballistic computer, modified the ammunition handling system to handle this, interfaced it with the gun.
Right.
We did all of that stuff, made the system desert compatible.
Okay.
And with that, then we got we competed against the Russian, and we won that competition.
Excellent. Yeah.
Being Indian vendor in a global, in a global RFP, mandated us, because the whole idea was that they didn't want Indian traders to participate.
Yeah, just get it and then sell it here.
Yeah. So we had to demonstrate that we are doing value add, and we had to do 50% indigenous content.
Right.
So when we got the order for 100 guns, we had a choice to build it here, but we realized that we need test tracks and all of that.
Right.
So our chairman suggested, why don't you build it in Gujarat, Hazira?
Okay.
So post the contract, we built an armored system complex.
Wonderful.
We delivered the first 10 guns in 18 months, and then of course we delivered up to 50 guns within 12 months. So
and that was done in Hazira, right?
That was done in Hazira in the armored systems complex.
Right.
But we had to create a whole network. That gun has about 18,000 components which are made in India.
Really?
So think about it, that you have to build 50 guns in a year.
Yes.
Each gun has 18,000.
So that's 90,000. More than 90,000. Sorry, that's only one component I'm talking about. Yeah.
So that's the scale at which you have to do things.
Wow.
And we had to build an ecosystem. We had to build the manufacturing capabilities.
Right.
Integrate it, put in our electronics and fire control system, and deliver those guns all in 42 months, done ahead of schedule.
Excellent.
In COVID times.
Yes, in COVID times. I was going to say that. And now that is the one of the important gun systems fielded in Ladakh against the Chinese.
So now that's another interesting story.
Right.
The gun was actually developed for the deserts.
Correct.
And the plains.
Yes.
Okay.
With the mobility platform that they
everything,
had.
Yeah. And then they came this thing that, look, our current geopolitical requirements need us to be at high altitude.
Absolutely.
And we need to look at equipment being taken to the high altitude. So again, we had to apply ourselves.
Right.
And out of those regiments, we were able to move one regiment with changes to the power pack system, etc., with different crew heating and other.
Sure.
The ballistics also changes at high altitude.
That rare, rarefied atmosphere.
So with doing all of that, we were able to get it up there, and now today you have the Vajra, which is very rare. Nowhere in the world do they operate at these altitudes.
Yeah, exactly. So one final question in this segment is about the light tank that the Indian Army is looking for. Are you, as a company, interested in developing one, or you already developed one? Because we hear some reports. So just tell us where you are on that.
Again, it's an interesting thing because when we built the K9 Vajra and took it to the high altitude, we said, look, we have a basic platform. Maybe we can, transform it into a light tank.
Right.
DRDO was also thinking of developing a light tank.
Sure.
We started talking to each other. We found that we had the right ideas.
Okay.
And then, DRDO selected us as a development partner.
Right. Under the DCPP?
Under a DCPP model.
Yeah.
And then we started building the first prototype. And in about 18 months, we have the first prototype now ready in Hazira.
Okay.
And it's going to start trials April onwards.
Okay.
And again, all the learning, building that ecosystem for the K9, our R&D capabilities, working with DRDO and their Arjun experiences.
Absolutely.
Bringing all this together, I don't think anywhere in the world people have developed a new platform in 18 months.
Right.
It should be a world record,
You should apply for Guinness Book of World Record for that.
So we are definitely keen in building that. Right. We are, interacting with the user. We are working together with DRDO. Right. And I think we will have a great product, which, a 25-ton class tank is a very unique kind of equipment.
Very few countries make them.
We are really excited about bringing this product.
Excellent. Good to know that. I need to take a break at this point in time, but we will continue this conversation with Arun Ramchandani, head of L&T Defense, and we will talk about other verticals and other strengths and future plans that L&T has going forward. Stay tuned.
This is a marvelous piece of engineering.
Yeah.
Done along with R&D engineers of DRDO.
Yeah, absolutely. No, but obviously they've had such systems, but of smaller size and smaller damage.
So, there's been evolution on the bridge development.
Right.
And span of 46 meters is quite unusual.
Correct.
And we are really looking to not only provide this product to our combat engineering, but to different parts of the world as well, because this is quite universal equipment which can be required for any army movement wherever you have canals and stuff, which
absolutely. And now with conventional wars having made a comeback,
absolutely,
in Russia and Ukraine, like that. So I'm sure that.
So think about it. If you don't have these kind of equipment, how do you cross the canals, etc.?
Right. Absolutely. So talking about sort of selling it to other armies and other militaries, what has been L&T's experience as far as exports are concerned?
So, as you know, Nitin, in the last 10 years, Indian defense exports has grown multifold.
Sure.
And, there is potential now that we have systems which are delivered entirely from the industry.
Right.
There is a lot of potential to export these systems. There are countries that, some of them want to have equipment at more competitive prices, which I think we can offer compared to, the Western and NATO world.
Right.
And so the opportunities exist. We have been able to make some breakthroughs. Of course, we have still a long way to go.
I'm sure.
And a lot of the current buyers are buying under the line of credit, but
which the Indian government provides.
But that's the way the rest of our competitors work. So you have the Chinese coming into these markets and providing
maybe at a throwaway price.
Absurd lines of credit. So
Right.
We actually need to push these lines of credit. We need to look at how we can fund some of these, make some credit schemes for countries wanting to buy our equipment.
Right.
And I think the potential exists for us to proliferate our equipment. from being an importer of defense equipment to being an exporter.
Yes.
I see that transition happening.
Yeah, we are in the middle of that right now.
Yeah.
I think there's some way off to get there. But do other militaries ask if the Indian military has inducted the equipment? I mean, is that is it a plus?
It is a plus.
Okay.
Because for two reasons. One, that the world over people know that Indian military has some of the most challenging terrains, the most diverse terrains of operations, and any equipment which has undergone Indian trials should be good to operate anywhere in the world.
Right. And also the stringent procurement process, perhaps.
Absolutely. So I don't see that as, I do see that as a big plus for us whenever we say that we've, it's been inducted in the Indian Armed Forces. What the Indian MOD has done now is that they are saying, even if you participated in an Indian trial and cleared the trial, you may not have been L1.
Right.
But we'll give
you may not have got a contract.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we'll give you a certificate that your Indian trial cleared.
Oh, which is also a big certificate.
Which is also a help, because at the end of the day we do want that
support.
Yeah, absolutely.
From the MOD and from the Indian government, rather.
So, if you see, the defense equipment selling is always a government-driven selling.
Absolutely.
And to that extent, the Indian government has a very open mind on supporting the defense exports, of course, to friendly countries and all of that. But there is a good trust, and I really see this becoming a potential opportunity.
Okay. So now let us, of course, see this bridge. But I want you to see in the future. You've done now 40 years in L&T.
Yeah.
Where do you see L&T Defense, of which you have been an integral part right from the beginning? What do you need from the Indian government or Indian military as a support or encouragement? And how do you see L&T Defense evolving further?
Yeah. So if you see, we've kind of built capabilities in certain domains, and we want to build on that. We also realize that the future is not going to be the way the past was, and we need to be ready for that. So these are two things which we are doing. Right. So looking at land systems, we are looking at various kind of platforms. The light tank is an example. I know there will be an FICV, FRCV.
FICV to be revived again?
To be revived
again.
Yeah. Wheeled armored fighting vehicles. So there's a whole range of land equipment. You saw a lot of these launchers and all that.
Yeah.
And so one thing we are very clear about is that we are not going to make ammunition and explosives, and we are looking at being platform builders, platform integrators, building solutions for future warfare.
Right.
Not really focusing at the lethal end of the chain.
Not at the end of the barrel, but you're making a barrel, basically.
Yeah. So that's one thing that we have taken as a policy, that our thrust is in that direction.
Okay.
And so land platforms I spoke about.
Right.
The naval platforms, of course, the ships are there, and there is good export potential on the shipbuilding.
Various classes of ship.
Absolutely.
Okay.
And then there is submarine building. We are participating in the P-75I program
with a Spanish company.
With a Spanish company, Navantia. So it's going to be exciting. We have MDL and TKMS on the other side.
Okay.
L&T and Navantia on this side, and we are geared up for this competition. And we are equipped to do it well, because with all our abilities in submarine hull fabrication and outfitting and all of that, we will leverage that. Like I said, we build a lot of naval equipment.
You do.
And the future platforms call for high indigenization. You want 60% indigenization on a platform like a ship or a submarine. A lot of equipment have to be built, and we are looking at that as something that we would like to do.
Okay.
So that's another leg of the future, the naval leg.
Right.
Now the third emerging leg is the defense electronics.
Okay.
where we see that the focus on sensors, on radars, on directed energy systems, on unmanned systems, on fire control systems, electronic warfare.
Right.
This is a spectrum that we are focusing on, which we believe are going to be more and more relevant in the future and will start growing while our platform, India is going to need tanks and
Of course.
submarines
Given
and
two
ships.
unsettled borders.
Yeah, and that business will grow.
Right.
But the focus on the higher end electronics and all of that is another segment that we are investing into, and that's a focus area.
Okay.
And then finally there's aerospace.
I see.
So it's defense and aerospace so we are really becoming solution providers, strategic solutions
That's right.
people.
Yes.
And that's what we are really focusing on, and looking at space launch vehicles, looking at satellites. So that's the spectrum that we have set out in our future roadmap.
Right.
And we've created a strong base.
I'm sure.
An organization that has evolved over 40 years.
Correct.
Obviously has, the average experience level in our business is about 10 years, which is something which probably nobody else can boast about, to have people who worked in the domain for 10 years and built that kind of experience. So that's the spectrum that we have, and that's what we want to leverage into the future. As India becomes more and more self-reliant, I think we have to be ready for it. We've invested in creating an ecosystem.
Sure.
Because I believe that nobody can operate in isolation.
Sure.
And unless we create an ecosystem, so we've created feeder shops here in Chakan, which,
okay,
feed into like some of these bridge modules and manufactured in workshops, smaller workshops.
Yeah.
So we've created that, because that's how tomorrow we want to deliver 2 bridge sets in a month.
Right.
Unless I create that kind of
and the skill set also has to be imparted. Yeah.
So we built that base, and I think we are now ready to take off from that base to, a self-reliant India which looks after its own security and the emerging security needs in a future world.
I have no doubt about that. What are the steps you would like the government to take? I know in the last 10 years, the mindset change has been tremendous. Yeah. But what more can the government do and work with you as the industry?
So there are a few things, of course, as an industry, you always feel that you need more support. And I would say the first leg of that support would be to help us do more R&D.
Right.
R&D in defense is very expensive. It doesn't yield quick results.
Absolutely.
And
it's expensive.
It's expensive. And if you're running an industry, we're not a research lab.
Right.
Where you have to keep showing, we have to plow back our earnings into R&D, which, like I said, we do a good part of it.
Right.
And a large chunk of our earnings actually go 20-25% of that we plow it back into the R&D of our.
Okay. So you need more R&D support.
So
from the government.
we clearly need, if we want to do cutting edge stuff. Now, I was very happy to see the Defense Minister announce some corpus of 1 lakh crores for deep tech.
Right, which is the new nanotech and AI
so we've invested
and quantum
in a
computing,
AI center of excellence, and all of that. So clearly there's
there's appetite for that.
Yeah, there's appetite for all of that, and there's resources required to do that.
Right.
And the look at it world over. All the advanced platforms have been built with government funding.
Of course, and very close collaboration.
Absolutely. So that's one thing I feel is very, very crucial if we have to become an independent, self-reliant, manufacturer and developer of equipment.
Right.
That's one part of it. Of course, the government is again investing a lot in testing facilities. As you can see that, any equipment that you build has to be
Yeah,
extensively
has been-
tested. So we build this moat just to make sure that,
Exactly.
and so there's a focus on testing, which is, and again I see funds being allocated for
Right.
that, and the DTIS scheme is there.
Yes.
If there's one thing that I would really urge the government to do, that would be to speed up the procurement process.
Okay, the timelines need to be squeezed.
We first go through a development cycle, then we
Right.
go through a trial cycle, then we go through the contracting cycle, then we go through an approval cycle.
Yes.
And all of this can make it unviable for industries to sustain. If, like for example, we delivered 100 K9s in 42 months, but it takes another 24 months, 36 months to get the
repeat order
in place. So if all of this could happen more quickly,
right,
more effectively, then that would be a big enabler for the industry.
But overall, you are bullish about the defense business.
I am bullish about the defense business. Another thing that we can talk about is these credit funding for the exports and all that.
Sure.
Supporting the MSME base
Right.
to become a tierized thing.
Yeah.
Looking at more modern acquisition processes which give equal weightage to capability and technical performance as much as L1.
So L1 T1 model you're talking about?
Something
Okay.
like that. So these are some of the things which I think an evolving and maturing industry would need.
Right.
And I'm confident that the government will support it. Their heart is in the right place.
Absolutely.
They are pushing the...
And the Atmanirbharta is the mantra now.
Is there. So
exactly.
we can ride that wave, and if we just facilitate this ease of doing business, understanding for the industry, it's all about, contract to cash cycle.
Absolutely.
And how
the bottom line is always about how much business you've done, how much profit you're doing.
Earned, and,
yes, exactly.
That's what it is all about.
Great. Arun, thank you very much for this extensive discussion and
Pleasure,
great insights of what L&T has, how it has evolved and how it has come to this stage. I'm sure it's got many more targets to capture and reach newer heights. Thank you very much for this.
Thank you, Nitin. Pleasure to have you.
Thank you. That was Arun Ramchandani, head of L&T Defense. We are at their Talegaon facility and you are watching On The Shop Floor with me, Nitin Gokhale. In the next episode of On The Shop Floor, we travel to Hyderabad to look around what the Bharat Dynamics Limited or BDL does for the three armed forces. Do watch the episode on Sunday. In the fresh episode of On The Shop Floor for Bharat Shakti, I am at the Kanchanbagh facility of Bharat Dynamics Limited in Hyderabad to speak to its CMD, Commodore A. Madhav Rao, who is going to take us around in the facility, tell us about the plans that BDL has and what BDL contributes to the might of the Indian Armed Forces.
This is called Prithvi's building originally.
Originally.
But Prithvi was being made here.
Right.
But we have stopped production of Prithvi about 20 years ago.
Right.
So we moved on to Akash. So the same facility has been adapted to do Akash.
Right. Correct. So which is, I think, a good thing to sort of continue.
So this is a layered, various sections are made in the layers. The final assembly and testing is done here. So this is a typical Akash missile.
Right.
So this is for your demo. So
Sure.
we have the warhead here.
Right.
This is the RPF,
Uh-huh.
which is radio proximity fuse.
Right.
The warhead is there, and this is the heart of the system,
Okay.
where it has got the electronics and the pneumatic part which controls the various fins.
Okay.
This is where the air is taken in,
Taken in, yeah.
and you burn the
fuel.
chemical.
Right.
So this is our solid propellant,
So, yeah.
and it's burnt. And this is all propulsion part.
Right.
So there are two sustainer and there is a booster.
Sure.
This missile has got the capability that it can be continuously powered. Most of the missiles go to a particular height,
Right.
and then it is controlled.
Yes.
But this is controlled throughout. I mean, this is powered throughout.
Right.
So
These are the
like this is the
engineering
same thing.
skills that you're talking
What I
about.
was talking about
Yeah.
here is that you have to stuff all this thing inside.
I know.
And each
Such
of
a
them,
skill.
these connectors have to
Right.
be done here. You cannot get pre-molded things
No.
and put them here.
So it is all handmade
So
kind
this
of
is- this is completely
skills
a
of
skill part.
hand thing. Yeah. Basically.
That's how
That's
it
how.
takes.
And all this, even the metallurgy.
Yes.
I think the metallurgy is important, no?
This will show you the how this is made.
Okay.
This is called the rocket motor,
Okay.
where the complete chemical is inside
Right.
and it's going to burn. And it has to burn at a constant rate.
Right.
So this tube is subjected to very high temperatures.
I'm sure.
So previously it used to be welded. Now this is cold pressed. We will show you.
Okay.
You have a piece like this,
Right.
and then it's pressed to become such a huge thing.
Oh, so it's kind of extended.
So there is no welding.
Right.
These weldings which are there, this is done by a robot.
So
Robotic
precision
welding.
again
So because the circumference and the uniformity has to come.
has to be also very.
And this kind of a thing is even a machine can't do.
No.
Here a man does.
Right.
So it's a combination of
Man and
automatics
machine.
because from here the thickness varies.
Okay.
And finally these all surfaces
Right.
are done by a 5-axis machine.
Right.
So these everything is very critical, and then these are all welded onto it.
Right.
So how, where, and each of them has got an impact on the stress that the metal will get.
Correct.
You should ensure that you do not pass on the stress to it.
Sure.
So this manufacturing of a rocket motor is very, very complex. But we have got
We have perfected it now.
No, a lot of people also are doing now.
Of course.
And we are able to, we supply them the, and here the complete missile.
Right.
Now if you see this, the missile is electrically one piece. Mechanically it is not.
Yeah, but all this
What-
is
yes.
electronically joined.
So what he does is that connect up the full missile,
Right.
check all the interfaces of it.
Uh-huh.
This is called a non-explosive building.
Okay.
So it doesn't have the warhead.
Correct.
It doesn't have the propellant.
It hasn't
But
been
the-
filled. The warhead has not been filled.
That we have another facility.
Correct.
But here the electrically everything is checked.
Okay.
So the same cables and set of things are actually going into the missile.
Right.
With this you do these checks, then he will give various commands, and whether these things are
Flames,
moving as
the
required.
wings are moving, the flaps are moving.
All that is recorded, and we generate a passport for each missile.
Right.
And for that complex system, this is called a bench simulator.
Okay.
Each missile, each of the component is mounted here,
Right.
tested, they function properly, then it is put into that.
Into that. So therefore, this is also very critical.
So now, since we have done it, we have given this to the Army and Air Force.
Oh, so they will also do it
In
when-
case you need a new component to be replaced
Right.
when you do your regular maintenance.
Yeah.
First you check it here.
So this is a test bed kind of a
Test
thing.
bed, yeah. So it's called a bench test.
Bench
facility.
test.
So everything that goes in is put on a bench to check first.
So there people will get trained on this.
And the thing is, if you look at the model of sustenance,
Right.
we should have our people doing this there.
That's right.
So that the people continue to be
Correct.
keep
Engaged with you.
engaged. So that is
That's
the
true.
proposal which we have given to the Army.
Air Force and the Army.
Air Force has in any case taken an AMC.
Right.
So similarly we are looking at
The Army also
Army
doing
also.
that. Okay. Excellent.
So these are all the various sections that are being done. So as per the sections are done, then they move here for final assembly.
Right.
Here they will do the complete thing about the propulsion motor.
Right.
Then it comes here, they do the, this is called section 3.
Correct.
Where the electronics and assembly. This only has an RPF.
Right.
And then final assembly,
That one goes there, yeah. So, and then the QC is also done here?
Yes, we have parallelly,
Right.
it is called line QC.
Okay.
So every material that comes in is inward QC.
Right.
Then you have a line QC in BDL. The number of QC people are more than the production people.
Ah.
Because
it is such a critical.
And also these QC teams go to the vendors.
You mean the tier 1, tier 2?
They go there and clear the item before it comes here.
Right.
So you have a stronger QC team.
Correct.
Or a larger QC team to handle this kind of item.
So let's talk about the larger picture of BDL itself. Since I saw that line in your presentation, multi-skill, multi-location and multi-products.
Multi-product.
Yeah, that's 3. So explain to us why you say that.
Basically the company was started to start production under TOT from the French MBDA on one anti-tank guided missile. That was the SS-11B1.
Right.
So that's where the journey started, and we started going ahead and trying to get some more TOT programs on the anti-tank guided missiles. Then as in the 1980s, the IGM DPP program came.
Yeah.
Integrated Guided Missile
Correct.
Program. In that, we became partners to DRDO for development and manufacturing.
Right.
So that is when we moved from one product to the various array of products in the IGMDP, whether it was NAG, whether it was the strategic missiles or the Prithvi. All these things were done by us.
Right.
And that is how we moved into a multi-product company.
Right.
So the next, when we talk about the customers, we were first doing only for the army.
Right.
Then we moved on to setting up a facility in Vizag as our underwater weapon system.
Okay.
So that is our, takes care of the Navy also.
Right.
So we have then graduated to Army, Navy and Air Force.
Correct.
All the 3 services we are able to do. So we have got the customers in all the 3 services.
Right.
Apart from that, in the recent impetus given for exports, we have already started exporting to some of our friendly foreign countries of the products that we manufacture here. So therefore, we are multi-product, multi-location and multi-customer.
And you have, when you say multi-product, this you have torpedoes.
Yeah.
You have.
For product-wise, we have anti-tank guided missiles. So then we have all the SAMs, surface-to-air missiles, air-to-air missiles, air-to-ground missiles.
Right.
And then we also do the underwater weapons, whether it is torpedoes, lightweight, heavyweight.
You got some electric
heavyweight torpedoes.
Right.
Then we have ship to submarine, submarine to ship. We have mines.
Right.
We have sonobuoys. So the product range is in each of these sections, whether it is anti-tank, whether it is the SAMs, or it's the air-launched weapons, or the underwater weapons. So we have covered all these aspects of it.
Right. So this is where they first start doing.
They're doing fitment of, this is the rocket motor where the intakes are being fitted to that.
Correct.
So this is the section-wise integration happens. So once you can get all of your components manufactured in the number of MSMEs that we are associated with. Like here we are associated close to 1200 MSMEs from the perspective of BDL.
Yes.
And so it's a big ecosystem where one missile generates revenue for multiple companies. And we do the integration of the sections or the subsystems and then the missile itself, testing, then final QC clearance and handing over to the customer. And the next step is product support during the life cycle. So we have set up a vertical called product support group. In fact, I started in this company as the head of the product support group.
I see. And what does that do, product support group?
So what we've done is we've got a team located in the places where the regiments are. So they are the first line of approach for the second level of maintenance. The first level of maintenance is done by the armed forces. But when they need any support, they call these people, they go there, look at it. If it is solvable there, it is solved there. If it has to come to the next level of bringing it back here, then we get it here. Otherwise, it is done there.
That's cost saving as well as time saving.
And it gives the confidence to the user that he's got next door somebody who can solve his problem immediately.
Yeah, so yeah, exactly. I mean, whenever it requires immediately, I think it's there somebody to take care of the problem.
So that is the advantage of having a manufacturer in the country.
Right.
If we were importing missiles, we didn't have that support.
Correct. I mean, obviously, then you'll have to send it back to the main
Parent
OEM,
country and
parent
all.
OEM, whatever. And the 1200 MSMEs that you mentioned, they are all over the country or around the facilities that you have?
They are all around the country,
Okay.
but majority of them, I would say, are in Hyderabad, Bangalore, around this area.
Yeah, because your facilities are here. And what has been your experience with them? Are they coming up with the set of skills that you require, or you have to keep sort of telling them?
The MSMEs again are from the same sample of manpower that you have.
Right.
So they are equally good as we are.
Yeah.
The thing that we see in MSMEs is that kind of a quality control part of it,
Right.
which you need to invest a
Sure.
lot on that.
Sure.
That is where we come in. So we have our inspectors being part of their teams to do the inspection,
Right.
and thereby not only doing the inspection but also training their people to improve their quality. Like the final quality of the missile is the quality of the weakest
Link
company.
or a company, yeah.
So therefore we enhance there, we do the hand holding for them to come up in the QC part.
Right.
So that is where I think BDL's role comes in,
Right.
of supporting this ecosystem.
No, but from what you've been showing us, we'll go this way. What you've been showing us, you also now got into trying to do a bit of R&D, or as you call design engineering, all that. So the Astra missile, for instance, the Air Force seems to be very gung-ho about it. So what is it that you have done for the Astra that the Air Force likes it so much?
Firstly, the air-to-air weapons are very complicated weapons.
Right.
And the kind of range that we have been able to give in this missile Astra is beyond visual range.
Right.
So, and it has got all the contemporary technologies that any weapon can boast of.
Okay.
So it is the best in the world, I could say. Not just one of the best.
No wonder Air Force sings praises of it, yeah.
And they've got an RF seeker, they've got the best of propulsion,
Right.
they've got the best of control. So each of these elements, like we were talking about the MSMEs,
Right.
there is a huge amount of MSMEs which contribute to this. But the main part is the design, the manufacturing to the quality that is required,
Right.
and qualifying all the tests that are necessary. So that is the process.
Sure.
And the capability of the missile is largely by the design
Okay.
that we have started with.
Right.
So therefore it is one of the best in the world, I would definitely say. That's why I think Air Force is also
Yeah,
happy.
exactly.
And the kind of trials that we do in our country, because of our large borders,
Right.
we have deserts, we have mountains, we have high humidity, northeast,
northeast.
and the complete coastal area.
Sure.
So we cover the entire gamut of nature that is there, and these weapons have to survive in all of them.
And function effectively.
And function to their full capacity.
Full capacity, yeah. Also, I mean, as I can see it, you are an end-to-end company in that sense, that you are getting the design, manufacturing it, some designs are your own. You are also getting the MSMEs to get integrated. You are an integrator also. And then finally, you are also into refurbishing and, I mean, what do you call?
Life extension and refurbishment.
Life extension and refurbishing. So how does that work? I mean, to have such a large range of functioning.
See, when you have to give a product, you have to have the life cycle of the product.
Right.
So we cover that womb to tomb kind of a philosophy, wherein we start with the design. Like you said, we are also now involved in most of the design.
Right.
Manufacturing part of it, and then the product support. Once you deliver the items to the armed forces, they have to survive for a good amount of time.
Sure.
In a system like
The shelf life is longer.
15 to 20 years.
Right.
So all along this period, you should have a setup which can support this in an industry which has got cyclic demand. You don't buy missiles every day. Once you buy them, you store them.
Yeah.
So when it's in storage, you have to maintain them.
Right.
So that's where we come in. If you have a company which is in-house or in the country, that can take care of that.
Right.
And then after, because these are all with chemicals, they have a life.
Right.
So after a period of time, you have to see whether they are still having the same properties. So we do the life extension after examining them and doing certain tests.
Right.
And then we give an additional life to the missile. Subsequent to that, the rest of the electronics and the hardware is intact and can be used, but the chemicals are no longer.
Right.
So we replace the chemicals, the rubber components, some of this which have got life.
Yeah.
And then we make this as a brand new missile.
So
you
that's
give
why it's called refurbishment.
Then it's called a refurbishment, where you give a complete life after
Right.
that.
Okay.
So by that, you're enhancing the complete life of a missile that is there. So these are all in crores.
Right.
So therefore, by doing these steps,
Saving-
we are ensuring a lot of saving to the exchequer.
Armed forces, yeah. Exactly. So we'll talk about the further, your expertise in underwater domain, also what you're doing for the MSMEs in terms of Atmanirbharta, which is a new policy, in the next segment as we go to the next facility.
Sure.
I need to take a break, but we will come back to you. Don't go away. I am in conversation with Commodore Madhav Rao, who is the chairman and managing director of Bharat Dynamics Limited, and we are at the Kanchanbagh facility of BDL in Hyderabad. Don't go away. So welcome back to this conversation with Commodore Madhav Rao, CMD of BDL. We are now entering the MRSAM facility of BDL in the Kanchanbagh component, or let's say the campus of BDL in Hyderabad. And of course, he's going to tell us what they do. This is one of the high-end companies which India is proud about in terms of missiles production, not missiles, rockets, and of course underwater products that they're doing, the platforms, or rather torpedoes and other stuff. So I'm going to talk to him about where we are going to do all this. So just go ahead. Yeah, you were saying MRSAM.
So the MRSAM is again a joint development program with the Indian and the Israeli agencies.
Correct.
Where the DRDO from India and the IAA from Israel were associated, and BDL as the manufacturing partner.
Correct.
So this is a good marriage again to get in new technologies into the country where we have not worked before. So now we are entering the front section lab. Here the front section is the most critical part of any missile.
Okay.
So where the seeker is there,
okay,
and the complete electronics is there.
Right.
So assembly of the front section is done here. It comes in two different parts.
Right.
And the assembly is done here.
Right.
And this, what you see is the box here, is an anechoic chamber,
right,
which is a area where your RF, or there is no, like your mobile signals, are all zero.
Okay.
So in a pure environment,
right,
the electronics is tested whether it is performing the way it is designed for.
Right.
So these are our test equipment which we have. So once the missile part is put inside,
the front part
is put, where the electronics is there for the seeker and the rest of it, a complete analysis of each of the function is done.
Okay.
And we generate a complete record. The test procedure is very detailed,
right,
and we go through each step of it, and the parameters recorded are recorded in this.
Right.
And the best part is each missile carries this as a passport along its life.
So it is. I mean, the full life it remains.
Full life it is there.
It's like the manual.
Yes.
Kind of thing.
Like I said, it's the passport, like a individual has a passport.
Right.
The missile has a passport.
So unique document for each missile.
Anytime it has gone through certain repairs, or it has gone through certain tests, which every test is recorded. So you know exactly what is the life of the missile. Because these are all single shot devices. You need to have a complete accurate picture of the life of the missile.
Correct. And all these components are working properly. So seeker, like you said, is a very critical component. What is the seeker's origin? Is it Israeli? Is it Indian? How
in this particular case, it is Israeli.
Okay.
But it is manufactured in India.
Right.
With one of our companies, private company, which is working for IAE here. So in a sense, it is manufactured in India.
Right.
With the technologies from that. But the good part now is the RF seekers we are also making.
BDL is also making?
Yes, BDL is also making.
Okay.
So the this is the good thing about this marriage.
Right.
You have understood certain new technologies which are critical.
Correct.
And now we are making them ourselves. So now here is a test facility which is there, where you do the complete test of the missile.
Right.
Whether it is locked onto the ground, so that in case of any problem, it doesn't take off accidentally, which doesn't happen, but has never happened.
Yeah.
But
you have to be careful.
We have to be careful. So the steps have to be taken.
Right.
So these compartments are also designed such a way. They've got 3 blast-proof doors. They are interlocked, and there's a soft wall in case something goes wrong. And right now the technicians are setting up the facility to connect up the missile to the test bench.
Okay.
Once it is connected up, they will monitor the complete thing from here.
Okay.
And like I said, they generate again a report with the complete process.
Okay. So everything is available on one screen.
On screen.
To see.
And they are all recorded. You have the complete, what you see is the cables coming from the missile to this compartment.
Right.
So we will show you the integration part.
Sure.
But when you are doing the testing, you are not allowed inside.
No, of course not.
So what you see, these are anti-static
okay,
things,
you have to touch them and go.
so that you don't carry any static run.
Static,
And any electronics you're carrying, leave them here. So this is a bay where you are doing the complete integration of the missile.
Right.
So like I said, that you can see that this is the front section which was tested in the other lab.
That's right.
That post-testing and once cleared by the QC comes here. So that is integrated with the rear section, which has the propellant and other control systems.
Right.
So
the propellant is put in like this?
Yes. So this is holding the propellant inside.
Right.
What you see is it's called the rocket motor casing. Within the casing, the propellant is there.
Right.
What you can see that side, the rocket motor itself is the rear section has got other components apart from just the propulsion.
Right.
So those components are all integrated here. The first 2 bays are used for the rear section integration, which is then coupled with the front section here. And these 2 sections are for the missiles.
And then they sort of test it.
And then this is sent to the test facility. So everywhere you are handling explosive, you have to be extremely careful.
Oh, very careful.
So you can see the walls that are there. These are all catered for such kind of a testing in case there is a. And this is completely monitored. There are CCTV cameras.
Like you mentioned, yes, of course.
Everything is.
And all these
monitored.
engineers have been working here for a long time.
Yes. They have, like I was telling that the missile manufacturing process is a very highly skilled affair, where the skill of the people is very important.
Correct.
And what we have achieved is the skilled manpower. We do not have any defect during manufacturing.
Yes.
Therefore, we call it a zero defect manufacturing company.
Which you have managed to maintain for such a long time.
So first is establishing and then maintaining it.
Right.
Like this thing is final testing of the missile.
That's
So you have blast-proof doors.
These
What you
ones,
see are blast-proof
They'll
doors.
be closed once the thing.
Before it is tested. Now they are doing connecting up.
Right.
So we will not go in.
No, of course
But they are connecting up the missile.
Right.
And the missile is anchored to the ground.
So that it shouldn't, some
in
accident.
case suppose there is a spurious signal which comes and so it is completely taken care of. There is blast door number 1, 2 and 3.
Okay.
And then you do the testing.
So they all go out at that point in time?
Once they have connected up, they go off and go to that room where we've seen the TV display, where all the inputs come through there. So this kind of a facility, we have one more on the side. So this is just for the capacity, like I said, the cyclic demands that is there when you have. So we have the complete facilities set up here. So this is just the rear section.
Right.
You can do the rear section. You can see the thickness of the wall.
Right.
You can.
Yeah, I know. From
that.
here to there.
So that is the kind of construction.
How many meters? Must be 6 meters?
Yes.
5, 6 meters?
5, 6 meters. So it's not just the height of the building, but you have the thickness of the.
Exactly.
So these are called the traverse mechanisms. These are all against given in the specs on how you have to handle this, and we do it exactly as per the specifications.
Right.
And they have been evolved over a period of time to ensure that accident-free working.
Exactly. No, that's true. So again, getting into the larger picture, since BDL is a listed company and it's on the marketplace, it's got a reputation. What is your philosophy to maintain the leadership position, and what are the future plans that you have for this company?
As far as being a listed company, you have an added responsibility of being answerable to your shareholders.
Right.
The majority shareholder is the government.
Correct.
However, but there are public is also a partner to this. So what we have to be doubly careful of not just not doing business, but doing it efficiently and profit oriented, that it has to generate the profit that the investors would look at.
Right.
Therefore, our responsibility of doing our job, just not doing it, but doing it efficiently is what comes in. And as being a public sector, with the kind of structures you have and the regulations that you have to be agile.
Right.
You have to have a very good decision-making process and ensure that you are up to the standards of any private company.
Sure.
So that is one, as far as the administration and the manpower that you have. And I can say that the IR relationships that we have are exceptionally good. So we have a very synergized working environment. I can say that we are doing as efficiently and agile as any other company out there.
I'm so glad to hear that, because normally every impression, a majority impression is always about public sector units is they're inefficient, they're bloated, they're white elephants. But that feeling you don't get in this campus.
Even when you see around, you don't have too many people.
Yeah, exactly. I'm saying that you don't get that feeling at all.
So we have to do it in that sense, and like the figures on the stock market shows to that any which way. I don't have to amplify on that.
No, of course.
But apart from that, like what you said on the future program of this, now if you see the situation, geopolitical situation, we look at every situation as an opportunity. So this has opened up certain opportunities because of our wide range of products, firstly, and our association with multiple foreign OEMs. We are today, perched in such a position that we can support them where they are busy with their own businesses. So that is where we are trying to look and make inroads of being the global providers for even the foreign OEMs with whom we are associated.
So they can come and manufacture here if they want to.
We have, India has got that good situation that we are friends to more countries than many other countries.
Everybody is trying to woo India now.
So therefore, we provide that stability to these foreign OEMs, and we are encouraging them to do more manufacturing here. Whether it is BDL or any other MSME, it's fine with us. What we look at as a large company is to bring the ecosystem here and see that we have the ability to control these and ensure that the word Atmanirbharta, what we say of self-reliance, that we are able to have the self-reliant production. We, at any given point of time, irrespective of what are the situations, we are able to meet our own armed forces requirement and continue to provide the global requirements.
So, since you've been a submariner yourself and had a wide range of experience in the Navy, both as a armed forces personnel or a uniform personnel, and also managing some of the projects, what is the underwater domain segment of BDL that you are looking at, and how is it doing apart from what you're doing for land systems and the aerospace?
So like what I said, we started with the Army, the Air Force, and then we moved on to the Navy. Again, here we have the manufacturing facility at Visakhapatnam, which is co-located with the Eastern Naval Command. Therefore, we are fully dedicated to the naval requirements at Visakhapatnam. So what we traditionally do in Visakhapatnam are torpedoes. The torpedoes are two types. There is the lightweight, which can be fired from smaller ships, the heavyweight from larger ships. And obviously their respective potential is different. And both these torpedoes are manufactured at BDL Visakhapatnam. We have had the order for the Varunastra, which is designed by DRDO and STL, and we were the manufacturing partners. And the complete order has been executed and delivered to the Navy. Already. And that has been completed this year. Similarly, we have done the lightweight torpedoes, but we have not stopped there. We are working on the next generation of these. We are working on the electrical heavyweight torpedo, again with NSTL. There is going to be fired from both submarines and ships for anti-ship or anti-submarine respectively. And the lightweight torpedoes are also, we are upgrading them by the new advanced lightweight torpedoes, which will have better ranges, better electronics, and therefore better homing.
Okay.
So these are the things that we are working on the torpedoes. But the underwater domain also has decoy systems.
Okay.
When you have a submarine, you have to protect it from another torpedo.
Yes.
So we not only make torpedoes but also the decoy systems.
Right.
So we are making decoy systems wherein we can, these are traditionally noise makers which are simulating the
Submarine
submarines in the water
Yeah.
to seduce the incoming torpedo.
Right.
So there also technology has been moving ahead. It's just not making noise, but we are also working with one of our foreign OEMs to do something called Tor Buster or Torpedo Buster.
Okay.
This is right now in talks, which we have given some preliminary offer to the Navy,
Right.
and hopefully we will manufacture those also. And on the apart from the decoys, we are working on the sonobuoys.
Right.
Sonobuoys are small sonars which are dropped into the water, and they give the underwater picture. So to the aircraft on top, which could be a helicopter or a surveillance.
It can be anti-submarine.
Yes, the
warfare.
MR aircraft,
Yeah.
like the P8Is.
Correct.
So we are working on those, both again for indigenous design,
Right.
and also collaboration for matching the requirements of the various platforms that we have. India has platforms from all over the world.
Sure.
So there are multiple
Western
companies.
and Eastern both.
So we have to look at both the requirements.
Right.
So one we are addressing indigenously, another with foreign cooperation.
Right. And what about some export potential for torpedoes? Have you got into that now?
We are, the lightweight torpedo is a more preferred export component because they can be fired from smaller ships.
Right.
And many countries can afford smaller ships.
Correct.
The countries which can afford larger ships are few. So the heavyweight is, the lightweight is more in demand.
Right.
And we have already done exports of our lightweight torpedo to our friendly foreign countries. And we see a high potential in that.
Right.
And with the heavyweight also, after we have delivered to our own Indian Navy and the success story goes around, I'm sure we will get more orders from our friendly countries.
Before we move on to the last segment of this interview, I wanted to ask you that how significant is it that when the Indian Armed Forces induct your products, that it then is like a certification for exports outside, because the methods of testing, quality control that you follow and what the armed forces seek and want is of high quality, really. So does that help in terms of exports or your reputation?
Definitely. A word from the customer is far more than any presentation or any kind of representation of your facilities and capabilities.
Right.
So because the final, it is like, it's not just having the cake but to eat it. So when you have the customer or the armed forces certifying that,
Right.
it is a shot in the arm for us. And the synergy that we have by virtue of being a PSU and part of the government, we have had the opportunity of showcasing the firings of these live firings of our products by our armed forces to our friendly country representatives.
Yes.
So they have also participated in firings and various test firings, or in the case of the routine firings of the armed forces. That definitely helps, and that is a, which can pivot with the decision.
Yeah, it can tilt the balance in favor of...
It's a pivot for the decision making.
Correct.
In that sense, and it helps a lot. And we have actually been able to do a few demonstrations, and we are working on a few of these export orders, and we are very sure that we will maybe down the line from another 2 years, we are aiming at having 25% of our turnover coming from exports.
That's a huge figure, and I think one can only wish you the best. But I need to take a break because we are going to talk about future programs. That is the cue to talk about future programs and BDL's core strengths of engineering skills, project management, and of course user experience or user interaction that they do. And that is why this company, after nearly 54 years, about to complete 55 years in 2025, is what it is, both on the stock market, an excellent performer, and of course user satisfaction. Don't go away. Welcome back. I'm in conversation with Chairman and Managing Director of BDL, Commodore Madhav Rao, and we are now going to look at the seeker facility that the BDL has. Seeker, as you know, is an important part, or the critical part of a missile. So therefore, we'll see what it entails. Tell us, I mean, it looks like the RF seeker is a major part of this facility.
Like all the modern missiles are seeker based, and we have set up this facility because the future missiles will have seekers.
Right.
It's not that BDL is already manufacturing seeker missiles also, but for the indigenous missiles, we would need seekers. So we have invested in setting up this high-tech facility, knowing that what is going to come.
Sure.
And this facility makes the RF seekers for all kinds of missiles.
Okay.
It is not limited to any specific zone. It has got all the bands we can operate in the seekers.
Okay.
So those seekers can be manufactured here. So as you can see, it has got complicated structure.
Yes.
So these are called the anechoic chambers. There are two of them which are used for the testing of the seekers in various levels.
Right. So what is this structure?
So this will show you from inside. So this is an anechoic chamber. Like I said, it is an RF zero RF neutral chamber, within which you do all the RF testing.
Right.
So what you can see from here is our stabilization system and signal processing lab, where the components within the seeker are all assembled. I will take you inside.
Right.
You need to wear your footwear for this.
Okay.
And again, made by one of our MSMEs.
I see.
I'm telling you that it is a very skilled operation.
Correct.
And the components that are manufactured, all of them have been manufactured within India.
Right.
Very fine items with requirement of tolerances in thous.
Okay.
So these are mounted into this whole stabilizing system.
Right.
This mounts the antenna. Like here you can see the antenna is fitted on top.
Sure.
And they are mounting the complete mechanical and electrical part of it. All these components are made by our MSME partners. And then we bring them here and assemble these things here.
Sure.
And then we go in for a testing. Here you can see the testing
Oh, they're
of this.
testing the...
So a particular signal is given, how is it behaving, what is the parameters.
The vibration,
everything, the complete environment testing is done.
Right.
And this is the functional testing now.
Okay.
So these gear movements of this, there should not be any backlash. So it's a very critical system.
Right.
So, and what you see here is the electronics which is inside. So what I showed you, the boards there, they come into this kind of a system here.
Right, right.
So the electronics is made here, the mechanical part is made here. What you're seeing is the antenna top.
Right. So and this antenna is facing that.
It looks at the target and then it goes along with the target.
Right.
So first you search for the target, and then follow the target.
Okay.
So this is the job of the seeker. It seeks the target and maintains that.
Correct.
So now this, to drive this whole system, you have electronics.
Computers,
Yes.
Exactly.
What we saw in the assembly line setup, you saw the cards. But what you see externally is a rigid and a very robust body like this. All the electronics is inside.
Right.
So they are checking the electronics for their functionality, and you can see the complex codes that it runs through. It is tested for every parameter, and then we take it up. This is assembled here, tested, and then moves on to the next section.
Okay. But this has to be very robust.
Very robust
to withstand,
because it has to withstand the shock and vibration of a missile which is traveling at that speed.
Correct.
They are on high Mach.
Right.
So anything between 2 to 5 Mach. So this kind of a thing, it should take, the G forces are much higher.
Right.
Apart from that, the thermal part also is taken care of. So this is one section which handles the electronics.
Right.
Then the next is the RF part, or the radio frequency part.
Right.
This is where all the radio frequencies are the part where it's being tested here. That is what is the pure electronics, but this is the RF part.
Okay.
So you can see our young engineers rigging up the setup for testing the antenna.
Okay.
They test the antenna before it is mounted there, what we saw.
Right.
And the parameters of each of them have a signature of their own.
Okay.
So that is tested here, monitored and established.
Right.
So it has got a complex process of testing the various stages of the.
All of these stages are tested.
All these are a part of the from transmitter to receiver. Everything is tested here.
Right.
And they make a beamform for it.
So antennas are absolutely critical.
Yeah. So the next step.
Oh, this is the.
Yeah, this is inside.
Right. Oh wow.
So
that small thing has so many components, or so many detailed requirements.
So what we going to see is the antenna and radome test facility,
That one,
where it is controlled from here. After doing all this assembly,
right. Oh, it goes there.
Yeah.
I see. Oh wow.
So this is our antenna and radome test facility. So in which the antenna and the radome is tested. So what you can see here is the antenna and the radome is mounted on top, and you send a test signal from here through a reflector to get the required distance.
Okay.
And what you see around you is an anechoic chamber where it ensures that there are no other RF signals.
Okay.
It is only this transmitter signal and the received signal. So you can accurately see the performance of the antenna and the radome.
Okay.
Finally, when you manufacture everything, it should have a perfection which is acceptable for this requirement.
Right.
So that is what is checked here, and certain things can be corrected electronically. That much is done here.
Okay. So why? What are these? What is this material?
This is it's something like a cork material, which absorbs the. Suppose you have a mobile signal. The shape of it is that it doesn't get reflected and does not affect them.
Ah, okay. So it sort of gets absorbed there. Absorbed there.
So there is no other RF signal that comes into the medium.
Right.
So that is how it is there. So even this flooring is also done. You can, when it's tested, all this is also filled with this.
Okay.
Thing.
Wow.
And the good thing is, again, this chamber has been manufactured by an Indian company.
That's where you are, I think, contributing much more than just being a manufacturer, because you are actually incubating in a way, or have incubated over the years, and now given them the skills and the confidence.
This is, of course, Israeli setup.
Oh wow. Again,
so what is this? So what you see here is the final testing of a seeker. You can see that the seeker is mounted there.
Right.
What you see that side is a simulator for a target. Let us say that's an aircraft.
Right.
So the aircraft, as it moves, you can see that moving.
Sure. Oh, that one. Yeah.
Yeah. How it, based on the target motion, the inside, whatever you see in the nodding of the antenna, etc., everything happens.
Okay.
So with that thing, whether it is following the target, whether it is able to capture the parameters of the target to the desired level, is what is tested here. So this is the final test of the seeker.
Okay.
And again, I said whatever corrections which can be done electronically are done here.
Right.
What goes out of this is a fully tuned seeker, which is ready to be mounted in the missile.
Right.
So these are very complex systems.
Correct.
That horn, what you see, can simulate aircraft, a helicopter, a UAV, so on and so forth.
So, what about an incoming missile?
Incoming missile also.
Okay.
So how it is going to capture that, how is it going to continue to track that.
How this is going to react to it.
Yes. Okay. So that is one wonder. We can go to the control station where you can see this.
Sure. This looks, I mean, it seems as if it's a metal spike, but
yes.
It is.
So the material is this one, but the machining of that is again something that you do. Whatever movement we saw there, is all from here. It is monitored here.
Right.
Also, it is controlled from here. What you can see, the stables there are the various parameters that are given, and they see whether it is reciprocal inputs given, what is the output of that.
Right.
And generally, a code of red and green is used to give you a first level of this one. For the detailed report, the graphs are generated for each of the response that is given and what is the response to that.
Absolutely.
So this complete system is controlled by this electronics.
Okay.
Again, this is an indigenous company which has done this integration part of it, and there is something which has done the does the target simulation.
Okay, this is the target simulation.
So that whether if it's an aircraft coming, when the aircraft is coming in, how does it look in the world of RF?
Correct.
That is what is generated.
In the eyes of the RF.
So that is what is generated here.
Yeah, without that, how would you test it really? I mean, you can't do it in a live situation.
So this itself is a very complex system.
I'm sure. But this is all again indigenous?
No, this is, we have imported this.
Achha, you have imported this. Okay. But this is...
but the complete integration of the system is by Indian company.
Right.
With the design shared by DRDO and us, we are able to get them working.
So again, we are sort of getting there by and by.
So major part of it is there.
Right.
Certain elements are still...
Certainly, of course. I mean, you can't do everything also.
The Atmanirbharta is to be independent and be able to produce.
Right.
And not necessarily means...
everything.
Because there is some sense in getting...
certainly. And the costs also are a factor.
There are economical things also, like you said, we are a listed company.
Correct.
We have to do business. So that's
you can't do everything yourself or attempt to do everything yourself.
So this is how the thing looks finally. See, you've seen the stabilization part, the electronics is all inside this box.
Right.
You've seen 1, 2, 3, 4 compartments.
Correct.
This is how it looks like, and finally it comes with the radome.
Right. So it goes into the missiles radome. Great.
So in fact, we set up this facility without an order.
In anticipation, obviously.
Otherwise, defense industry is you get an order and an advance.
Yes.
And then you start
Then
working.
you start doing that. But no, I think it's wonderful here. So, in fact, I must say that you've given me a complete picture of all this. And all I can say is that it is unlike the image of a PSU, and compliments to all of your co-workers, your team, and you yourself for what you've done. I think hopefully people's notion about a DPSU will change with this program and what we do. So I thank you for your time and your attention and your insights. It's been a great pleasure and great learning more than anything else. That's what is important for me and for my team to understand.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. BDL stands for its motto of force behind peace.
Absolutely.
And we do all our efforts to keep that motto up.
Thank you very much. Thanks for this.
Thank you.
That was CMD of BDL, Commodore Madhav Rao, speaking to us. And as he said, this is the force behind peace, which is a great line to use for a defense company. We will come back with more such episodes of On the Shop Floor. But this episode was shot in the Kanchanbagh facility of BDL in Hyderabad. With Vashisht and Pawan, this is Nitin Gokhale for Bharat Shakti.